Imagine waking up in a medieval town, the air heavy with smoke from countless hearths, and the stench of livestock mingling with human waste tossed directly into the streets. You might think the first thing you would crave is a long, refreshing bath. But here lies the cruel irony of the Middle Ages. The very act of bathing, that simple comfort we take for granted, was often a shortcut to disease, suffering, and sometimes even death. The water itself, far from being the source of purity we associate with it today, was a breeding ground for nightmares. To step into a tub was to gamble with invisible killers that lurked beneath the surface. The people knew it, and yet they did it anyway. After all, when your neighbors reeked of sweat and decay, a plunge into the nearest bathhouse seemed like salvation. Only it wasn't. In many European cities, especially during the 12th and 13th centuries, public bathhouses were as common as taverns. They were social centers where gossip, business deals, and illicit liaisons happened under clouds of steam. But here's the catch. Most of these bathhouses drew their water from rivers or wells already overflowing with filth. Imagine soaking in a wooden tub filled with water that, hours earlier, had carried the refuse of butchers, tanners, and households that dumped chamber pots straight into the current. Picture that water reused, shared, and rarely changed. The medieval bath was less about cleansing the body and more about marinating it in a communal soup of bacteria. People didn't have microscopes, but they had plenty of fevers, rashes, and unexplained deaths that followed their supposedly cleansing dips. If this journey kept you thinking, subscribe now and stay with us as we uncover the stories that flow beneath the surface of history and daily life. There's something almost darkly comical about it. We laugh today at the thought of medieval people believing in miasmas, those bad airs they thought carried disease, while they sat elbow to elbow in tubs of tepid broth filled with human grease and who knows what else. Yet are we really that different when we willingly dive into overcrowded swimming pools in the heat of summer? The chlorine doing little to mask the fact that half the kids forgot what bathrooms are for. The medieval bathhouse was, in its own way, a primitive version of the public pool, minus the lifeguard, plus a few more rats. The danger went far beyond a rash or a cough. During outbreaks of plague, people came to believe that hot baths opened the pores and allowed disease to seep in. They weren't entirely wrong. Warm water did relax the body, but it also weakened the skin's natural defenses. To sit in a steaming tub in the 14th century, surrounded by the coughing and wheezing of strangers, was to invite disaster. Even kings and queens weren't spared. Records tell us of monarchs who avoided bathing for years, preferring instead to mask their odors with perfumes and powders. That wasn't just vanity, it was survival. For ordinary people, though, the choice was stark: reek like an unwashed goat or risk death in the bathhouse. Many chose the latter, and countless paid the price. But what makes this practice so fascinating is the way it blended necessity, ignorance, and ritual. Bathhouses weren't just about hygiene, they were about community. Families bathed together, neighbors gathered in the same water, and strangers struck deals while their skin wrinkled in the same foul tub. If you close your eyes, you can almost hear the sloshing of water, the murmur of voices, the occasional cough that hinted at something far more sinister. There was laughter too, and flirtation, because human beings have always managed to find pleasure even in the filthiest of circumstances. It's unsettling to realize how normal it all seemed to them, how little choice they felt they had, and how deadly that normality could be. One chilling example comes from Paris, where the Seine was both the lifeline and the cesspool of the city. People drew water for drinking, cooking, and bathing from the same river that carried the city's waste. Imagine descending into a bathhouse thinking you were about to refresh yourself, only to lower your body into water that hours earlier had cradled a floating carcass upstream. It sounds like a scene from a horror story, but for Parisians of the 13th century it was just Tuesday. We shiver at the thought, but they endured it as part of daily life, layering superstition and faith onto practices that, in reality, undermined their health at every turn. It's here that the story becomes almost tragicomic. People genuinely believed that soaking in these waters could heal ailments, ease arthritis, or even purify the soul. Priests sometimes blessed the bathhouses, turning them into semi-sacred spaces where cleanliness and salvation supposedly mingled. Yet beneath the prayers and rituals, the same diseases lingered, lurking in every droplet. One can't help but smile grimly at the irony. To wash away sin, they first had to soak in sin itself, carried invisibly by microbes they had no way of understanding. The bathhouse became a microcosm of medieval life. Desperate for relief, bound by superstition, and trapped by ignorance, they sought cleanliness but found contamination. They sought healing but often discovered only greater suffering. And yet, bathhouses thrived because the alternative was simply unbearable. To walk the streets of a medieval city in the summer heat, when bodies rotted in ditches and the air itself seemed to choke with decay, was to crave any form of escape, even if that escape meant plunging headfirst into water that might kill you. There's a lesson in that contradiction. We too chase comforts that sometimes harm us, from fast food to endless scrolling on glowing screens that burn our eyes at midnight. The medieval bather and the modern binge watcher are not so different. Both choose a fleeting pleasure over long-term safety. It's easy to laugh at their ignorance, but the reflection in that dirty bathwater may look uncomfortably familiar. And so the image lingers. A crowded bathhouse, steam rising, voices echoing, and in the water beneath, unseen dangers waiting patiently. The bath was supposed to be a sanctuary, yet it became a silent executioner. What began as an attempt to cleanse the body too often ended with the body carried out on a cart. Still, people returned, because sometimes the illusion of relief is more powerful than the fear of risk. That paradox, of craving purity in the filthiest of places, is what makes the medieval bath so grotesquely captivating. Would you have stepped in, or would you have walked past, pinching your nose, choosing to stink rather than soak? The medieval townsfolk rarely had that luxury. For them, the bathhouse door was always open, beckoning with warmth and companionship, even as death lurked in the water. The first step inside was not the beginning of relief, but the first slip toward disaster, and they never even knew it. Imagine for a moment that you're stepping into a medieval bathhouse at the height of its popularity. The wooden door creaks open, and a wave of heat rolls over you, thick with the scent of damp wood, sweat, and herbal concoctions meant to disguise the stench. Inside, men and women alike sit half-submerged in large communal tubs, steam rising around their faces like a veil. Some are laughing, others whispering secrets, a few slumped in silence as if the warm water could wash away the weight of their existence. Yet behind this seemingly convivial atmosphere lurks something far darker. These baths were not just places to relax, they were incubators of disease. Every droplet, every bubble rising to the surface carried with it the possibility of death. The irony is sharp. People entered these steaming rooms to heal. Many truly believed hot baths could cure fevers, cleanse impurities from the blood, and chase away bad humors. Physicians of the time even prescribed baths for ailments ranging from headaches to melancholy. But what they could not see, what no one could see, were the countless microscopic killers thriving in the lukewarm pools. Lice and fleas often floated to the surface, carried on unwashed bodies. Parasites clung to the wooden planks of the tubs. Skin diseases spread like wildfire, leaving whole communities marked with sores. One scratch, one unnoticed wound, and an innocent attempt at relaxation could end an infection that the rudimentary medicine of the day had no hope of curing. And still, bathhouses flourished. They weren't just places of healing, but also of entertainment. Food and drink were often served, and music played in the background. In some towns, they were little more than legalized brothels, where bodies mingled in ways that had less to do with hygiene and more to do with temptation. Here, physical pleasure and mortal risk danced together in a way that feels almost absurd to us now. It is hard not to chuckle at the thought. People thought they were entering temples of health when, in fact, they were stepping into slow-motion traps. Yet, if we peel away the humor, we see something haunting, an entire society so desperate for relief that it willingly swam in danger. A telling example comes from the German states, where bathhouses became infamous during outbreaks of syphilis. The disease tore through Europe in the late 15th century, and these establishments, already notorious for mixing cleanliness with carnal pleasures, became accelerators of the epidemic. Imagine dozens of people crammed into the same steamy chamber, their pores open, their immune systems weakened, their bodies brushing against one another. In such conditions, the spread of infection was inevitable. To us, it feels reckless. To them, it felt like life. After all, where else could you find warmth in a bitter winter, or companionship in a world where survival was harsh and lonely? The social aspect cannot be overstated. For many peasants, and even city dwellers, the bathhouse was the one place where hierarchy blurred. The poor could sit beside the rich, the merchant beside the laborer. In the steam, class distinctions softened, if only for an hour. But this mingling also carried hidden costs. Diseases did not respect rank. A nobleman might leave a bathhouse carrying the same rash as the beggar beside him, and soon enough both would spread it to their households. In this sense, the bathhouse was an equalizer, though not in the way anyone would have hoped. It was democracy by contagion. The connection between bathing and morality added another layer of complexity. The church often looked upon these establishments with suspicion. Priests thundered from pulpits about the sinfulness of naked bodies mingling in the steam, warning that such indulgences led directly to damnation. And yet, the church itself sometimes relied on bathhouses as sources of income, taxing them heavily or even running them under monastic supervision. The hypocrisy is almost laughable. Religious leaders denouncing the very places they profited from, while ordinary people paid the price with their health. Still, the baths carried on, because when the choice was between enduring the unrelenting filth of medieval life or seeking fleeting comfort, people chose comfort every time. There's a strange echo of modern life here. Consider our obsession with spas, gyms, or wellness centers. We flock to places where strangers sweat together, sharing air and surfaces, chasing relaxation and health. We trust that science and sanitation keep us safe, but the medieval bather trusted too, in herbs and rituals and prayers whispered as steam clouded the air. Both then and now, we show a willingness to risk unseen dangers for the promise of feeling better, even for just a short while. Perhaps that is the timeless folly of human nature, to close our eyes to danger when the pleasure is immediate. The bathhouse also served as a stage for politics. Rulers used them to demonstrate generosity, offering free baths during festivals or hard winters. They were symbols of civic pride, proof that a city could provide for its people. But beneath the polished rhetoric lay a darker truth. These public facilities often spread illnesses more efficiently than any single rat or flea. A kind gesture could, unknowingly, doom hundreds. It is unsettling to think how many epidemics had their roots not in filth alone, but in the very institutions meant to combat it. Don't let this conversation end here. Subscribe today and be part of every new chapter that challenges the way we see the world. And then there was the psychological effect. To sit in hot water, to feel your body relax, your mind grow light. It must have felt like a kind of magic to those who endured lives of unrelenting hardship. That sensation of relief was addictive. People wanted to believe in its healing power. So they returned again and again, ignoring the whispers of disease, the funerals that followed. It was a gamble, but one they willingly took, because the alternative was endless discomfort. It is a haunting reminder that the line between relief and ruin is often razor thin. What lingers most is the image of those communal tubs, the sound of laughter mingling with coughs, the steam rising as if to conceal the danger beneath. The medieval bathhouse promised renewal, but more often delivered affliction. It drew people in with warmth and companionship, only to send them out carrying invisible burdens that would spread far beyond its walls. In chasing a moment of cleanliness, they stepped unknowingly into a cycle of contamination that would haunt entire generations. And yet, as we peel back the layers of this paradox, another image emerges, one that is even more disturbing. The obsession with ritual cleansing was not confined to these crowded houses of steam. There were other kinds of baths, stranger, darker, more grotesque, where the pursuit of health and beauty took paths we can hardly imagine today. Picture a medieval household at dawn, the fire barely lit, the street still empty but already foul with the refuse of the night before. A servant is sent to fetch water for the family's morning routine. He trudges to the well or down to the riverbank, wooden bucket in hand, unaware that what he collects could carry more than just water. For in many towns, wells were dug shallow and dangerously close to cesspits, and rivers doubled as open sewers where butchers, tanners, and households disposed of waste. What poured into that bucket was not the fresh, clear water we imagine today, but a murky cocktail of disease, dirt, and sometimes something far more disturbing. When this water filled the tub for bathing, people weren't cleansing themselves. They were stepping into liquid death disguised as relief. It was shockingly common for water sources to be contaminated with decaying animals. A stray dog, a bloated pig, or even a human corpse could drift downstream unnoticed, its decomposing body leaking into the very currents that people later used to wash. Chroniclers of the time describe rivers swollen with blood after battles, their waters thick with the remains of the fallen. And yet, villagers still drew from those rivers, believing the flow diluted any danger. Imagine plunging into that same river, hoping to emerge clean, while the remnants of war and waste swirled around your body. The grotesque irony is almost too much to stomach. What people trusted most as a symbol of purity was often more dangerous than the streets themselves. The lack of scientific understanding only deepened the problem. Medieval people didn't think in terms of bacteria or viruses. They thought in terms of humors and miasmas. To them, if water looked clear, it must be safe. The unseen world of microbes simply did not exist in their imagination. So when outbreaks of dysentery or cholera swept through communities, they were blamed on curses, ill winds, or even the stars. Meanwhile, families continued to ladle from poisoned wells, never making the connection between the water they drank and the children they buried. It is chilling to realize how ignorance allowed contamination to persist, transforming an essential element of life into a silent killer. But there was another layer to this tragedy, one that adds a dark comedic twist. In some places, people believed that water taken from wells near graveyards was especially potent for healing baths. They thought the presence of buried bodies imbued the water with spiritual strength, a kind of blessing from the dead. So they deliberately sought out the most contaminated sources, convinced that what seeped through the soil was holy rather than hazardous. Can you imagine dipping your aching body into a tub filled with water, drawn from a well surrounded by decomposing corpses, believing you were doing something good for your health? It's the kind of historical detail that makes us recoil in horror and yet smirk at the absurdity of it all. There are stories from England of wells turning red after heavy rains, the groundwater mingling with decomposed remains. Villagers whispered about miracles or divine warnings, while physicians rushed to prescribe bathing in those very waters as cures for skin diseases or spiritual weakness. Some even bottled it, selling it as sacred medicine, and people bought it, desperate for any solution in a world where suffering was constant and remedies scarce. They paid for their faith with their health, sometimes with their lives, and never questioned the source. One of the most infamous cases of contaminated water was in the city of London. The Thames was the lifeline of the city, but it was also its graveyard. Tanneries, slaughterhouses, and households dumped directly into its currents, while children played at its edge and women filled buckets to haul home. When that water filled wooden tubs in small, cramped houses, the result was catastrophic. Outbreaks of the bloody flux, what we now know as dysentery, ravaged entire neighborhoods. Yet people returned to the river day after day, not because they were foolish, but because they had no alternative. There is something deeply human in that cycle, knowing on some level that danger lurks, but being trapped by necessity. We might think ourselves more advanced, and yet echoes of this pattern remain. Modern cities boast of filtered tap water, yet even today there are communities that suffer from contamination, whether by industrial waste, pesticides, or failing infrastructure. We may scoff at medieval villagers scooping water beside a floating carcass, but do we not also ignore the invisible when it suits us? We drink from plastic bottles we know clog the oceans, we breathe air thick with toxins, and we soothe ourselves with the same logic. If it looks clear enough, it must be safe. History, it seems, repeats not in grand cycles, but in small choices that reveal our willingness to overlook the unseen for the sake of convenience. Perhaps the most tragic part of these contaminated baths is how they blurred the line between life and death. For many medieval people, water was not only practical but spiritual. Baptisms, purifications, blessings, all revolved around the idea of water as cleansing, both for the body and the soul. To immerse oneself in it was to step closer to God, yet the same immersion often carried them closer to the grave. The very element they trusted most betrayed them, silently and without mercy. There is something almost poetic in that betrayal, as if nature itself mocked their faith. And so, the medieval bath, filled with contaminated water, becomes more than just a health hazard. It becomes a symbol of desperation, of misplaced trust, and of the dangerous marriage between ignorance and necessity. It is a reminder that the pursuit of purity, when built on false assumptions, can lead us straight into filth. And it leaves us wondering, if contaminated water could masquerade as a cure, what other bizarre substances did people willingly soak in, believing they had stumbled upon the secret to health and beauty? Imagine standing in the dim light of a medieval chamber, the smell of herbs thick in the air, the faint crackle of firewood in the hearth. A noblewoman sits in a large wooden tub, and instead of water, the bath is filled with something far stranger, animal blood, still warm, poured in buckets as if life itself could be absorbed through the skin. To us, the idea is grotesque, but in the Middle Ages, such rituals were considered a path to healing and vitality. The belief that blood carried strength, youth, or even divine power was deeply ingrained. After all, if blood was the essence of life, then bathing in it might restore what time, disease, or misfortune had taken away. It was a logic born of desperation, but also of symbolism. To immerse oneself in blood was to immerse oneself in life. At least, that was the hope. The practice was not reserved only for nobles. In some villages, butcher's waste was collected by those who could not afford medicine. The blood of pigs or cattle poured into barrels for crude bathing rituals. People believed it cured joint pain, skin rashes, or even infertility. Some thought it strengthened the body against evil spirits, that bathing in the essence of an animal might cloak them with protection. Yet what it really did was expose them to infection. Warm blood is a perfect medium for bacteria, and a tub of it was less a fountain of youth than a breeding ground for disease. One can only imagine the stench, the sticky film left on the skin, the unsettling sensation of stepping out of such a bath thinking oneself rejuvenated, while the body quietly absorbed sickness. Of course, these rituals were never just about medicine. They were about status. To have the resources to waste gallons of blood on a bath was itself a display of power. It whispered that you controlled life and death, that you could afford to use what others desperately needed as food. Kings and queens sometimes encouraged these practices, cloaking them in superstition. Chronicles speak of monarchs who sat in tubs of exotic concoctions, blood mixed with herbs, oils, even powdered gemstones, believing they were fortifying their bodies against age and decay. There is something almost theatrical about it. Rulers bathing in blood while their subjects starved, a living metaphor for power feeding on the lifeblood of the people. But blood was not the only bizarre substance. Urine, for example, was widely believed to have cleansing properties. Physicians recommended it not only for washing wounds, but also for full-body baths. The rationale was simple, if unsettling. Urine was thought to be sterile and imbued with purifying qualities. People soaked their feet in it, rubbed it on their skin, even used it to whiten teeth. Now picture entire tubs filled with the liquid, heated slightly, and used as communal baths in some regions. The smell must have been unbearable, yet belief in its effectiveness was stronger than disgust. To them, it was medicine. To us, it feels like a cruel parody of hygiene. The use of such substances reflects how medieval people saw the body not as an organism filled with invisible microbes, but as a vessel of humors to be balanced. If you were weak, perhaps the strength of an ox's blood could restore you. If you were impure, perhaps the sharpness of urine could cleanse you. There's almost a dark comedy in how logical it seemed to them at the time. They had no science, but they had imagination, and imagination often filled the void with practices that make us recoil today. Still, before we laugh too loudly, perhaps we should look at our own world. Creams promising youth made from snail slime, luxury spas offering gold leaf facials, even blood plasma transfusions marketed as anti-aging treatments. The medieval bath may not be as distant from us as we'd like to believe. One particularly strange practice was bathing in wine or vinegar, often soured or already spoiled. People thought the acidity would draw out toxins from the body, leaving them refreshed. Wealthy households sometimes reserved barrels of cheap wine for this purpose, while the poor might use a sour mixture left to rot. In both cases, what was considered healing was, in reality, corrosive. Skin would burn, open wounds would sting, and infection often followed. Yet the ritual endured, carried by the belief that what hurt must be working. It's a logic that hasn't fully disappeared. Think of modern detox regimes that taste terrible, or treatments that make us sweat and ache, as if suffering itself were proof of effectiveness. Join our community of curious minds, hit subscribe, and never miss the next story that will change the way you think about the ordinary. And then there were the baths of milk, often celebrated in legend as the secret of queens. Cleopatra's fabled milk baths inspired medieval nobles to imitate her, though the reality was less glamorous than the myth. In many cases, the milk used was rancid, having soured in transit or storage. Imagine sinking into a tub of curdled liquid, clumps floating around your skin, the smell of decay heavy in the air. Nobles endured it with the conviction that it softened the skin and preserved beauty. Servants who prepared these baths often gagged at the odor, but the lady of the house emerged convinced she looked younger, glowing not from the milk, but from the self-satisfaction of luxury. Again, the symbolism mattered more than the substance. To bathe in milk was to align oneself with ancient queens, no matter how sour the experience. The grotesque yet fascinating truth about these baths is that they were not accidents of ignorance alone. They were deliberate rituals, blending medicine, magic, and vanity. They reveal a society willing to endure discomfort, filth, and risk in pursuit of health and beauty. In some ways, that willingness is universal. The medieval bather and the modern spa-goer share the same impulse, to believe that the extraordinary, the unusual, even the unpleasant must hold the key to transformation. The only difference is the material we choose. Yet there is one aspect of these practices that is far harder to dismiss with a smirk. For while milk and wine were eccentric indulgences, some baths crossed into the realm of horror, where superstition, desperation, and cruelty combined in ways that shock us even now. To understand those darker rituals, we must step away from the chambers of nobles and into the shadows where medicine and magic blurred into something far more disturbing. Imagine the moment when whispers in a village begin to spread about a new remedy, one so strange and unsettling that it sounds more like a curse than a cure. A child has fallen ill, covered in sores, his fever unrelenting. Desperate parents, with no physicians to turn to and no medicine that works, are told of a ritual bath said to draw out sickness. But this bath does not involve herbs or warm water. Instead, it requires something far more disturbing: immersion in the fluids of the dead. In some corners of medieval Europe, there existed a belief that bathing in water mixed with parts of corpses or in fluids that had seeped from graves could heal the living. It was thought that the power of the departed lingered in their remains, ready to be absorbed by those strong or foolish enough to try. The practice was rare, but the fact that it existed at all tells us how desperation drove people to the very edge of horror in their pursuit of survival. This was not an isolated oddity. The Middle Ages were filled with instances where the line between medicine and magic blurred, where people clung to remedies that defy reason but reveal their deepest fears and hopes. For instance, some accounts describe villagers boiling the bones of executed criminals and using the broth for bathing, believing that the violence and vitality of the condemned could transfer into their own frail bodies. Others sought out execution sites where blood still stained the ground, gathering it to mix into ritual baths. The idea was not simply to wash the body, but to absorb a kind of dark energy, a twisted form of alchemy that turned death into medicine. There is something both chilling and comical in this logic. It is hard not to imagine a medieval peasant shivering in a tub of fetid liquid, convincing himself that the stench meant the treatment was working. The worse it smelled, the more potent it must be. And while we recoil at the thought, we might recognize a familiar impulse. Even today, people line up for treatments that burn, sting, or make them nauseous, convinced that the discomfort proves their effectiveness. Pain, then as now, was seen as a sign of progress. In that sense, the medieval bath and graveyard runoff is not so far removed from the modern detox cleanse that leaves us doubled over, insisting that suffering means it must be working. But the danger was far from symbolic. These rituals exposed people to diseases carried by decaying matter, tetanus, sepsis, and infections with no names at the time. Entire families might be struck down after partaking in what they believed was a path to healing. Priests occasionally condemned such practices as witchcraft, yet others quietly tolerated them, especially when the rituals were performed near holy sites. A bath near the relics of a saint, even if mixed with filth, was believed to hold divine power. People often blurred the boundary between sacred and profane, convinced that proximity to death could open a doorway to life. In the darker corners of Europe, another strange custom arose: bathing in animal excrement. Farmers swore by baths of cow dung mixed with warm water as cures for skin conditions, while shepherds touted the benefits of sheep urine for joint pain. It sounds grotesque, and it was, yet these practices reveal how medieval people believed that substances tied to the earth and animals carried hidden powers. The stink, the texture, the discomfort, all reinforced the idea that such remedies had to work precisely because they were unpleasant. Imagine lying submerged in a slurry of dung, the heat rising, the flies buzzing around your head, convincing yourself you were being healed rather than poisoned. It is revolting, but also tragically human. The lengths we go to when suffering leaves us with no other options. The reliance on these bizarre rituals was fueled by fear of unseen forces. Without an understanding of germs, people turned to symbols. Blood symbolized life. Excrement symbolized purging. Corpse matter symbolized strength stolen from death. Each substance had meaning beyond its physical properties. To bathe in these things was not just an act of hygiene, it was a spiritual gamble. 1 foot in medicine, 1 foot in superstition, the bather hoped to trick fate into granting a few more years of health or youth. It is this blend of desperation and belief that makes medieval bathing rituals so compelling. They were not random acts of madness, but expressions of a worldview where survival depended as much on ritual as on reality. And yet, these practices carried another hidden cost beyond disease: shame. Neighbors gossiped about those who took part in the most extreme baths. Rumors spread that such people consorted with witches or trafficked with the devil. A family who bathed in graveyard water might be shunned, their desperation mistaken for corruption. But when illness struck again, those same neighbors might slip quietly to the same graveyard, buckets in hand, whispering prayers in the dark. It was a cycle of fear, ridicule, and imitation that fed upon itself. One cannot help but draw parallels with our own era, where strange health fads rise and fall in cycles. One year it's drinking vinegar, the next it's bathing in ice or smearing exotic substances on our faces. We laugh at medieval peasants soaking in dung, yet we applaud celebrities who swear by equally bizarre routines, from leech therapy to snake venom creams. The medieval bath, then, is not just a story of the past. It is a mirror reflecting our own need to believe that health and youth can be purchased through rituals that border on the absurd. The final irony is this: while some people immersed themselves in blood, urine, or worse, others avoided bathing altogether, convinced it was safer to stink than to soak. For them, the bath was not a sanctuary but a threat, a reminder that in trying to control life, they might accidentally invite death. And so we are left with a haunting image: villagers huddled around tubs filled with grotesque mixtures, some emerging hopeful, others never emerging at all. The bath was meant to heal, but it often betrayed them, leaving us to wonder what deeper horrors lay in wait in the next chapter of medieval hygiene. Close your eyes and imagine the silence of a medieval town at night. The streets are empty, the torches flicker, and in the distance, the sound of water dripping echoes against stone walls. Inside many homes and monasteries, bathing was not a matter of simple hygiene. It was tangled in a web of faith, fear, and superstition. By the later Middle Ages, people had begun to believe that baths were not just dangerous because of dirty water, but because they were morally suspicious. To soak naked in warm water was seen as indulgent, even sinful. Priests thundered from pulpits that opening one's pores through bathing invited not only disease, but also temptation. In some sermons, bathhouses were compared to dens of corruption, places where the devil lurked in the steam. To cleanse the body, they warned, was to risk staining the soul. And yet, people still craved the comfort of immersion. The tension between desire and prohibition created a strange paradox. On one hand, physicians prescribed baths to balance the humors, recommending hot soaks for melancholy or cold plunges for fevers. On the other, the church increasingly frowned upon them, especially communal baths where men and women mingled. Public bathhouses were accused of fostering lust as much as cleanliness. In some regions, authorities ordered them closed during outbreaks of plague, claiming that steam carried pestilence. To the common man, this must have been bewildering. One day he was told bathing was essential for health, the next that it was an open door for sin and death. That confusion shaped an entire culture's uneasy relationship with water. We often imagine medieval people as filthy because they avoided baths entirely, but the truth is more complicated. They did bathe, but with layers of fear and ritual attached. For example, some noble women bathed only on religious feast days, believing that the sanctity of the date shielded them from harm. Others limited themselves to a single bath a year, often before important events like weddings. Diaries and records reveal that the bridal bath was less about hygiene and more about spiritual preparation. sometimes infused with herbs meant to ward off evil spirits. Imagine a bride lowering herself into a tub scented with rosemary, sage, and lavender, not for beauty alone, but in the hope that these plants would shield her from infertility or the evil eye. To us, it may sound romantic, but to them, it was deadly serious. One of the most striking aspects of this fear was the belief that hot water weakened the body's defenses. Medical texts warned that steam opened the pores, making the body vulnerable to invisible forces. During times of plague, people were told to avoid bathing at all costs. Instead, they covered themselves in layers of heavy clothing, sweating beneath wool and linen, believing the fabric trapped their health inside. They sprinkled themselves with perfumes, rubbed powders into their skin, and relied on fumigation with smoke rather than water. The result was a society where the fear of disease outweighed the stench of unwashed bodies. What must it have been like to walk through a crowded marketplace in midsummer, the air thick not only with the odor of animals, but with the clinging smell of hundreds of unwashed humans? And yet, to them, that reek was safer than the allure of a warm bath. But fear did not erase the need for ritual cleansing. The religious symbolism of water remained strong, tied to baptism and purity. Some communities replaced full-body baths with symbolic washing of the hands and face, believing it was enough to cleanse the soul, if not the skin. In monasteries, the act of washing feet before meals became a sacred ritual, echoing the humility of Christ. This partial washing was seen as spiritually safer, avoiding the perceived dangers of full immersion. And yet, beneath the surface of this piety, one can sense a quiet longing. People wanted the relief of the bath, but they wanted it without guilt, without risk, without condemnation. There is something almost comical in the contradictions. Imagine a town where a bathhouse is denounced as sinful one week, yet crowded the next with townsfolk desperate for warmth in winter, or a family who ridicules their neighbors for bathing too often, only to sneak into the same bathhouse after dark. Human beings are masters of double standards, and the Middle Ages were no exception. The same priest who thundered against indulgence might have secretly soaked in a hot tub of herbs to ease his aching joints. It is a reminder that moral rules are often bent by the simple weight of human need. Yet the suspicion of bathing had long-term effects. By the 15th century, many Europeans bathed less frequently than their ancestors. Roman baths had once been marvels of engineering, places where citizens gathered daily. In contrast, late medieval households often replaced the tub with a cloth soaked in vinegar or wine, used to rub down the body. People thought this was safer, a way to cleanse without opening the pores. In practice, it did little more than move the dirt around, leaving behind a sharp smell that masked decay. To the medieval mind, though, the sting of vinegar was reassuring. Pain meant purification, and so they accepted it. The shift from baths to perfumes is one of the most fascinating cultural transformations of the era. Nobles drenched themselves in rosewater, musk, and ambergris, not only to disguise odor, but to project wealth and virtue. To smell of flowers was to seem pure, even if your skin had not touched water in months. In some ways, the perfume bottle replaced the bathhouse, and scent became a weapon of social power. Imagine entering a royal court where the air was suffocating with layers of competing aromas, a battlefield of fragrance masking the absence of true cleanliness. It must have been intoxicating and nauseating at once. This transformation reveals a truth that lingers across centuries. When people cannot control danger, they invent rituals to make themselves feel safe. In the Middle Ages, that meant avoiding baths, replacing them with perfumes, herbs, or symbolic gestures. Cleanliness became not a physical state, but a moral and spiritual one. A man might stink of sweat and grime, but if he avoided the dangers of bathing, he could still believe himself pure. That belief shaped not only their hygiene, but their worldview, where survival depended as much on superstition as on science. And yet, just as fear of water spread, so too did more extreme and grotesque experiments with it. If ordinary baths were seen as risky, some people turned to extraordinary concoctions, bathing in bizarre mixtures of herbs, animal parts, and even toxic substances. It was as though the more dangerous and unpleasant the bath, the more likely it was to be trusted. In this way, medieval bathing practices became not only a reflection of ignorance, but also a theater of extremes, where suffering, stench, and danger were embraced as proof of healing. Picture for a moment the dim interior of a medieval bathhouse during a plague year. The air is heavy, the steam laced with the smell of herbs burned in desperation, and the sound of coughing echoes against the wooden beams. What was once a place of laughter and companionship now feels like a trap. Physicians warn that hot baths open the pores, making the body vulnerable to pestilence, yet people still line up at the door, unwilling to surrender the illusion of cleanliness. Here lies the cruel paradox of the medieval bath. It promised relief, but delivered exposure, and nowhere was this tension more visible than during epidemics. Families who sought refuge in steaming tubs often emerged weaker, their defenses broken, their fate sealed by the very act meant to preserve them. The idea that heat could weaken resistance was not entirely without merit. Without microscopes, medieval physicians could not see bacteria, but they observed patterns. Those who bathed during outbreaks often fell ill. The explanation they gave was steeped in the language of humors and miasmas, bad air seeping in through opened pores. To protect themselves, people were told to seal their skin to avoid water and to cover their bodies with oils or waxes instead. The irony is almost unbearable. A slick layer of grime and perfume was believed to be safer than soap and water. Imagine the suffocating sensation of living under layers of oil and wool in the heat of summer, sweating but forbidden to wash. That sticky discomfort was not only tolerated but celebrated as a shield against death. And yet, not everyone obeyed. Some bathhouses continued to operate even under the shadow of plague, adapting their rituals to fit the fears of the time. Instead of plain water, tubs were filled with decoctions of herbs, rosemary, sage, thyme, plants thought to drive away sickness. Steam was infused with vinegar or even sulfur, creating an atmosphere that must have burned the lungs and eyes, yet people endured it, convinced that if it stung, it must be saving them. There's a grim humor in imagining a room full of bathers coughing and weeping, insisting between gasps that the pain was proof of healing. It is the same logic we still follow when we swallow foul-tasting medicine or endure burning ointments, clinging to discomfort as validation. The bathhouse also became a battleground for morality during epidemics. Authorities accused them of being not only centers of contagion, but of sin. Moralists claimed that pestilence was God's punishment for the indulgence and promiscuity of communal baths. Cities closed bathhouses, sometimes permanently, declaring them dens of corruption. Yet the closures did not erase the craving for warmth, for companionship, for the comfort of immersion. People built secret bathing spaces in their homes, often crude and dangerous, where tubs were filled with whatever water could be found. These private rituals carried the same risks as public ones, but with none of the supervision. It is a testament to human stubbornness. Even in the face of death, we cling to rituals that make us feel alive. Some accounts are almost surreal. In Germany, it was said that those who bathed in beer during plague years had a better chance of survival. Brewers even advertised their vats as remedies, inviting customers to soak in the very product they drank. The idea was that beer, being boiled and fermented, was safer than water. Whether or not it worked is questionable, but the image lingers. Half-drunk villagers soaking in foamy barrels, laughter mingling with fear, turning hygiene into a carnival of desperation. It is grotesque and yet undeniably human, the impulse to find joy even in the shadow of death. Elsewhere, noble households experimented with even stranger concoctions. A wealthy merchant might soak in wine steeped with spices, believing it purified the blood. A lady of the court might order a bath of warmed milk mixed with rose petals, hoping it warded off contagion while preserving beauty. These baths were less about survival and more about defiance, a way of asserting control when control was slipping away. They were performances as much as remedies, staged rituals of wealth and willpower. To step into a tub of wine while neighbors lay dying outside was both an act of vanity and of denial. And yet, behind the luxury, the same fear lurked. No perfume, no milk bath, could silence the rattle of disease creeping ever closer. The psychological pull of bathing during plague cannot be underestimated. To immerse oneself in warmth, to feel the muscles relax and the skin soften, was to push back, if only for an hour, against the terror outside the walls. In that moment of steam and stillness, people could pretend they were safe, that life carried on. This illusion was powerful enough to override reason, enough to draw people again and again into places where contagion thrived. The bathhouse was not just a building of wood and water, it was a theater of denial, a sanctuary of illusions. What makes this history so haunting is not the strangeness of the practices, but their familiarity. We, too, turn to rituals in times of fear. We cling to routines, to small comforts, even when we know they may not protect us. The medieval bathers are less alien than we imagine. They were people grasping for control in a world collapsing around them, willing to risk death for a taste of normalcy. That willingness reveals both the fragility and resilience of human nature. As the plague rolled on, baths grew scarcer, more secretive, and more bizarre. People no longer trusted plain water, so they sought safety in extremes, boiling concoctions, foul-smelling brews, or substances that defy belief. In their desperation, they turned to mixtures so grotesque and perilous that the very act of bathing became a kind of experiment in madness. And it is in these darker, more twisted practices that the story of medieval baths plunges to its most shocking depths. Imagine a darkened room, lit only by a few flickering candles, their wax dripping onto the edges of a wooden tub. Inside, the water is not clear and inviting, but thick, with strange mixtures of herbs, animal parts, and powders, ground by hand in some alchemist's workshop. This was no ordinary bath. In the late Middle Ages, when ordinary water was feared as a carrier of disease, people began experimenting with ever more exotic and grotesque concoctions. If plain immersion could not guarantee health, perhaps a stronger recipe might. The result was a culture of bizarre bathing rituals where desperation, superstition, and curiosity created potions that were as dangerous as the diseases they claimed to cure. Take, for example, the baths infused with sulfur and mercury. Medieval physicians believed these elements had the power to purge the body of illness, burning away invisible impurities. Patients were lowered into tubs filled with steaming liquid, their skin stinging and lungs choking on acrid fumes. Some emerged with blistered flesh, others too weak to stand, but many swore the treatment worked if they survived. The logic was simple and terrifying. If it hurts, it must be helping. There is something almost comical about this philosophy, and yet we recognize it even today in treatments that sting, burn, or exhaust us, where suffering is equated with healing. Then there were baths made from bizarre animal mixtures. Folk healers recommended boiling frogs, snakes, or even bats, straining the foul broth and using it as bathwater. Each animal carried symbolic meaning: frogs for fertility, snakes for transformation, bats for resilience against darkness. To soak in their essence was to borrow their strength. Imagine the smell of such a tub, the steam carrying the odor of boiled reptiles into a small room, and yet a family crouching nearby, watching hopefully as their loved one bathed in the murky brew. It feels like a scene from a nightmare, but for them it was a hopeful act, a ritualized attempt to seize control of a world where death was everywhere. Herbal baths, though less grotesque, could also veer into extremes. People filled tubs with pungent brews of garlic, onion, and mustard seeds, believing the sharp scents would drive away sickness. Bathers emerged red-skinned and raw, their pores reeking of spices, their bodies tingling as though stung. It was not comfort they sought, but evidence of effect. The stronger the reaction, the more convinced they were of its power. The humor of it is not lost on us. A medieval man stumbling out of a tub, smelling like a stew pot, declaring himself cured, while his neighbors backed away in disgust. Still, these practices reveal something profoundly human: the need to transform pain and unpleasantness into meaning. But some experiments crossed into territory so strange that even contemporaries whispered of witchcraft. In certain places, people bathed in mixtures of ashes and powdered bones, sometimes human, sometimes animal. The belief was that contact with the essence of the dead could transfer strength to the living. Executioners even sold the ashes of burnt criminals for such purposes, creating a grim trade in suffering. To us, it feels monstrous, but in a world where science was scarce and hope scarce too, these rituals carried their own grim logic. Death was everywhere, so why not try to borrow its power? Equally disturbing were baths steeped in toxic plants like belladonna or hemlock. These were thought to calm pain or induce visions. A bather might soak in water laced with deadly herbs until numbness set in, convinced the sensation meant healing. In truth, many poisoned themselves, slipping into fevers or hallucinations, their families mistaking the agony for progress. There's a dark comedy here too. People chasing visions in the bath, emerging wild-eyed and raving, yet insisting they had glimpsed truth or health. It is absurd and tragic in equal measure, a reminder of how easily desperation blinds reason. And yet, even among nobles, these bizarre baths became a kind of fashion. In courts across Europe, nobles competed to design the most elaborate, exotic bath recipes, blending luxury with superstition. One might soak in rosewater mixed with crushed pearls, another in honey and exotic spices brought from distant lands. These rituals were less about health than display, declarations of wealth that turned the bath into theater. Picture a lady of the court reclining in a tub of milk and saffron, her servants fanning away the sour smell while she pretended to embody Cleopatra. It is hard not to smile at the absurdity, and yet beneath the performance lay the same fear as in every peasant hut: the terror of sickness, the longing for longevity. Curiously, many of these practices had small kernels of truth. Sulfur does kill some bacteria. Garlic has mild antiseptic properties. Vinegar can disinfect. But without knowledge of dosage or contamination, these remedies were more often deadly than healing. They reveal the tragic irony of the Middle Ages. People were not irrational, they were inventive. They observed effects, drew conclusions, and tested remedies. They simply lacked the science to separate genuine cures from poisons. What remains is a record of both creativity and catastrophe. What makes these bizarre baths so haunting is not just their grotesque ingredients, but the way they reflect a society at war with the unseen. To live in the Middle Ages was to live surrounded by invisible dangers, plagues, curses, evil spirits, and to fight them with whatever came to hand. The bath became a battleground, a place where water was transformed into potions of hope, horror, and hubris. People emerged scarred, sickened, or sometimes strengthened, convinced that they had wrestled with unseen forces and, for a moment, prevailed. But this descent into ever more extreme practices carried its own consequence. By the dawn of the Renaissance, many Europeans began abandoning baths altogether, deciding that the risks outweighed the relief. To them, dirt became a kind of armor, a barrier against disease. And so, the culture that once experimented with bizarre concoctions slowly embraced avoidance, setting the stage for centuries where the very idea of bathing became suspicious, and perfumes and powders replaced soap and water. Yet even that avoidance was not without its own dangers, leading us deeper into the strange and often paradoxical history of medieval hygiene. Imagine a Europe slowly crawling out of the Middle Ages, scarred by plague, war, and superstition. The once crowded bathhouses stand shuttered in many towns, their wooden tubs rotting, their stones silent. What was once considered a place of healing and sociability has now become a symbol of danger, indulgence, and sin. By the 15th and 16th centuries, attitudes toward bathing had changed dramatically. Fear, born from generations of epidemics and fueled by moral suspicion, had convinced many that it was safer to remain unwashed. To us, this sounds absurd. But to them, it felt like survival. The paradox of the medieval bath reached its climax not with an embrace of water, but with its rejection. Medical texts began to warn explicitly against the dangers of immersion. Physicians argued that water softened the flesh, weakened the body, and left it exposed to infection. They advised patients to avoid full baths, and instead recommended wiping the skin with cloths soaked in vinegar or wine. This dry hygiene was praised as both safe and effective. Nobles carried scented handkerchiefs, pressed to their faces when walking through foul-smelling streets, convinced the perfumes shielded them from disease. And in an ironic twist, perfumes and powders became the substitute for soap and water. To smell pleasant was to seem clean, even if the body beneath the layers of musk and rosewater had not been washed in months. The most striking shift occurred in the very households of the wealthy. Nobles who once bathed in exotic concoctions now boasted of their restraint, as if avoiding baths was a sign of wisdom. Queen Elizabeth I of England famously declared that she bathed once a month, whether she needed it or not, a phrase that shocks modern ears but was a point of pride in her time. Perfumed gloves, heavily powdered wigs, and layers of linen were designed not only for fashion, but also to shield the body from contact with dirt. A nobleman might go years without immersing himself in water, yet be praised for his elegance if he smelled of lavender and ambergris. But what of ordinary people? For the peasantry, bathing had always been sporadic, dependent on rivers, streams, and seasonal opportunity. As public bathhouses closed, they had even fewer options. Some still plunged into rivers during the summer, but in many regions, villagers grew suspicious of water altogether. Instead, they followed the example of the wealthy, rubbing their bodies with cloths, sprinkling themselves with ashes, or carrying small pouches of herbs as talismans against disease. The body became less a site of cleanliness and more a battlefield of odors, where stench and perfume waged war for dominance. Imagine a crowded medieval market, the air thick not only with the smell of livestock and waste, but also with cloying layers of rose, musk, and sweat. To walk through such a place was to encounter a sensory assault unlike anything we know today. The irony of this avoidance was that it created new forms of discomfort. Itchiness, lice, and skin conditions thrived under layers of grime and clothing. Physicians devised elaborate remedies for rashes and sores that might have been avoided with simple washing, yet the cultural conviction was too strong. To scrub the skin with water was to risk weakening the body's defenses, while to endure filth was to prove resilience. Dirt became a badge of honor, a strange inversion of what we now consider common sense. Still, not everyone abandoned bathing. In monasteries, symbolic washing continued, tied to religious ritual. Pilgrims sometimes bathed in sacred springs, convinced that the waters carried divine healing. These exceptions reveal that the association of water with purity never fully disappeared. It merely shifted from physical cleanliness to spiritual symbolism. The sacred spring of Lourdes centuries later would draw from the same medieval belief that water could cleanse not the body, but the soul. It is a reminder that even in rejection, bathing retained its aura of meaning. What makes this era fascinating is the way it redefined cleanliness. To be clean no longer meant to be free of dirt, but to be free of visible signs of illness or impurity. A man drenched in perfume could claim purity, while a man freshly washed might be suspected of recklessness. This reversal reveals how culture can reshape even the most basic instincts. Cleanliness, far from being universal, was a social construction, molded by fear, faith, and fashion. The decline of bathing also had political consequences. Cities that once took pride in their bathhouses let them crumble, redirecting resources elsewhere. Guilds of bathhouse keepers lost influence, their trades fading into obscurity. Meanwhile, apothecaries and perfumers rose in prominence, filling the void with tinctures, oils, and powders. What had once been communal became individual. What was once public became private. The bathhouse that had served as a hub of gossip, politics, and intimacy was replaced by the solitary ritual of applying scent in one's chamber. Society itself grew more fragmented, less bound by the communal rituals of water, and yet the pendulum was already preparing to swing back. By the Renaissance, new ideas began to stir. Classical texts were rediscovered, praising the Roman love of baths. Trade brought new fabrics, new perfumes, and new knowledge from the Islamic world where bathing had never been abandoned. Slowly, whispers began to circulate that perhaps Water was not the enemy after all. Physicians debated, nobles experimented, and a cultural shift brewed beneath the surface. What had been rejected in fear would, in time, return in triumph. This moment, where the bath was abandoned, replaced by powders and perfumes, marks the strangest chapter of medieval hygiene. It was not filth born of laziness, but filth born of fear, a deliberate decision to avoid what we now see as essential. To live in that world was to smell survival in musk and lavender, to equate grime with safety, to view immersion as dangerous indulgence. And yet, history shows us that no pendulum stays still forever. Out of rejection would come rediscovery, out of fear would come curiosity, and out of filth would rise a new age where water would once again be embraced. But before that rebirth, Europe had to endure centuries where to bathe was to risk not only disease but condemnation, leaving us to wonder just how far humans will go to protect themselves from dangers they cannot fully understand. Imagine the dawn of the Renaissance, a time when Europe was awakening from the long night of medieval fears. Old superstitions still lingered in the corners of villages and sermons, but curiosity was spreading, carried by trade, travel, and rediscovered texts from antiquity. Among the many ideas returning to the surface was a question that had been buried under centuries of suspicion. Could bathing once again be good for the body rather than bad for the soul? The paradox was striking. After centuries of avoiding water as dangerous, Europeans now began to reconsider it as a path to health, vitality, and even social prestige. Yet the road back to bathing was not smooth, and it came wrapped in contradictions that reveal much about human nature. The revival began not in Christian Europe, but in the influence of the Islamic world. Travelers and crusaders returning from the Middle East described the magnificent hammams, public baths where men and women bathed in ritualized settings, often daily, blending cleanliness with spirituality. To Europeans, accustomed to seeing water as suspect, these accounts sounded almost like tales of another world. In cities like Cordoba and Granada, Muslim communities had built bathhouses that rivaled the ancient Roman thermae, with domed ceilings, flowing fountains, and carefully designed heating systems. The contrast was humiliating. While Europeans powdered away their filth, their neighbors bathed in marble halls, combining luxury with hygiene. Slowly, the seeds of envy and admiration began to sprout. At the same time, scholars rediscovering Roman texts found praise for the old baths of antiquity. Writers like Pliny and Galen spoke of the health benefits of hot and cold immersion, of mineral springs that cured ailments, of public spaces where bathing was part of civic life. These ancient voices challenged the medieval notion that water weakened the body. Renaissance physicians began to rethink the humors, to experiment with hydrotherapy, and to see water not as an enemy but as a tool. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing that the fear of bathing had been more cultural than rational, but knowledge alone could not erase centuries of caution. For ordinary people, the shift required more than books. It required proof. Proof came in the form of natural springs. Across Europe, from Bath in England to Baden in Switzerland, towns with mineral waters became sites of pilgrimage. People flocked to these places not for spiritual salvation, but for physical healing. The idea that water could draw out impurities, soothe aches, and restore strength gained traction. Inns and resorts grew around the springs, transforming them into centers of health tourism. The irony is delicious. The same society that had once avoided water now traveled miles to submerge themselves in it. And yet, these baths were not purely scientific. They carried the same mix of superstition and hope that had defined the Middle Ages. Bathers believed the mineral smell of sulfur was proof of divine or magical power, not chemical reaction. The illusion was as important as the immersion. But while noble families embraced the return of bathing, ordinary villagers often lagged behind. For the poor, water still carried risks. Rivers were polluted, wells were unreliable, and public bathhouses were expensive or non-existent. Instead, they borrowed fragments of the new trends, soaking feet in herbal brews or dabbing themselves with cloths dipped in spring water carried from afar. The cultural divide was stark. To bathe daily became a symbol of wealth, just as perfumes had been a century earlier. The body itself turned into a marker of class, smooth, scented, and refreshed for the rich, rough, odorous, and weary for the poor. Hygiene became another stage where inequality played out. The fascination with baths also reflected a new obsession with control over the body. In the Renaissance courts, to be clean was to demonstrate discipline, refinement, and superiority. Kings built private bathing chambers lined with tiles and marble, decorated with murals and filled with scented waters. Queens hosted elaborate bathing rituals with music, conversation, and even political discussion taking place while they soaked. The bath became not just a tool of hygiene, but a theater of power. Imagine a foreign ambassador arriving at a palace to find the ruler conducting business from a perfumed bath, steam rising around gilded faucets. The message was clear. This was no medieval relic, but a new age, confident enough to immerse itself in luxury without fear. Yet even in this revival, contradictions remained. Physicians continued to warn against excessive bathing, claiming it could drain strength or provoke lust. The church, though less hostile than before, still kept a watchful eye on bathhouses, wary of their reputation for immorality. Some towns permitted baths only under strict rules, separating men and women, banning food and music, or closing them during Lent. The tension never disappeared completely. To immerse oneself in water was still a negotiation between health, morality, and pleasure. It is this tension that makes the Renaissance bath so fascinating. It was both liberation and limitation, a rediscovery colored by the shadows of the past. Curiously, as Europe rediscovered baths, it also invented new anxieties. If water could heal, could it also reveal flaws? Physicians began diagnosing illnesses based on how the skin reacted to immersion. Nobles worried about appearing weak if they bathed too often. The body became a canvas for scrutiny, each blemish a source of speculation. It is striking how quickly a tool meant for relief became a mirror of insecurity. Even in bathing, human beings managed to turn comfort into competition, but perhaps the most important legacy of this revival was not the bath itself, but the way it reshaped ideas of cleanliness. To bathe was no longer only about avoiding disease. It became about presentation, about respectability, about identity. Cleanliness began its slow transformation into a moral duty, one that would grow even stronger in the centuries to come. By the Enlightenment, bathing would be tied to reason and progress, and by the modern era, it would become an expectation of daily life. But this shift began here, in the Renaissance, when Europe decided that water could once again touch the skin without fear. The rediscovery of bathing is a reminder of how human culture swings between extremes. From communal tubs filled with filth, to centuries of avoidance and perfume, to the Renaissance revival of springs and spas, the story of the bath is the story of our struggle with fear, desire, and identity. What we reject today, we may embrace tomorrow. What we fear, we may later worship. The bath, once a source of horror, was now a symbol of rebirth. And yet, the story does not end there. For, as bathing returned, it carried with it the weight of history, the memory of plagues, of sins, of grotesque experiments. That memory would shape how future generations understood water, cleanliness, and the fragile balance between health and danger. Imagine a Europe now standing firmly in the Renaissance, filled with curiosity, invention, and the rediscovery of old ideas, yet still dragging with it the shadows of medieval fear. By this time, baths had returned in some forms, but the memory of their dangers was not forgotten. Instead of embracing bathing purely as relaxation, people began to classify and regulate it, turning it into something halfway between science, ritual, and spectacle. This was the age when the bath transformed from a risky communal dip into a carefully staged event, shaped by medicine, politics, and social class. And in this transformation, bathing became less about water itself and more about what it symbolized. Consider the growing popularity of thermal spas. In towns like Baden-Baden in Germany or Bath in England, entire communities reinvented themselves as centers of health and leisure. These were not the crude wooden tubs of the Middle Ages, but elaborate complexes with stone pools, carved fountains, and accommodations for visitors. Aristocrats traveled from far away to soak in mineral waters that promised to cure gout, arthritis, and melancholy. Physicians wrote detailed treatises on which springs healed which ailments, turning local traditions into codified medical advice. But beneath the scientific language, much of it was still guesswork, fueled as much by superstition as by observation. Visitors often emerged convinced they felt better, even if their illnesses persisted. The power of belief, reinforced by luxury, was as potent as the minerals themselves. Bathing in this era also became tied to spectacle and display. For nobles, to host a bath was not only about health, but about status. Wealthy families built private bathing rooms decorated with frescoes and marble, furnished with imported tiles from Italy or the Ottoman Empire. Guests were invited to witness the luxury, even if they did not partake. The bath itself became a theater of refinement, where the water glistened as much as the jewels adorning those who entered it. Imagine a banquet that ended not in a feast, but in a collective plunge. Music playing as noblemen and women soaked together in scented water, discussing art, politics, and philosophy. It was indulgence wrapped in the language of healing, a way of masking excess with respectability. Yet contradictions lingered. Physicians continued to warn against excessive bathing, fearing that too much immersion might exhaust the body or inflame passions. Some advised their patients to bathe only under specific astrological signs, believing the alignment of stars determined whether water would heal or harm. Others insisted on precise rules: no bathing immediately after meals, no soaking for more than a prescribed number of minutes, no mixing hot and cold water without supervision. These strictures gave the bath an aura of seriousness, as though it were less a pleasure and more a medical procedure. It is hard not to smile at the thought of a Renaissance noble anxiously consulting an astrologer before deciding whether to step into a tub, and yet such details mattered deeply to them, shaping every drop of their experience. For the poor, however, this world of luxury and regulation was far away. Most still lived with limited access to clean water, relying on rivers and wells that were often polluted. Their bathing rituals remained practical and occasional, tied to work and necessity. A farmer might scrub himself in a river before a festival, or a family might bathe a child in a wooden bucket on a holy day. To them, bathing was not spectacle, but survival, done sparingly to avoid both sickness and suspicion. The divide between rich and poor widened, with cleanliness becoming not just a matter of hygiene, but a marker of social class. The noble who smelled of rosewater declared superiority over the laborer who smelled of sweat and soil, even though both were equally vulnerable to disease. The influence of religion remained strong as well. While the church had softened its stance against bathing, it never fully embraced it. Monastic rules still emphasized moderation, allowing symbolic washing but discouraging indulgence. At the same time, holy springs and sacred waters attracted pilgrims from across Europe. People traveled to sites where saints were said to have performed miracles, bathing in pools believed to heal both body and soul. The blending of faith and bathing created a powerful tradition that endured for centuries. To immerse oneself in such waters was not merely physical. It was spiritual renewal, an act of devotion as much as desperation. There's a curious echo here of modern life. We too divide bathing between the practical, the luxurious, and the spiritual. We shower quickly before work. We lounge in spas on vacation, and we seek out natural springs or wellness retreats with promises of cleansing the soul. The Renaissance bath, with all its contradictions, laid the foundation for this spectrum. It turned water into a stage where medicine, wealth, faith, and vanity all played their parts. And yet, even as the Renaissance revived and redefined bathing, new fears lurked on the horizon. For all the admiration of Roman traditions and Islamic hammams, for all the perfumes and mineral waters, people still did not fully understand disease. Outbreaks continued, and suspicion lingered that water itself might still harbor invisible dangers. This unease kept the rituals fragile, always vulnerable to collapse when fear returned. The bath, in other words, was never entirely secure. What makes this chapter so compelling is that it was a turning point. The bath was no longer purely rejected nor fully trusted. It hovered in a liminal space, celebrated by some, avoided by others, transformed into theater for the wealthy and necessity for the poor. It became both symbol and solution, both luxury and liability. To immerse oneself in water during this era was to participate in an experiment that revealed as much about society's hopes and fears as it did about health. And so, as Europe stepped deeper into modernity, the bath carried with it centuries of baggage. The filth of medieval streets, the scent of rosewater courts, the prayers of pilgrims at sacred springs. It was a vessel not only of water, but of meaning. And as the world moved toward new discoveries, microscopes, medicine, and a better understanding of disease, the bath was destined to change once again, evolving into something closer to what we know today. But before that transformation could happen, the people of the Renaissance would still wrestle with their own contradictions, revealing just how difficult it is for any society to wash away the past. Imagine Europe on the edge of a scientific revolution, the 17th century unfolding with microscopes peering into invisible worlds, physicians beginning to challenge old humoral theories, and philosophers redefining nature itself. And yet, in the homes of nobles and peasants alike, bathing remained a subject of deep uncertainty. The Renaissance had reintroduced water into the realm of medicine and luxury, but suspicion still lingered. People feared what they could not see, and while science slowly advanced, superstition continued to govern the rituals of daily life. To immerse oneself in water was still a gamble, and the tension between curiosity and fear gave rise to practices that were as peculiar as they were telling. By this time, perfumery had reached extraordinary heights. France, in particular, had turned scent into an art form. At the court of Louis XIII, perfumes flowed as freely as wine. Courtiers soaked themselves in rosewater, rubbed ambergris into their gloves, and carried sachets of herbs at their belts. Bathing, in the literal sense of immersion, was far less common than perfuming. The Sun King himself is said to have bathed only rarely, preferring instead to mask odors with clouds of fragrance. Cleanliness in this culture was less about removing dirt than about projecting refinement through scent. Imagine walking into Versailles, where the air was thick with layers of musk, violet, and civet, mingling with the very human odor it was meant to disguise. It must have been both intoxicating and suffocating, but perfumes could not replace the relief of water entirely. Physicians still prescribed medicinal baths for specific ailments, particularly those involving the skin. Mineral springs retained their reputation as natural healers, and resorts flourished across Europe. Aristocrats traveled to Baden-Baden, Bath, and Spa. Yes, the very town in present-day Belgium whose name gave us the modern word. These places became social stages as much as medical retreats. To be seen at a spring was to demonstrate both wealth and wisdom, as if one were participating in the latest medical fashion. Bathing in mineral waters was not only tolerated but celebrated, though always with the caveat that too much immersion might be dangerous. Moderation was the watchword, a compromise between desire and fear. For ordinary people, the situation was far less glamorous. Rivers and communal baths, when they existed, were often polluted, and rural families still relied on occasional washing with buckets or basins. Linen undergarments, worn close to the skin and changed more frequently, became the substitute for full bathing. People believed that the linen absorbed sweat and dirt, and that changing it regularly was nearly as effective as washing. In this way, fabric replaced water as the tool of hygiene. Imagine a peasant carefully scrubbing his only set of linen in a cold stream, believing that by wearing it freshly laundered he had cleansed himself, even though his body had not touched soap in weeks. The logic is peculiar, yet it reveals how cleanliness was as much an idea as a physical reality. Religious influence remained, though more subtly than before. Holy wells and sacred springs continued to attract pilgrims who believed immersion could cure blindness, lameness, or infertility. Priests often blessed these waters, giving them legitimacy, while at the same time warning against indulgent bathing in secular contexts. The contradiction persisted. Water was holy in one place, sinful in another, healing in some contexts and dangerous in others. This duality kept bathing practices fractured, leaving people caught between faith, medicine, and habit. What is fascinating is how the very fear of water spurred creativity. Since full immersion was often avoided, people devised new forms of dry baths. Physicians recommended rubbing the body with cloths soaked in vinegar, wine, or even brandy. Others suggested smoke baths, standing over burning herbs while the body absorbed the fumes. Some even believed that rolling in sand or dust could cleanse the skin by drawing out impurities. These practices sound absurd to us, but they made sense to people living in a world where water was distrusted. The ingenuity lies not in their effectiveness, but in their persistence. Humans will always find a way to justify rituals that make them feel secure. The tension also played out in politics. City governments debated whether to reopen public bathhouses, many of which had been closed during plagues. Some towns attempted to regulate them, imposing rules about cleanliness and separating men and women. Others banned them entirely, fearing they were nests of disease and immorality. The outcome varied by region, creating a patchwork of practices across Europe. In one town, a family might visit a communal bath every month. In another, such a bathhouse might not exist at all. Hygiene became a matter of geography as much as culture. Even as suspicion remained, however, change was coming. The invention of the microscope by pioneers like Antony van Leeuwenhoek revealed a world of tiny creatures living in water, unseen by the naked eye. These discoveries terrified some, but intrigued others. For the first time, people had proof that the dangers of water were not imaginary. The irony was sharp. Science confirmed the fears of the past, but it also opened the door to understanding and eventually to solutions. Still, in this transitional period, knowledge and ignorance walked hand in hand. There is a kind of tragic comedy in imagining this era. Nobles, drenched in perfume but afraid of soap, peasants convinced their linen absorbed filth, physicians prescribing smoke baths while microscopes revealed bacteria swimming in a drop of water. It was a world straddling two ages, one foot in medieval superstition, the other in scientific awakening. And in that liminal space, bathing remained a subject of fascination, fear, and experimentation. What makes this moment so captivating is that it set the stage for a new chapter. The contradictions of the 17th century, perfume without washing, mineral spas alongside dry baths, holy springs beside scientific debates, created the foundation for the Enlightenment's obsession with reason and order. Cleanliness was no longer merely about survival or superstition. It was becoming tied to identity, morality, and progress. And soon, bathing would cease to be an occasional ritual and begin to transform into a daily expectation, reshaping not only hygiene, but the very rhythm of modern life. Imagine stepping into the 18th century, a world buzzing with Enlightenment ideals, revolutions brewing, and science beginning to reshape how people saw themselves and their environment. It was an age of coffee houses, pamphlets, and bold debates about liberty, reason, and progress. Yet amid this intellectual awakening, one of the simplest human acts, bathing, was still tangled in contradictions. By now, many of the old medieval fears had weakened, but suspicion lingered like a shadow. Cleanliness was increasingly tied not only to health, but also to morality, class, and national pride. To wash or not to wash was no longer just a matter of superstition. It was becoming a question of identity. One of the biggest shifts of this period was the rise of the private bathroom. For centuries, bathing had been a communal activity, done in public bathhouses or at riversides, but with growing wealth, urban expansion, and new ideas about privacy, bathing began to move indoors. Wealthy families built bathing chambers in their homes, small rooms fitted with copper tubs and water heated in separate kitchens. Servants carried bucket after bucket to fill the bath, a laborious process that turned the act into a luxury reserved for the few. Imagine a lady reclining in a tub lined with linen, rose petals floating on the surface, while outside the window the streets reeked of filth. The bath was no longer just about health. It was a performance of refinement, a declaration of superiority over those who still scrubbed themselves in cold rivers. At the same time, mineral spas continued to thrive, becoming fashionable destinations for the elite. Towns like Bath in England and Spa in Belgium transformed into playgrounds of the aristocracy. Here, bathing was not just tolerated, but celebrated, infused with science and spectacle. Physicians prescribed exact regimens: how long to soak, when to drink the mineral waters, even what conversations to have while bathing. These places became stages of social life, where nobles displayed their wealth and gossip flowed as freely as the waters. It was part medical treatment, part theater, and entirely a symbol of status. Yet behind the glamour lurked the same uncertainty. Were these waters truly curative, or simply another illusion wrapped in ritual? For ordinary people, bathing habits remained uneven. In many villages, washing still consisted of wiping with cloths or briefly immersing in rivers during warmer months. Public bathhouses had declined, leaving the poor with few options. Linen shirts, believed to absorb sweat and dirt, were still the substitute for soap and water. Changing one's shirt regularly was praised as almost equivalent to a bath. This strange logic reveals how cleanliness had become relative, tied to what one could afford and what one chose to believe. A nobleman perfumed with ambergris might pass as pure, while a farmer in clean linen considered himself just as respectable, even if his skin had not seen soap in weeks. The Enlightenment also gave bathing a moral dimension. Philosophers and reformers argued that cleanliness reflected discipline, rationality, and virtue. A clean body symbolized a clean mind and a well-ordered household. Dirt, by contrast, was associated with laziness, ignorance, and moral decay. This shift marked a new stage in the long history of bathing. It was no longer only about avoiding disease, but about projecting character. To appear dirty was not just unhealthy, it was shameful. The pressure to embody cleanliness seeped into education, sermons, and even politics. Nations began to take pride in their hygiene, comparing themselves to neighbors in competitions of refinement. Cleanliness was becoming a form of patriotism, yet this moralization of bathing brought with it new anxieties. If cleanliness was tied to virtue, then every blemish or odor became a threat to one's reputation. Physicians warned that improper bathing, too hot, too frequent, too long, could weaken the nerves or provoke dangerous passions. Women, in particular, were advised to bathe carefully, lest warm water inflame their imaginations and lead them astray. Such warnings reveal both the persistence of old fears and the new obsession with control. To immerse oneself in water was no longer merely a personal act. It was a statement scrutinized by society. Curiously, even as Europe debated bathing, other cultures offered stark contrasts. Travelers returning from Japan described daily bathing rituals that struck Europeans as both admirable and excessive. Reports from the Ottoman Empire detailed elaborate hammams, where cleanliness was entwined with spirituality and community. These comparisons embarrassed Europeans, who prided themselves on progress yet lagged behind in such a basic practice. Intellectuals began to argue that if Europe was to claim superiority, it must also embrace hygiene more fully. And so, the bath became not only a symbol of personal refinement, but also of civilization itself. But the 18th century was also an age of contradiction. While some embraced bathing as a mark of progress, others still feared its dangers. In Paris, pamphlets circulated warning that frequent immersion could cause madness or infertility. In London, moralists fretted that public baths encouraged immorality. Even as science advanced, suspicion clung stubbornly, proof that culture changes more slowly than knowledge. The bath, caught between progress and tradition, embodied this tension perfectly. What makes this chapter of history so captivating is the way bathing became a battlefield of meaning. It was no longer a simple matter of health. It was about class, morality, gender, nationhood, and identity. A tub of water became a mirror reflecting an entire society's hopes and fears. And as the 18th century gave way to the 19th, these tensions would only intensify. For with industrialization came new challenges, new technologies, and new expectations. The world was about to change rapidly, and with it, the humble act of bathing would be transformed once again, this time into a daily ritual that would define modern life itself. Picture the 19th century, a world transformed by the smoke of factories, the roar of trains, and the rush of people into booming cities. Industrialization was reshaping every aspect of life, from the way people worked to the way they lived, and with it came an urgent new question. How should societies handle the dirt, sweat, and disease of crowded urban life? For centuries, bathing had been surrounded by suspicion and contradiction, a ritual balanced precariously between health, morality, and superstition. But now, with millions packed into cramped neighborhoods, water and cleanliness were no longer luxuries or symbols of status. They became matters of survival. And in this crucible of coal, smoke, and cholera, the modern idea of bathing as a daily necessity was born. At first, the challenge was daunting. Cities like London, Paris, and New York grew so quickly that infrastructure lagged far behind. Waste piled in streets, rivers overflowed with sewage, and water supplies were often dangerously polluted. Outbreaks of typhoid, dysentery, and cholera tore through neighborhoods, sparing no one. Physicians began to realize that cleanliness could no longer be left to personal choice. It had to be organized, public, and systematic. The bathhouse, once dismissed as immoral or indulgent, was reborn as a tool of public health. Municipalities opened public baths where the working poor could wash for a small fee, sometimes even for free. These spaces were simple, often just rows of basins or communal tubs, but they carried enormous symbolic weight. The state itself was now declaring that bathing was a civic duty. The social meaning of these new bathhouses was profound. To step into one was not merely to wash away grime, but to participate in the great project of modernity. Posters and pamphlets declared that cleanliness equaled progress, that a clean worker was a healthy worker, more productive, more moral, more civilized. Bathing was no longer just about the individual. It was about the nation. Imagine a factory laborer scrubbing himself after a 12-hour shift, emerging from the bathhouse not only refreshed but convinced that he was contributing to the strength of his country. This merging of hygiene and patriotism gave water a new political charge. Yet, even as the state promoted cleanliness, private innovation surged. Advances in plumbing brought running water into middle-class homes, and with it the luxury of private bathrooms. Copper bathtubs, porcelain basins, and eventually showers began to appear in domestic spaces. At first, these were rare and costly, symbols of privilege. But as technology improved and costs fell, more households embraced them. The act of bathing shifted from an occasional ritual to a weekly routine, and then, for some, to a daily habit. Advertisements for soaps, shampoos, and bath salts flooded newspapers promising not only cleanliness, but beauty, youth, and even moral superiority. A new industry was born, one that tied personal identity to the products used in the bath. But this new era was not without its ironies. While the wealthy soaked in clawfoot tubs unscented with lavender oils, many urban poor still lacked access to clean water. In some neighborhoods, families carried buckets from communal pumps, rationing water carefully, while wealthier districts flaunted fountains and baths. Cleanliness, once a marker of class distinction, became even sharper. To be dirty in the 19th century was not only uncomfortable but shameful, a visible sign of poverty. Children from unwashed families were mocked at school, and workers who smelled of sweat risked exclusion. In this way, bathing became not just a health practice, but a form of social policing, reinforcing divisions even as reformers claimed to promote equality. Science, meanwhile, was catching up to practice. The discovery of germs by Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch finally explained what medieval people had long feared but never understood. Water could indeed carry invisible killers. But unlike their ancestors, 19th century societies now had the tools to fight back. Filtration systems, chlorination, and modern sewage networks turned dangerous rivers into safe reservoirs. Public health campaigns promoted not just bathing, but boiling water, cleaning homes, and washing clothes. The bath was no longer a gamble, it was a shield, grounded in evidence rather than superstition. For the first time in centuries, immersion in water was seen not as a risk, but as a rational scientific act of protection. The cultural consequences were immense. Writers and artists began to celebrate the bath as a metaphor for renewal. Novels described heroines preparing for balls with long, scented soaks. Painters depicted women reclining in porcelain tubs, bathed in soft light, as icons of beauty and modern life. Bathing, once hidden in secrecy or condemned as indulgence, became an aesthetic, a ritual to be admired. Even men, traditionally more reserved in their bathing habits, embraced the tub as part of routines of grooming and self-presentation. To bathe was not only to be clean, it was to belong to the future. Curiously, this age of reason and science did not completely banish eccentricity. Just as in earlier centuries, some still believed in bizarre or extreme remedies. Cold water therapy became fashionable, with enthusiasts plunging into icy rivers at dawn to toughen their bodies and spirits. Others swore by baths in beer, mud, or even electricity, convinced that unusual sensations held the key to health. These fads remind us that human beings, no matter how modern, continue to chase novelty and ritual in the pursuit of well-being. The 19th century bath was thus both deeply rational and faintly absurd, a mixture of science and spectacle. And yet, for all its progress, this was only the beginning. The 19th century had transformed bathing from suspicion to necessity, from an occasional ritual to a regular expectation. But as the century closed and the 20th began, the definition of cleanliness itself would evolve further. No longer tied only to survival, bathing would become a central part of culture, advertising, and identity. It would shape how people presented themselves, how they judged others, and how they defined modern life. The stage was set for the bath to move beyond health and into the heart of everyday ritual, becoming as natural as breathing, and as essential as belonging. Imagine the dawn of the 20th century, a time of rapid invention and social upheaval, when electricity lit city streets, telephones shrank distances, and motor cars began to replace horses. In this whirlwind of progress, the concept of bathing underwent its most dramatic transformation yet. What had once been a luxury for nobles or a matter of civic duty became a daily ritual for ordinary people. Cleanliness was no longer about avoiding plague or showing status. It became tied to modern life itself. To be clean was to be civilized, respectable, and forward-looking. And in this new era, The bath was no longer a gamble with disease, but a promise of health, beauty, and belonging. One of the greatest drivers of this change was infrastructure. Indoor plumbing spread across cities in Europe and North America, making the private bathroom a fixture of middle-class homes. No longer did families have to lug buckets of water from pumps or wells. Instead, clean water flowed from taps, and waste vanished through pipes hidden in the walls. This technological revolution changed the rhythm of daily life. Bathing, once an event requiring hours of preparation, could now be as simple as turning a handle. Imagine the wonder of a child in 1910 watching hot water gush instantly into a porcelain tub, a miracle their grandparents could scarcely have imagined. Convenience made cleanliness not just possible, but expected. Advertising and consumer culture reinforced this new expectation. Soap companies launched massive campaigns portraying cleanliness as a moral duty and a key to social success. Slogans warned that body odor could ruin reputations, marriages, even careers. Luxurious brands promised youth and radiance, while cheap bars of soap declared themselves weapons against germs. Entire industries grew around this message, from shampoos to deodorants, transforming the bathroom into a marketplace of identity. To step into the tub was not only to wash away dirt, but to buy into a vision of modernity. The language of hygiene shifted from health to aspiration. Cleanliness was no longer just survival, it was self-improvement. Schools and governments joined in, turning hygiene into education. Children were taught to wash their hands before meals, to brush their teeth, to bathe regularly. Posters adorned classrooms and factories, linking cleanliness to patriotism and discipline. A clean child reflected a responsible family. A clean worker reflected a strong nation. During World War I, armies emphasized bathing as part of soldierly duty, issuing soap along with rifles. Cleanliness was framed as a weapon against disease and demoralization. The bath became an emblem of order in a world otherwise racked by chaos. Yet even in this golden age of hygiene, inequalities persisted. In rural areas and poorer districts, plumbing arrived slowly, and families still bathed in tin tubs filled with water heated on stoves. Saturday night baths became a ritual, often with children sharing the same water in succession, a practice remembered with both nostalgia and embarrassment. These households clung to older rhythms, where bathing was weekly rather than daily. For them, soap advertisements and school lectures were aspirational ideals, reminders of a modernity they had not yet fully reached. The bathroom, in this sense, became a marker of progress, dividing those who could afford modern convenience from those who could not. Meanwhile, science added new urgency to the ritual. Germ theory had fully taken hold, and physicians warned that dirt and neglect spread unseen dangers. Diseases like tuberculosis and influenza haunted the early decades of the century, and public health campaigns stressed that washing was a frontline defense. Cleanliness was reframed as civic duty. By bathing, one protected not only oneself, but the entire community. The bath thus became a tool of collective safety, a small act with national consequences. This blending of personal hygiene with public responsibility was perhaps the most powerful cultural shift of all. But bathing was not only about survival, it became increasingly about pleasure. Bathrooms were redesigned as sanctuaries, decorated with tiles, mirrors, and polished fixtures. Warm water became an indulgence, a place to escape the noise of the industrial city. Advertisements promised not just cleanliness, but relaxation, luxury, even sensuality. For the first time, the bath was as much about the mind as the body. To soak in a tub was to recharge, to restore, to claim a piece of modern comfort. In this transformation, the bath became a symbol of domestic intimacy, as essential to the home as the kitchen or the bedroom. Curiously, this obsession with daily hygiene also created new anxieties. If cleanliness was expected, dirt became a source of shame. People scrutinized themselves and others more intensely, fearing that a hint of odor might betray weakness or laziness. The pressure to maintain constant freshness led to an explosion of products promising to eliminate every trace of imperfection. Soaps for every part of the body, powders for every occasion, tonics for every imagined flaw. The bathroom mirror became a site of both empowerment and insecurity, reflecting a culture where to be unwashed was to be unworthy. The century also witnessed experiments that echoed the bizarre baths of the past, though now dressed in scientific language. Cold water therapy, electric baths, and mud treatments were promoted in clinics and resorts. Some of these practices held genuine medical value, others were little more than quackery, yet all revealed the same old impulse, the desire to find extraordinary cures and extraordinary sensations. Once again, human beings showed that bathing was never just about water. It was about meaning, about hope, about the endless search for transformation. By mid-century, daily bathing had become the norm in much of the industrialized world. The morning shower emerged as the hallmark of modern life, quick, efficient, perfectly suited to the rhythms of work and productivity. The tub, meanwhile, lingered as a place of leisure, a relic of slower times. Together, they defined the dual nature of modern cleanliness, practical necessity by day, indulgent escape by night. It was a far cry from the medieval bathhouse, where immersion meant danger and suspicion. The bath had finally achieved what centuries of fear and superstition had denied it, a place at the very center of daily existence. And yet, even as cleanliness became universal, its cultural weight only deepened. To bathe was no longer just to survive disease or to display wealth. It was to participate in modern civilization itself. But this very universality set the stage for new questions. If bathing was now expected, what other rituals of cleanliness might society demand? How far would the pursuit of purity go? And what hidden costs would it carry in the century to come? Picture the mid-20th century, a time when the world was reshaping itself after two devastating wars, when cities were rebuilt in concrete and steel, and when technology was no longer just a marvel but an expectation. Amid this backdrop, the bathroom emerged as one of the most important rooms of the modern home. No longer a hidden corner or rare luxury, it became a stage where science, advertising, and culture converged. Bathing had finally completed its transformation from medieval danger to modern necessity. But with that transformation came new pressures, new ideals, and new contradictions that would shape how entire generations understood what it meant to be clean. One of the most significant changes was the triumph of the shower. While tubs had long been symbols of comfort and indulgence, the shower embodied the new pace of modern life. Fast, efficient, and practical, it perfectly suited the rhythms of industrial and later post-industrial societies. By the 1950s, the morning shower had become a ritual across much of the Western world, tied not only to hygiene, but to productivity. To shower was to prepare for work, to emerge refreshed and alert, ready to face the day. Employers and schools even reinforced the idea. Punctuality, discipline, and cleanliness were woven together, making the bathroom as much a site of social conditioning as of personal care. Yet, the bath did not disappear. It evolved into a symbol of leisure, reserved for evenings, weekends, or moments of retreat. This duality, the shower for efficiency, the bath for indulgence, defined the era and still shapes habits today. Advertising amplified this transformation. Soap, shampoo, deodorant, and toothpaste companies launched campaigns that went far beyond health, selling ideals of beauty, romance, and success. To smell fresh was no longer just about avoiding disease. It became a passport to social acceptance. Commercials warned of the dangers of body odor with dramatic flair, suggesting it could ruin a date, a job interview, even a marriage. Entire product lines were born out of this anxiety, each promising to erase imperfections and guarantee confidence. A teenager stepping into the shower was no longer simply washing off the dirt of the day. He or she was stepping into an identity carefully crafted by the marketplace. Cleanliness became performance, and the bathroom became the theater of the self. But the rise of daily bathing also reshaped family life. The bathroom, once an afterthought, now became central in architectural design. Suburban houses in the 1960s boasted multiple bathrooms, a far cry from the single tin tub of earlier generations. This expansion reflected new cultural values: privacy, convenience, and individuality. Each family member was expected to have their own routines, their own space, their own rituals of grooming. The bathroom became a symbol of prosperity, a sign that a household had entered the modern middle class. At the same time, its intimacy made it a site of vulnerability, where anxieties about the body, smell, and appearance were confronted daily in the mirror. Public health campaigns reinforced the message. Governments, especially after World War II, tied cleanliness to national pride. Soldiers had been drilled in hygiene during the war, and now civilians were urged to adopt the same discipline. Posters proclaimed that a clean citizen is a healthy citizen, linking personal care to civic duty. Schools taught children not just to wash their hands, but to brush their teeth twice a day, to keep nails trimmed, to shower regularly. This normalization of hygiene created generational shifts. Grandparents who had grown up with weekly baths were shocked to see their grandchildren scolded for skipping a single day. The cultural meaning of dirty shifted from occasional neglect to moral failure. Yet, for all its progress, the mid-20th century also exposed new paradoxes. Water, once feared as a dangerous carrier of disease, was now consumed in unprecedented amounts. Showers ran longer, tubs were filled more often, and entire industries encouraged ever more frequent washing. What had been scarce became abundant, and abundance created its own problems. Environmentalists began to warn that the culture of daily bathing was unsustainable, that the sheer volume of water used for showers and tubs strained resources. Still, the ritual was too deeply ingrained to abandon. People no longer bathed only to live. They bathed to feel whole, to feel accepted, to feel modern. Curiously, the period also witnessed the birth of wellness culture. Beyond soap and water, companies marketed bath oils, bubble baths, and salts as tools, not only for hygiene, but for mental health. Advertisements promised relaxation, escape, even spiritual renewal through scented immersion. A lavender bath could calm nerves. A eucalyptus soak could clear the mind. In this way, the bath returned to something it had always been in earlier centuries, a ritual infused with meaning, a blend of medicine, magic, and pleasure. The difference was that now it came packaged in glossy bottles, sold in supermarkets, and endorsed by doctors. Science and superstition had finally merged into commerce. By the 1970s and 1980s, the bathroom had become a site of experimentation. Electric toothbrushes, hair dryers, and even early water massage devices transformed daily routines. Fitness culture encouraged post-workout showers, while beauty industries expanded with exfoliants, masks, and scrubs. Hygiene was no longer only about health or odor, it was about transformation. To wash was to renew, to reinvent, to chase an ever-elusive ideal of perfection. And with this came a new form of pressure, the fear of not being clean enough, fresh enough, attractive enough. The bathroom mirror reflected not only a body, but a set of expectations imposed by culture and commerce alike. It is striking to realize how far the world had come from medieval bathhouses filled with filth and suspicion. In just a few centuries, bathing had moved from an act of desperation and superstition to one of discipline, performance, and aspiration. Yet the story was not finished, for as the 20th century drew to a close, new challenges loomed: environmental crises, consumer fatigue, and the rise of new cultural movements questioning the very obsession with constant cleanliness. Could it be that, once again, society would begin to rethink its relationship with water, hygiene, and the body? The answer lay just beyond, in the shifting currents of the late modern world, where the bath would once again be forced to adapt. Imagine the late 20th century when skyscrapers dominated skylines, jet travel shrank the globe, and television poured images of modern lifestyles into every living room. By now, bathing had become a non-negotiable daily ritual in much of the developed world. To shower each morning was as normal as drinking coffee or brushing teeth. Yet, as this habit grew universal, its meaning began to shift again. Bathing was no longer only about hygiene. It became about lifestyle, self-expression, and even politics. Cleanliness was framed as a personal choice that reflected identity, values, and awareness. The bathroom, once a humble space of necessity, now stood at the crossroads of consumer culture, environmental concern, and personal reinvention. One of the clearest signs of this shift was the explosion of personal care products. Supermarket aisles brimmed with hundreds of shampoos, soaps, conditioners, scrubs, and gels, each promising a unique transformation. No longer was one bar of soap enough for an entire family. There were separate products for oily hair, dry hair, sensitive skin, aging skin, children, athletes, and professionals. Commercials beamed with smiling actors stepping out of steaming showers, glowing not just with cleanliness, but with confidence, beauty, and success. The bathroom became a laboratory of the self, a place where identity was crafted daily through scented bubbles and foamy lathers. The sheer variety of choice created its own pressure. Were you using the right soap, the right shampoo, the right deodorant? Cleanliness became a performance of individuality, a way to declare who you were before you even stepped outside. At the same time, the global environmental movement was gaining momentum. Scientists and activists warned that the modern obsession with long showers and endless products came at a cost. Water consumption surged as households enjoyed hot water on demand, but droughts and pollution revealed that resources were not infinite. Environmental campaigns encouraged shorter showers, low-flow shower heads, and eco-friendly soaps free of harmful chemicals. Suddenly, the act of bathing was no longer neutral. It was political. To linger in the shower risked being labeled wasteful. To choose biodegradable products became a badge of responsibility. Even private rituals turned into public statements about values and awareness. Imagine the tension, the promise of luxury clashing with the call to restraint, comfort competing with conscience. The rise of wellness culture added yet another layer. By the 1980s and 1990s, baths were marketed not only for relaxation, but for holistic health. Aromatherapy oils, bath bombs, and mineral soaks promised to detoxify the body, calm the mind, and balance the spirit. Influences from Eastern traditions, yoga, meditation, herbal remedies, blended with Western consumerism, producing a new fusion of ritual and indulgence. To soak in a tub of lavender oil was no longer just to relax. It was to participate in a global marketplace of healing, borrowing symbols from cultures near and far. The bathroom became a spa, a sanctuary where the pressures of modern life could be washed away, at least temporarily. But this pursuit of wellness also created new expectations. To be modern was not just to be clean, but to be serene, glowing, and in constant renewal. Interestingly, bathing habits also began to reflect growing diversity and global influence. Immigration and travel brought new rituals into Western awareness. Japanese onsen culture, Turkish hammams, Finnish saunas, and Ayurvedic oil baths from India entered the imagination of cosmopolitan consumers. Magazines and travel shows celebrated these traditions as exotic experiences, while luxury spas replicated them for urban elites. The act of bathing became a gateway to worldliness, a way to taste cultures without leaving one's own city. Yet, this borrowing was not always respectful. It often simplified rich traditions into mere commodities. Still, the fascination revealed something deeper. People were searching for meaning in their daily rituals, trying to connect a simple shower or bath to something greater than themselves. Technology, too, reshaped the bathing experience. By the 1990s, bathrooms were no longer bare, functional spaces, but increasingly high-tech. Whirlpool tubs, multi-jet showers, heated floors, and waterproof radios turned the bathroom into a theater of modern living. Bathing was framed not just as cleansing, but as entertainment and escape. One could soak while listening to music, watch television from the tub, or step into showers designed to mimic tropical rain. The contrast with medieval bathhouses could not be more stark. Where they once risked death by soaking in filthy water, modern people pursued simulated paradise inside tiled walls. Yet, even in this technological abundance, old anxieties lingered. People fretted about smells, stains, and imperfections, revealing that the obsession with bathing had never been entirely about pleasure. It was also about fear of rejection. The late 20th century also revealed the global inequalities of bathing. While the developed world perfected its bathrooms, billions elsewhere still lacked access to clean water. Images of drought-stricken villages or urban slums without sanitation appeared on televisions, creating a painful contrast. For some, daily showers were routine. For others, a bucket of water was precious. Human rights activists began framing access to clean water and sanitation as fundamental needs, challenging the idea that modern hygiene was simply a matter of personal choice. The bathroom, once a private sanctuary, became a symbol of global inequality, reminding the world that cleanliness was still not equally shared. And so, by the end of the 20th century, bathing stood at a crossroads. It was daily routine and extravagant indulgence, personal ritual and public statement, symbol of progress and reminder of inequality. People stepped into showers not only to clean themselves, but to participate in a culture that demanded constant renewal, constant display, constant care. The bathroom was no longer just a room. It was a stage where science, commerce, politics, and spirituality converged. What makes this chapter so striking is how bathing, a practice as old as humanity, had become a mirror of modern life itself. Every drop of water carried meaning, of identity, of responsibility, of aspiration. And yet, even as the century closed, new questions loomed on the horizon. How would digital technology, globalization, and growing ecological crises reshape the bathroom in the 21st century? Would the rituals of daily bathing become even more demanding? Or would societies once again be forced to rethink their relationship with water and the body? The answer would unfold in a world racing into a new millennium, where even the shower could not escape the pressures of change. Imagine stepping into the 21st century, where the bathroom is no longer just a place for hygiene, but a microcosm of technology, psychology, and identity. The modern shower is timed to the second, often squeezed between alarms and commutes, while the evening bath is curated with playlists, scented candles, and artisanal bath salts. In this new millennium, bathing has become both a symbol of speed and of escape. It reflects the contradictions of our age, a society obsessed with efficiency, yet desperate for moments of stillness, drowning in consumption, yet haunted by scarcity. Cleanliness, once a matter of survival, is now entangled with consumerism, mental health, and environmental crisis. One of the defining features of this era is personalization. Gone are the days when a single bar of soap sufficed. Now, entire shelves overflow with products promising tailored solutions: charcoal scrubs for detoxifying, probiotic shampoos for balancing the scalp, foams infused with CBD for relaxation. Marketing no longer sells cleanliness alone. It sells individuality. To choose your body wash is to choose your identity. Are you bold and adventurous, calm and mindful, or glamorous and indulgent? Even water itself has been commodified, with shower filters promising spa-quality purification and bottled mineral waters marketed for washing faces. The bathroom has become a stage for self-expression, a curated ritual broadcast on social media through photos of perfectly arranged bath bombs fizzing in porcelain tubs. Hygiene is no longer private, it is performative. But this obsession with self-expression collides with a new anxiety: the environment. Long showers, once seen as indulgent pleasures, now provoke guilt in a world of droughts and climate change. Activists campaign for 5-minute showers, while designers develop water recycling systems that purify and reuse every drop. Luxury spas experiment with dry baths, infrared saunas, or sound therapy sessions that promise the benefits of cleansing without the waste of water. The irony is striking. After centuries of fearing water as dangerous, societies now fear using too much of it. Bathing has become a moral negotiation where every decision carries not just personal consequences, but planetary ones. The digital revolution has added yet another layer. Smart showers track water consumption, set personalized temperatures, and even play podcasts or news briefings while you wash. Some bathrooms feature voice-activated lighting and mirrors that analyze skin health in real time, suggesting products to apply after your bath. The experience of bathing, once rooted in instinct and simplicity, is now data-driven and optimized. Imagine stepping into a shower that greets you by name, adjusts to your preferred heat, warns you of overuse, and suggests meditation exercises, all while logging your hygiene habits into a cloud database. Comfort and control have never been greater, but neither has surveillance. The bathroom, once the most private room of the house, is slowly becoming another node in the digital network. Wellness culture continues to expand these boundaries. Baths are marketed as therapies for stress, anxiety, and even burnout. Companies promise that soaking in Himalayan salt or magnesium flakes can recalibrate your nervous system. Influencers showcase elaborate routines with dozens of steps: dry brushing, oil massages, steam inhalations, and herbal immersions, transforming the bath into a ritual of healing and empowerment. Yet, beneath the tranquility, a quiet pressure lurks. To be modern is not only to be clean, but to be constantly optimizing oneself, physically, emotionally, spiritually. The bath, instead of being a pause from the world, risks becoming another performance of productivity disguised as relaxation. Globalization has also broadened horizons, blending traditions into the modern bathing lexicon. Korean skincare routines, Japanese onsen practices, Moroccan hammam rituals, and Nordic sauna culture are all celebrated, imitated, and often commercialized. Urban wellness centers offer fusion baths, combining multiple traditions into curated experiences for paying clients. While this sharing of culture enriches the bathing landscape, it also raises questions about authenticity and appropriation. What was once sacred ritual in one place may become an Instagram trend in another. Still, the appeal is undeniable. People long to connect their daily routines to something older, deeper, more meaningful than a bottle of body wash from the supermarket. Perhaps the most profound change of all is the way bathing has become intertwined with mental health. In a world of constant connectivity, stress, and isolation, the bath offers a rare refuge. Psychologists now recommend warm baths for easing depression, and entire movements advocate for shower meditations as a way of anchoring the mind. For many, the act of bathing is less about washing away dirt and more about washing away the day itself, its frustrations, its noise, its relentless demands. The bathroom becomes a sanctuary, a temple of solitude in a hyper-connected world. Yet, even as the 21st century elevates bathing into art, therapy, and statement, new paradoxes emerge. The pressure to be clean is now joined by the pressure to be sustainable, stylish, and shareable. To skip a shower may be framed as eco-conscious or as lazy, depending on context. To indulge in a long bath may be seen as self-care or as selfish waste. Every choice is loaded with judgment, every drop of water a moral decision. What began centuries ago as a struggle against filth and disease has now become a struggle against expectation and contradiction. And so, bathing in the modern age reveals itself as more than a ritual of hygiene. It is a mirror of our world, its technologies, its anxieties, its obsessions, and its hopes. We step into the shower not only to cleanse our skin, but to affirm our values, manage our image, and navigate the pressures of modern life. Yet, with new crises on the horizon, scarcity of water, the spread of digital surveillance, and the psychological toll of constant self-optimization, we must wonder, will the bathroom of the future continue to be a sanctuary, or will it become another battlefield in humanity's endless quest for purity and control? Imagine the early decades of the 21st century, when the world entered a new era, defined not only by speed and technology, but also by contradictions more striking than ever before. On one hand, the bathroom had become a private sanctuary, a space of comfort and escape in an overstimulated world. On the other, it was increasingly a site of anxiety, where environmental concerns, social expectations, and technological intrusions all collided. Bathing was no longer just about soap and water. It had become a ritual layered with identity, morality, and even politics. And in this paradoxical space, the question of what it truly means to be clean took on new, complicated meanings. The rise of social media reshaped the most intimate routines. Suddenly, baths and showers were no longer confined to privacy. They became content. Platforms overflowed with aesthetic posts of candlelit tubs, sparkling bath bombs, and minimalist showers designed with marble and gold fixtures. Hashtags like $, self-care, and $, bath goals turned personal hygiene into a performative act, shared with millions of strangers. Cleanliness became a curated identity, one that had to look as flawless online as it felt in real life. But this performance came at a cost. The bathroom, once a refuge from the world, was now another stage on which to be judged. The pressure to present a perfect routine sometimes outweighed the relief the ritual was meant to bring. At the same time, global environmental crises made bathing a moral dilemma. News headlines spoke of droughts in California, water shortages in Cape Town, and melting glaciers across the world. Suddenly, a long soak in the tub seemed like an indulgence humanity could no longer afford. Campaigns urged people to limit showers to under 5 minutes, while eco-friendly brands marketed waterless shampoos, dry body washes, and biodegradable products. The showerhead itself became a symbol of responsibility, with high-tech models boasting of reduced consumption while promising the same luxurious sensation. To bathe was no longer simply a matter of comfort, but of conscience. Each decision carried the weight of planetary consequence, a reminder that even the most private ritual was tied to the fate of the Earth. Technology further complicated this relationship. Smart bathrooms emerged, equipped with sensors that tracked water usage, mirrors that scanned skin conditions, and voice-activated assistants that suggested routines. Some even linked to health apps, recording how long one showered, at what temperature, and with what efficiency. For some, this brought a sense of control and progress. For others, it felt like surveillance intruding into the last sacred refuge of privacy. Imagine stepping into a shower that greeted you by name, adjusted the lighting to your mood, and logged your hygiene data for analysis. The convenience was undeniable, but so was the eerie sense that even cleansing the body was now monitored and monetized. Wellness culture layered yet another expectation. Bathing was no longer just about removing dirt, but about managing the mind and spirit. Influencers promoted elaborate routines involving meditation in the shower, aromatherapy baths, and detox rituals with Himalayan salts and essential oils. The bathroom became a personal spa, a temple of transformation where water was framed as therapy. But this shift also raised the stakes. To skip your routine was not only to risk body odor, but also to risk neglecting your mental health, your productivity, your very sense of balance. Hygiene was no longer optional. It was framed as the foundation of self-care, self-worth, and even success. Curiously, bathing habits also reflected deep inequalities across the globe. While wealthy societies debated shower lengths and the luxury of scented oils, millions of people still lacked access to clean water. Humanitarian reports revealed that billions lived without reliable sanitation, that children in some regions still carried water for miles just to bathe once a week, if at all. The bathroom, with its scented candles and high-tech gadgets, stood as a stark reminder of privilege. For some, a shower was a question of wellness. For others, it remained a question of survival. The contrast was painful, a reminder that cleanliness, once seen as universal progress, was still unevenly distributed across humanity. The psychology of bathing also deepened in this era. Showers became places of reflection, where people rehearsed conversations, sang songs, or let tears flow unnoticed. Psychologists recognized the therapeutic power of water, prescribing baths as tools for anxiety relief, even as studies revealed that warm immersion could ease symptoms of depression. In a world filled with digital noise and constant demands, the simple act of stepping into water became an act of resistance, a way of reclaiming solitude. But even here, commercialization intruded. Products promised to optimize the mental health benefits of bathing, turning even vulnerability into a sales pitch. The sanctuary was never free from the marketplace. Meanwhile, cultural exchanges continued to enrich and complicate bathing traditions. Japanese onsens, Nordic saunas, Moroccan hammams, and Korean skincare routines entered global awareness, reinterpreted for modern consumers. Some embraced these rituals with reverence, seeking authenticity. Others commodified them into trends stripped of context. To soak in a foreign-inspired bath was to participate in globalization itself, a reminder that water had always been both universal and culturally specific. Yet this fascination also revealed a deeper longing, to connect with something ancient, communal, and enduring in a world increasingly fragmented by screens and isolation. As the 21st century advanced, bathing came to embody the paradoxes of modern life. Intimate, yet public, indulgent, yet guilt-ridden, soothing, yet surveilled. It carried echoes of the medieval past, when baths were both desired and feared, but now refracted through the lens of technology and globalization. Every drop of water carried meaning about who you were, what you valued, how you belonged. The bathroom was no longer just a room. It was a battlefield of identity, expectation, and choice. And yet, beneath the layers of marketing, technology, and moral debate, the essence of bathing remained timeless. It was still the human desire to feel renewed, to wash away the weight of the world, to emerge lighter, calmer, cleaner. The difference was that now, in a hyper-connected age, this private ritual bore the weight of public meaning. And as crises of climate, technology, and identity deepened, the question lingered. Would the bath remain a sanctuary, or would it become just another contested space in humanity's restless struggle for purity and peace? Imagine the 21st century as it stretches into its third decade, a time when the world feels both more advanced and more fragile than ever before. Bathing, once a medieval gamble with disease and superstition, now stands at the center of cultural debates about technology, environment, health, and identity. It is astonishing to consider how a simple act, stepping into water to cleanse the body, has become entangled with questions that touch on climate survival, digital intrusion, consumer excess, and even spiritual renewal. What was once about washing off visible dirt has now become about negotiating invisible pressures. In this final chapter of the story, bathing reveals itself as a mirror of the modern condition, complex, contradictory, and deeply human. The environmental crisis has become the defining shadow over the modern bath. Reports warn of megadroughts, shrinking glaciers, and entire regions running out of water. In Cape Town, the fear of day zero when taps would run dry turned bathing into a political act. Citizens were urged to shower for no more than 90 seconds, timing themselves with music. In California, campaigns promoted, "If it's yellow, let it mellow," to conserve flushing water, while Australia popularized the 3-minute shower. These slogans, half comical and half desperate, reveal how bathing, once the epitome of indulgence, has become a site of restraint. To linger under hot water can now provoke guilt, a sense of taking more than one's share of a finite resource. Yet, ironically, luxury spas advertise water experiences, with cascading jets and endless pools, selling extravagance in an era that cries for conservation. This tension between pleasure and responsibility haunts every drop. Technology has entered the bathroom with increasing intimacy. Smart showers promise perfect temperatures, track usage, and connect to apps that monitor water consumption. Mirrors analyze skin health, recommend products, and sometimes even advertise directly while reflecting your face. For some, this feels like progress, a personalized wellness center in the privacy of one's home. For others, it feels like surveillance colonizing the last refuge of solitude. Imagine a shower that not only washes you, but also reports your carbon footprint, reminds you of product subscriptions, and suggests breathing exercises. The bathroom becomes both sanctuary and stage, a place where relaxation is interrupted by notifications. This blending of cleansing with data captures the paradox of the digital age. Even when naked and alone, we are not entirely free. Consumer culture continues to expand the ritual of bathing into a spectacle of choice and excess. Shelves overflow with products: scrubs, oils, masks, conditioners, foams, each marketed not just as tools of hygiene, but as promises of transformation. Bath bombs fizz in neon colors, oils glisten with gold flakes, and soaps arrive sculpted into flowers or gems. The message is clear. Bathing is not only about being clean, it is about becoming more than yourself. Yet, this abundance breeds new anxieties. Are you using the right product? Are you doing enough to care for your body? Advertisements transform what should be a relief into a performance of perfection. The bathroom mirror reflects not only the body, but also the weight of expectation, reminding us that in modern life, even self-care can feel like work. Globalization has made bathing a crossroads of cultures, but often in superficial ways. Japanese onsens, Turkish hammams, Finnish saunas, and Ayurvedic oil baths appear in urban spas across New York, London, and Paris. These traditions, rich with history and meaning, are marketed as exotic escapes, stripped of context and sold in glossy packages. To soak in a Moroccan-inspired tub in a Western spa may feel luxurious, but it often overlooks the communal, spiritual, or historical roots of the practice. Still, the popularity of these traditions reveals a hunger for depth, for rituals that connect the body to something beyond consumer culture. The irony is sharp. In chasing authenticity, modern bathing sometimes turns ancient practices into little more than Instagram backdrops. Mental health has pushed bathing into new territory. In a world of constant stress and burnout, baths and showers are framed as essential therapies. Psychologists recommend warm immersion for anxiety relief, while influencers popularize shower meditations, where running water becomes a backdrop for mindfulness. People confess to crying in the shower, using the noise to mask their vulnerability. In this way, bathing becomes not just physical, but emotional cleansing. Yet, even here, commercialization intrudes. Brands promise that certain salts will detox the soul, or that specific oils will reprogram your energy. The line between genuine healing and marketed illusion blurs, showing how modern society cannot resist turning even vulnerability into an opportunity for profit. Inequality, however, remains the most striking contradiction of all. While some people enjoy rainfall showers with customizable lighting, billions still lack access to clean water. The World Health Organization estimates that millions of children die each year from preventable diseases linked to poor sanitation. For them, bathing is not about wellness trends or luxury oils. It is about survival. Images of refugee camps where families share a single bucket of water stand in stark contrast to luxury hotels with infinity pools. The global story of bathing is not just one of progress, but of disparity, reminding us that the history of hygiene is also a history of privilege. And yet, despite these contradictions, the essence of bathing endures. To immerse oneself in water, to feel its weight and warmth, is to participate in a ritual that stretches across centuries. From medieval tubs of filth to Renaissance springs, from Victorian bathhouses to modern smart showers, the impulse remains the same: to wash away the burdens of life, to emerge renewed. Bathing is not only about dirt or disease, it is about the eternal human desire for transformation. That desire explains why people endure discomfort, expense, and contradiction to maintain the ritual. It explains why, even in times of crisis, they cling to it. The story of bathing, then, is the story of humanity itself: creative, anxious, indulgent, fearful, hopeful. It is a history of survival and vanity, of progress and absurdity, of comfort sought in the face of chaos. And as we look to the future, one question lingers: what will bathing become in an age defined by artificial intelligence, climate upheaval, and ever-deepening inequality? Will the bathroom remain a sanctuary, or will it become a battleground of conscience, where every drop of water is weighed against the fate of the world? The answer has not yet been written, but it is certain that the ritual of bathing, with all its contradictions, will continue to reveal who we are, what we fear, and what we hope to become. Imagine the near future, a world shaped by accelerating climate change, rapid urbanization, and technologies that blur the boundaries between the physical and digital. In this landscape, bathing, so ancient, so seemingly simple, becomes something entirely new. What was once a universal ritual of survival and renewal now transforms into a symbol of adaptation, creativity, and sometimes conflict. As water grows scarcer, as privacy shrinks, and as society redefines what it means to be clean, the bathroom itself becomes a laboratory of human resilience. In this new chapter, bathing is no longer only about hygiene. It is about reinventing our relationship with the body, the planet, and even reality itself. The first and most urgent force shaping this transformation is water scarcity. Already, megacities from Sao Paulo to Cape Town have experienced moments when taps nearly ran dry. Climate projections warn that by mid-century, billions could face chronic shortages. In such a world, the long steaming shower may vanish, replaced by innovations designed to conserve every drop. Engineers experiment with closed-loop systems that recycle and purify water in real time, allowing a 5-minute shower to use less than a liter. Some households adopt sonic showers, using ultrasonic waves to dislodge dirt without water at all. Imagine stepping into a sleek chamber that hums softly, leaving your skin refreshed without a single drop falling. What once seemed science fiction now emerges as necessity, and with it comes a cultural shift. The measure of cleanliness is no longer abundance, but efficiency. Yet necessity breeds creativity. As water becomes precious, new rituals of dry hygiene rise in its place. Powdered soaps that activate with minimal moisture, waterless shampoos, and biodegradable wipes become mainstream. These tools, once associated with campers or astronauts, now enter ordinary households. But they bring with them a new kind of anxiety. Do these alternatives make us truly clean, or only mask dirt beneath perfumes and chemicals? The debate recalls earlier centuries when linen shirts were said to absorb impurities without water. History, it seems, repeats itself, but with new materials and new doubts. Cleanliness, once a simple act of immersion, becomes a negotiation between perception and practicality. Technology deepens this negotiation. The bathroom of the future is a smart ecosystem embedded with sensors and algorithms that track and optimize every detail. Mirrors scan the skin for signs of dehydration, nutrient deficiency, or even disease. Faucets dispense exactly the amount of water needed, tailored to the user's body mass and activity level. Artificial intelligence suggests routines: a 2-minute cleansing spray after a workout, a hydration mist before sleep, a mineral soak once a week. For some, this precision brings relief, transforming hygiene into healthcare. For others, it feels like intrusion, another arena where privacy dissolves into data. Imagine your most intimate rituals uploaded into cloud servers, analyzed by corporations, perhaps even sold to advertisers. The bathroom, once humanity's last private fortress, risks becoming a glasshouse. But alongside efficiency and surveillance comes a surprising revival of the bath as ritual. In a world dominated by screens and a relentless pace, immersion in water, or even its simulation, becomes a form of rebellion. Urban spas flourish, not as mere luxuries, but as sanctuaries of disconnection. Here, baths are lit by bioluminescent algae, filled with mineral-rich water harvested from sustainable sources, and paired with soundscapes designed to reset the nervous system. The act of bathing shifts from hygiene to therapy, from necessity to ritual, echoing the communal baths of Rome and the hammams of the Middle East. People gather not only to cleanse, but to reconnect, to share silence, to remember that they are bodies before they are data. Global culture also redefines the bath through fusion and reinvention. Japanese onsen traditions inspire urban geothermal retreats. Nordic sauna rituals evolve into digital detox cabins. Indigenous practices of sweat lodges are reimagined for climate-conscious societies. Each carries both reverence and risk. Reverence for their ability to ground us. Risk of commodification that strips them of depth. Yet the hunger for these rituals is undeniable. In a world where water is scarce and time scarcer, people yearn for baths that cleanse not only the body but also the spirit, baths that offer meaning in place of routine. Environmental responsibility reshapes even the aesthetics of the bathroom. Gone are the gleaming porcelain tubs that symbolized excess. In their place rise minimalist, sustainable designs made from recycled metals, bamboo composites, or even living moss walls that filter air while softening sound. Luxury redefines itself not through excess, but through restraint. To boast of a bathroom that uses almost no water becomes as prestigious as once bragging of golden faucets. The narrative shifts, indulgence is outdated, balance is beautiful. Yet beneath this trend lies a question. Can humanity truly change its habits? Or will the temptation of long, hot showers linger even as the planet burns? Psychology continues to weave into the fabric of hygiene. Studies show that warm immersion reduces stress hormones, that sensory rituals improve sleep, that even simulated baths through virtual reality can calm the mind. In response, companies market VR experiences where users step into digital oceans, feeling vibrations and scents synced with visuals. Imagine donning a headset and entering a coral reef bath, waves washing over you without a drop of water used. For some, this is progress, merging immersion with sustainability. For others, it feels hollow, a reminder that even our most primal rituals risk being digitized into illusions. Still, the appeal of combining body and mind ensures such practices will grow, whether we embrace them with joy or with unease. And then there's the shadow of inequality. While the wealthy step into smart showers that recycle water and spas that blend tradition with technology, billions still live without safe sanitation. Climate change threatens to widen this gap, leaving some with abundance of innovation and others with scarcity of the most basic needs. In refugee camps, a single bucket of water may still serve an entire family, echoing medieval struggles while the modern world looks away. Bathing, once imagined as a symbol of global progress, becomes instead a stark reminder of division. To study the baths of the future is also to confront the injustice of the present. What makes this new chapter so compelling is how bathing reflects the contradictions of our age. It is at once private and public, sacred and commodified, efficient and indulgent. It tells us who we are, creatures of habit and hope, forever trying to reconcile comfort with conscience. The bath of the future may not always involve water, but it will always involve meaning. And as humanity moves deeper into the challenges of climate and technology, the question remains, will bathing continue to be a sanctuary of renewal? Or will it become just another contested frontier in our struggle to survive the world we have made? Imagine the 22nd part of this story unfolding not in the distant future, but in the fragile present, when the tension between indulgence and necessity grows sharper with every passing year. Bathing has traveled through centuries of superstition, ritual, progress, and contradiction, and now it sits at the intersection of survival and symbolism. We live in an era when stepping into the shower feels ordinary, yet behind that act lies a vast machinery of resource extraction, global inequality, and cultural expectation. The 21st century has not only redefined bathing, it has turned it into a battlefield of values, where every drop of water carries weight far beyond the bathroom walls. The first battle is environmental. Water, once treated as an infinite resource, has revealed its limits. Nations debate how to ration it, industries fight over it, and citizens are urged to conserve it. In places like California or Australia, campaigns have normalized the short shower, while in cities across Africa and Asia, entire populations rely on communal pumps and strict water schedules. Meanwhile, luxury resorts boast of infinity pools and spas designed for relaxation, consuming thousands of liters daily. The contradiction is staggering. For some, bathing is reduced to survival, while for others, it remains a playground of excess. This disparity forces us to ask whether the rituals of the rich can still exist in a world struggling to provide the basics for all. The second battle is technological. The smart bathroom has arrived, promising both efficiency and convenience. Showers recycle water in real time, toilets analyze health data, and mirrors offer skin diagnostics with the precision of laboratories. For some, these tools offer liberation. Finally, the bathroom becomes a personalized health hub. For others, they represent intrusion, where even the most intimate acts are monitored, recorded, and monetized. Imagine a world where skipping a shower is flagged by your health insurance app, or where water usage reports are sent directly to local authorities. What was once a private act of renewal could become a public metric of discipline, turning the sanctuary of the bathroom into a stage of accountability. Yet, bathing is not only about science and data. It continues to carry layers of emotional and spiritual meaning. The rise of wellness culture shows how people crave more than mere hygiene. Baths infused with essential oils, meditation showers, and soundscapes designed for relaxation blur the lines between self-care and ritual. Some see the shower as their only moment of solitude, the place where tears can fall unnoticed, or where inspiration suddenly strikes. Psychologists now study shower thoughts as moments of creativity, when the mind, freed from distraction, connects ideas in new ways. Bathing thus remains a deeply human act, not only cleansing the skin, but clearing the mind. Yet, commercialization presses into this space too, selling serenity in bottles, and turning inner peace into another marketable commodity. Globalization adds another layer. Ancient traditions are borrowed, reinvented, and sometimes distorted. Turkish hammams, Japanese onsens, and Nordic saunas inspire spas across the West, marketed as exotic escapes. But the deeper meanings of these practices, the communal bonding, the spirituality, the connection to land and history, are often stripped away. Still, the popularity of these imports reveals a longing for authenticity, for rituals that connect people to something older and more enduring than modern consumer routines. This hunger suggests that bathing will never be reduced entirely to function. It will always carry echoes of culture, memory, and myth. Inequality, however, looms as the most pressing shadow. While millions enjoy hot showers on demand, billions still live without reliable sanitation. Diseases once thought conquered still thrive where water is scarce or polluted. Aid organizations describe heartbreaking scenes: families sharing a single bucket of water, children bathing in contaminated rivers, women walking hours each day to fetch enough for their households. In these realities, the ritual of bathing is not a wellness trend, but a fight for dignity. The global history of baths cannot be told honestly without confronting this imbalance, for it reminds us that progress is uneven and often exclusionary. At the same time, climate anxiety reshapes the psychology of bathing even for those with access. Long showers provoke guilt. Baths filled with scented salts feel like indulgences stolen from a planet in crisis. Yet, people cling to them, unwilling to surrender their only daily refuge. This tension, between knowing the cost and craving the comfort, mirrors the broader contradictions of modern life. We recycle and reuse, but we also consume luxuries. We conserve where we can, but we refuse to give up rituals that anchor us in an uncertain world. Bathing, in this sense, becomes a microcosm of human stubbornness, a refusal to abandon comfort even when comfort comes at a cost. And then comes the question of the future. Will humanity embrace radical innovations like sonic showers or virtual immersion baths that use no water at all? Will public bathhouses return, redesigned as eco-communal hubs where efficiency and community merge? Or will bathing split into extremes, minimal for the many, extravagant for the few? Already, signs of all these futures exist, and the path forward may combine them in unexpected ways. What seems certain is that bathing will continue to adapt, as it always has, carrying with it the fears, hopes, and contradictions of each era. What makes this stage of the story so captivating is how bathing reveals the paradox of being human. It is at once deeply personal and profoundly political, intimate yet global, timeless yet ever-changing. To step into a shower today is to engage not only with water and soap, but with history, culture, and the destiny of the planet itself. And as humanity faces the storms of climate change, inequality, and digital transformation, one question lingers, pressing and unresolved. Can the simple act of cleansing ourselves remain a sanctuary? Or will it become another contested frontier where survival and identity collide? Imagine the world edging further into the 21st century, where the familiar rituals of bathing no longer carry just the weight of tradition, but the urgency of adaptation. Every culture, every household, every individual faces a new question. How can one of the most ancient human practices continue in an age of scarcity, acceleration, and constant reinvention? In this stage of history, bathing is not just a daily habit. It has become a canvas on which humanity projects its anxieties, its aspirations, and its contradictions. To immerse oneself in water today is to step into a current that carries the story of civilization itself. Yet this current now flows in strange and unpredictable directions. One of the clearest signs of this transformation is the rise of hybrid rituals. People are no longer satisfied with a shower that cleanses only the skin. They want it to cleanse the spirit, sharpen the mind, and connect them to something greater. The bathroom, once a purely functional space, has become a laboratory of multisensory experience. Steam showers infused with essential oils, tubs equipped with underwater speakers, and showers programmed to mimic tropical rain or Arctic mist all show how technology and nature are being fused to create artificial paradises inside the home. These are not just luxuries, they are attempts to replace the wild landscapes many no longer have access to. Imagine a worker in a crowded city who has never seen a rainforest, yet experiences its simulation each morning through carefully programmed droplets and soundscapes. It is both comfort and illusion, raising the question of whether bathing has become an act of escape rather than of cleansing. At the same time, bathing has grown into a kind of secular spirituality. For many, the act of immersion now carries the symbolic weight once reserved for religious rituals. Warm water is not only soothing, it is seen as a rebirth, a way to shed yesterday's failures and step into a renewed self. Cold plunges, popularized by wellness gurus and athletes, are framed as rites of courage, testing discipline and willpower. Social media brims with images of people plunging into icy lakes at dawn, claiming not just physical benefits, but spiritual clarity. These trends show how bathing continues to echo ancient practices of purification, but now framed in the language of self-optimization and resilience. Yet beneath the empowerment lies pressure. If you skip the ritual, are you neglecting not only your health, but your character? Meanwhile, science pushes the boundaries of what bathing even means. Researchers experiment with cleansing the body through nanotechnology sprays that kill bacteria without water, or probiotic lotions that balance the skin's ecosystem instead of stripping it. Space agencies develop waterless hygiene systems for astronauts, innovations that may eventually reach everyday households. These futuristic methods challenge the very definition of bathing. Is it still a bath if no water is used, no soap lathers, no droplets fall? Or has bathing become something entirely new, a ritual of chemical balance rather than physical immersion? The uncertainty forces us to ask how much of our attachment to bathing is about cleanliness and how much is about the symbolic act of contact with water. Yet for all the innovations, inequality continues to define the global picture. In some cities, people bathe in hydrotherapy pods that adjust temperature and minerals to their DNA profile. In others, families still carry buckets from distant wells, rationing every drop. In refugee camps, a single communal tap serves hundreds, transforming the act of washing into both a necessity and a humiliation. This stark divide reminds us that while the meaning of bathing has expanded into wellness, spirituality, and luxury, at its core it remains about dignity, the simple right to feel clean, safe, and human. The contrast between abundance and scarcity is sharper than ever, and it forces us to see bathing not just as a private act, but as a reflection of justice and injustice in the world. The psychological dimension also deepens in this chapter. Showers and baths become spaces where people negotiate their inner lives. Studies show that some of the most creative thoughts occur under running water, when the brain relaxes and wanders. Others reveal that baths reduce cortisol levels, calming the nervous system in ways medicine cannot easily replicate. For some, the bathroom becomes the only sanctuary where tears can fall freely, where the noise of the outside world is silenced by the rush of water. This intimacy explains why bathing remains irreplaceable even when alternatives exist. It is not only about the body, but about the fragile balance of mind and soul. And yet, even here, commercialization creeps in, offering products that promise to enhance creativity or optimize relaxation, monetizing even our most private vulnerabilities. Culturally, bathing has become a theater of identity. Entire online communities share routines, debate products, and showcase rituals. Hashtags like bath rituals and Irish shower thoughts turn solitude into performance, where private acts become public currency. What was once hidden behind walls is now displayed for validation, turning the bathroom into one of the most paradoxical stages of modern life, both the most intimate and the most broadcasted. This blurring of boundaries raises unsettling questions. When the most private ritual becomes content, does it still belong to the individual, or has it become another commodity shaped for consumption? And yet, despite the illusions, the inequalities, the technologies, and the performances, the essence of bathing endures. It remains the place where humans return to the most elemental truth, the need to be washed, renewed, and reconnected with life itself. The materials may change, whether streams, tubs, sonic waves, or nanotech, but the longing is the same. It is the longing for relief, for transformation, for the brief sensation that the burdens of existence can be rinsed away. That longing has carried us through centuries of superstition and science, and it will carry us into whatever strange future awaits. The story of bathing, then, is not finished. It is only pausing here, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. For as the pressures of climate change intensify, as digital life seeps deeper into every corner of privacy, and as cultures continue to collide and transform, the bath will adapt yet again. And the question that lingers, as always, is simple but profound. In the centuries to come, will bathing remain a sanctuary of renewal? Or will it become just another battlefield where survival, identity, and meaning are contested drop by drop? Picture the 21st century as it moves deeper into uncertainty, where rituals, once thought timeless, must adapt to new realities. Bathing, one of humanity's oldest practices, now finds itself caught in the crosscurrents of crisis and reinvention. What was once a simple act of hygiene has become a complex negotiation of technology, psychology, culture, and survival. As pressures mount, from climate change to digital intrusion, the bath emerges as more than a private ritual. It becomes a symbol of how humanity responds to change, clinging to comfort while inventing new meanings. In this chapter, bathing is no longer just about cleansing the body. It is about cleansing the conscience, rebalancing the mind, and redefining what it means to live in a fragile world. The first transformation is ecological. Water, once abundant and taken for granted, now comes with moral weight. Nations facing droughts enforce restrictions, while cities experiment with gray water systems that recycle shower runoff for toilets or gardens. In some urban centers, households are taxed according to their water consumption, turning the morning shower into a decision with financial and ethical consequences. Yet, at the same time, luxury resorts advertise a 1,000 waterfalls experience, where guests stand under torrents of water in elaborate spas. The contradiction is jarring. The same substance that defines survival is used for extravagance. This duality forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about privilege and responsibility, and it reveals that the future of bathing is not only technological, but also deeply political. Technology accelerates this tension. Smart showers adjust automatically to conserve water, and AI-driven systems suggest optimal routines tailored to body chemistry, climate, and even mood. Mirrors double as health monitors, analyzing hydration levels and skin conditions. In some prototypes, entire hygiene routines can be completed in under 3 minutes using vaporized water and sonic pulses. These innovations promise efficiency, but they also bring unease. A bathroom once defined by solitude now bristles with sensors, data collection, and automation. Imagine stepping into a shower that reminds you of your carbon footprint or recommends skin serums while you wash. Convenience and control blur into surveillance, leaving one to wonder, are we still cleansing ourselves? Or are we being cleansed by systems that know more about us than we do? Meanwhile, the cultural meaning of bathing continues to expand. No longer confined to hygiene, it now intertwines with mental health, self-care, and even spiritual exploration. The bath becomes a sanctuary where people escape from relentless connectivity, where the sound of water drowns out the noise of digital life. Psychologists recommend mindful showers to ease anxiety, and influencers promote ritualized baths with candles, crystals, and herbal infusions as paths to balance. These practices echo ancient rituals of purification, but in modern form, they are framed as wellness strategies. Yet even these sanctuaries are not immune to commercialization. Products promise to detox the spirit or align the body with cosmic rhythms, selling serenity in bottles. It raises the question, can genuine renewal survive in a world where even peace is packaged as a product? Globalization ensures that bathing traditions from across the world mingle and reshape each other. Korean skincare regimens, Japanese onsen culture, Moroccan hammams, and Scandinavian sauna rituals are adapted, and often simplified for global audiences. Some embrace these with reverence, seeking authentic connection to ancient wisdom. Others reduce them to Instagram backdrops, stripped of context and meaning. The fascination reveals a longing for depth, for rituals that feel older than the modern world's chaos. But it also reveals a risk that authenticity becomes another commodity, consumed and discarded as quickly as any trend. Bathing, in this sense, becomes a theater where cultures collide, blend, and sometimes lose their essence. Inequality casts a long shadow over these shifts. While some design bathrooms with rainforest simulations and voice-activated systems, billions of people still live without access to clean water or safe sanitation. In refugee camps and impoverished regions, bathing remains a question of dignity and survival, not luxury or self-expression. Children walk miles to fetch water, families share single buckets, and outbreaks of disease remind us that the most basic form of hygiene remains elusive for many. The contrast is stark. In one part of the world, the bath is a sanctuary of serenity. In another, it is a dream never realized. This disparity underscores that the history of bathing cannot be separated from the story of justice. Cleanliness is not only a personal state, it is a privilege unevenly distributed. Psychologically, the bathroom has become the last refuge of privacy in a hyper-connected world. People confess to having their most honest thoughts under running water, where inspiration arrives as naturally as steam rising from the tiles. The phrase, shower thoughts, has entered common language, symbolizing the mind's freedom when it is free from interruption. Yet, even this space faces erosion. Waterproof devices, smart speakers, and mirrored screens invite the outside world into the sanctuary, turning solitude into another opportunity for content and consumption. The bath is no longer entirely private. It is another battleground where silence struggles against the noise of modern life, and so bathing stands today at a crossroads. It is at once indulgent and restrained, ancient and futuristic, universal and unequal. It reflects our deepest contradictions, our craving for comfort alongside our fear of scarcity, our desire for solitude alongside our surrender to surveillance, our respect for ancient rituals alongside our impulse to commodify them. In every drop of water, these contradictions swirl, reminding us that bathing is more than hygiene. It is a mirror of who we are. The story does not end here. It cannot. For as climate pressures intensify, as technologies invade deeper into the home, and as societies struggle to balance comfort with responsibility, the bath will continue to evolve. Perhaps it will shrink into minimal sonic sprays, or expand into virtual immersion experiences. Perhaps communal baths will return as eco-conscious hubs, or private baths will vanish for all but the privileged. What is certain is that bathing will remain central because it is never only about dirt and water. It is about meaning, identity, and the eternal human desire to emerge renewed. The question that remains is whether future generations will still find sanctuary in the bath, or whether this most ancient ritual will dissolve into something unrecognizable, another casualty of a world in constant flux. Imagine a world where the simple act of bathing is no longer viewed only as a private ritual of cleanliness, but as a frontier of innovation, culture, and survival. The 25th chapter of this long history opens with humanity facing mounting pressures, from ecological collapse to cultural fragmentation, yet still clinging to water as both a necessity and a metaphor. To step into a bath or shower today is not only to wash away dirt, but to participate in a ritual loaded with questions of ethics, identity, and meaning. Every drop of water becomes a story, every moment of immersion a reflection of how far we have come and how uncertain the future remains. One of the most fascinating developments in this stage is the rise of experimental bathing technology. No longer confined to the flow of water from a faucet, bathing now includes ultrasonic cleansing pods, mist chambers, and even nanotech sprays that promise to kill bacteria without stripping the skin's natural defenses. Startups market personal hygiene capsules that look more like futuristic sleep pods than bathrooms, offering a full cleanse in 3 minutes using vapor and vibration. For astronauts or desert dwellers, these are necessities. For the wealthy, they become symbols of status. Yet questions linger. Can such sterile innovations replace the psychological relief of warm water cascading over the body? Or will they always feel like substitutes for something more primal? Alongside these high-tech solutions emerges a revival of ancient practices. In reaction to the digital saturation of daily life, people turn once again to rituals like sweat lodges, natural springs, and herbal baths. Some urban communities build modern hammams, where conversation, silence, and cleansing blend, reviving the communal aspect of bathing lost in private bathrooms. Others seek natural rivers and oceans, framing wild swimming as both cleansing and healing. This return to the elemental speaks to a deeper longing, the desire to reconnect with nature, to feel that water belongs not only to pipes and screens, but to landscapes and seasons. And yet, even these revivals risk commodification, marketed as authentic experiences for tourists rather than living traditions for communities. The cultural meaning of bathing also grows more fragmented and complex. For some, the bathroom is still a temple of solitude, a place to think, cry, or create. The phrase shower thoughts has become shorthand for sudden insights, showing how immersion in water frees the mind. For others, bathing is a performance, curated on social media with candles, oils, and carefully staged photos. Platforms overflow with the hashtag Sanjar self-care ritual, transforming what was once intimate into content consumed by millions. The bathroom, paradoxically, becomes both the most private and the most public of spaces, a contradiction that speaks volumes about modern life. And beneath the glowing images lies a hidden anxiety. Are we bathing to feel renewed, or bathing to appear renewed in the eyes of others? The environmental crisis complicates this further. In regions plagued by drought, shower length is measured in seconds, and guilt seeps into the act itself. Long baths, once marketed as wellness, now feel like moral dilemmas. Designers respond with innovations like showers that recycle water instantly, but the psychological shift is harder to address. To linger in hot water is to risk feeling selfish, even irresponsible, while to rush feels like surrendering comfort to necessity. The bath becomes not only a site of cleansing, but of ethical negotiation, reflecting the broader tension between individual pleasure and collective survival. This tension grows sharper as climate change accelerates, pushing society to ask whether future generations will even know the indulgence of long, hot showers. Global inequality remains the starkest reminder of bathing's contradictions. While some enjoy luxury spas with mineral-infused pools and chromotherapy lighting, others live without basic sanitation. Reports of families bathing in polluted rivers or rationing buckets of water highlight the persistence of injustice. Organizations call for universal access to hygiene as a human right, but the gap persists. Bathing, therefore, becomes a litmus test of privilege. To immerse oneself daily in clean, warm water is not a universal reality, but a fragile luxury, one that billions still cannot claim. This imbalance forces us to recognize that the story of bathing is not only about cultural shifts, but about survival and dignity. Psychology and neuroscience deepen the narrative further. Studies reveal that warm water immersion reduces cortisol levels, enhances sleep quality, and even stimulates the brain's default mode network, fostering creativity. Cold immersion, by contrast, is linked to resilience, sharpening focus, and boosting immunity. These findings explain why bathing remains so deeply ingrained even as technologies evolve. It is not only habit, but biology hardwired into our need for balance. To deny water is to deny part of what makes us human. Yet commercialization quickly seizes on these discoveries, selling neuro-optimized showers or mood-balancing baths, commodifying even the subconscious benefits of immersion. The result is a paradox. We seek authenticity, but find ourselves trapped in cycles of consumption. And still, despite all the anxieties, contradictions, and innovations, the essence of bathing endures. To bathe is to pause, to draw a line between before and after, to believe, if only for a moment, that renewal is possible. This ritual, carried across centuries of plague, superstition, and progress, survives precisely because it satisfies something universal, the longing to be refreshed not just in body, but in mind and soul. What has changed is not the desire, but the meaning layered onto it, reshaped by culture, commerce, and crisis. The 25th part of this story, then, does not close the narrative, but expands it. Bathing now reflects the full spectrum of the human condition. Our ingenuity and our wastefulness, our craving for comfort and our fear of loss, our longing for authenticity and our surrender to performance. It is both sanctuary and spectacle, both necessity and luxury. And as the world teeters between abundance and scarcity, between connection and collapse, one question continues to ripple beneath the surface. Will future generations inherit the bath as a sanctuary of renewal, or will they inherit only the memory of a ritual lost to time? The answer will not be found in pipes or tubs, but in the choices humanity makes about what it values, what it preserves, and what it is willing to let slip away. Imagine the story of bathing carried into its 26th stage, where the ritual no longer sits comfortably within the boundaries of necessity, luxury, or even wellness. Instead, it expands into a theater of contradictions, where culture, climate, and technology all tug at its meaning. Humanity has turned the bath into a symbol of both hope and anxiety, a practice shaped as much by imagination as by soap and water. In this chapter, bathing becomes a lens through which we can see our deepest desires and our greatest fears. Desires for renewal, connection, and transcendence, and fears of scarcity, surveillance, and collapse. Every shower, every immersion, becomes a small story of how humans adapt to a world constantly in flux. The most striking development of this stage is the way bathing has become ritualized as performance. Social media has not only turned the bathroom into a stage, but has blurred the line between private ritual and public spectacle. A person soaking in a candlelit bath shares it instantly with thousands of strangers, transforming an intimate act into a curated narrative of self-care. Entire online trends emerge: ice bucket challenges, cold plunge diaries, or Sunday reset baths, where users film themselves preparing elaborate wellness ritual. What once was hidden now feeds the algorithms of attention. The bath, ironically, is less about the body than about the gaze of others. And yet, within this performance lies a yearning for validation, as if to say, my ritual matters because it is seen. At the same time, there is a countercurrent of resistance. Some reclaim bathing as radical privacy, a final fortress against surveillance. They refuse to carry devices into the bathroom, turning showers into rare spaces of true solitude. For them, the bath is no stage but a sanctuary, a place where silence still reigns and no one can intrude. Psychologists note how this separation, this sacred pause from constant connectivity, has become as important as the water itself. In a world where time is sliced into notifications, the shower or bath is one of the few places where people can still reclaim uninterrupted minutes. Yet even this sanctuary is fragile, with waterproof speakers, smart mirrors, and digital assistants pressing against its walls. Environmental concerns press harder than ever. By now, society is deeply aware that every long shower, every indulgent soak carries a cost. Campaigns urging save every drop compete with advertisements for spa-like bathrooms, and households wrestle with guilt over rituals that once felt innocent. Technologies like instant recycling showers, mist nozzles, and even dry cleaning sprays promise to ease the tension, but adoption remains uneven. Imagine a world where water scarcity forces public rationing, where entire cities limit residents to a strict number of liters per week. Bathing, once a daily expectation, could return to being an occasional privilege, reawakening memories of earlier centuries. The looming question is whether people will accept such constraints willingly, or whether resistance will grow when comfort collides with necessity. Inequality makes this tension sharper. While wealthy neighborhoods install hydrotherapy pods and AI-regulated showers, marginalized communities continue to fight for reliable water access. Nonprofit organizations describe families where a single bucket must serve as bathwater, cooking water, and laundry. In contrast, luxury magazines display bathrooms modeled after art galleries, with marble tubs and ambient lighting. The contrast is more than aesthetic. It is existential. Bathing in this stage highlights the fracture lines of society, exposing how access to cleanliness is still a privilege rather than a universal right. To speak of bathing today is to confront not only soap and water, but justice and dignity. The psychological dimension deepens further. Research shows that people use showers as places of ritualized thinking, where conversations are rehearsed, decisions are mulled, and emotions are released in privacy. The term shower thoughts has grown into a cultural shorthand for sudden insights, capturing the creativity that flourishes when the mind drifts under running water. Cold plunges, meanwhile, are reframed as trials of resilience, embraced by athletes and entrepreneurs as proof of discipline and toughness. In both hot and cold, water becomes theater for the self, shaping not only how people feel, but how they present their character. To be someone who takes daily cold plunges or long meditative baths is to belong to an identity, a tribe built around ritualized immersion. Cultural borrowing continues to expand these identities. Ancient practices, once tied to specific communities, now circulate globally. Japanese onsen traditions become luxury retreats in Los Angeles, while Nordic sauna rituals inspire wellness apps promising authentic heat therapy at home. The desire for authenticity collides with the forces of commercialization, stripping practices of context while amplifying their appeal. Still, these borrowings reveal a hunger for something deeper, something that feels connected to history rather than to the marketplace. Yet the question persists: are these rituals truly revivals, or are they only simulations packaged for consumption? Technology, meanwhile, begins to push bathing beyond the material. Virtual reality immersions simulate waterfalls and oceans, offering sensory experiences without water. Smart bathtubs synchronize with biometric data, adjusting minerals, scents, and temperatures to optimize mood. Some celebrate these as breakthroughs, while others see them as hollow echoes of what was once elemental. To bathe in data is not the same as to bathe in a river, and yet, in an age of scarcity, simulation may become the compromise, leaving humanity to ask whether the ritual survives if its substance is gone. And through all these transformations, one truth endures: the longing for renewal. No matter how much technology intrudes, how scarce water becomes, or how commercialized the ritual grows, people still seek that moment when immersion divides time into before and after. That pause, that reset, is why the ritual survives. It is why medieval peasants risked filth in rivers, why Victorians built public bathhouses, why modern cities invest in recycling systems, and why individuals today still draw baths despite guilt. The ritual persists because it answers a universal need, one that transcends culture, economy, and history. This 26th stage reveals bathing as more than hygiene. It is performance and protest, luxury and necessity, memory and innovation. It reflects our contradictions more clearly than any mirror, showing us our anxieties, our ingenuity, and our refusal to surrender comfort even in crisis. And as we look to the future, one question ripples louder than ever. Will bathing continue to be an act of renewal, or will it fracture into extremes, abundant for some, rationed for others, simulated for many, until its essence dissolves into memory? The story is still being written, and every shower we take, every bath we fill, shapes what the next chapter will hold. Imagine this 27th stage of the story, where bathing stands not merely as an act of cleansing, but as a cultural crossroads, a ritual carrying centuries of memory into a future riddled with tension. The bath has survived superstition, plague, and indulgence, but now it faces something subtler, the fragmentation of meaning itself. For never before have people bathed for so many reasons, with so many interpretations, and under so many pressures. To immerse oneself in water today is to participate in a ritual that is at once personal and global, intimate and performative, ancient and futuristic. It is in this strange tension that bathing reveals not only what we are, but what we are becoming. The first striking reality of this stage is the clash between indulgence and guilt. In wealthy cities, bathrooms gleam with marble floors, rainfall showers, and tubs that could swallow a small swimming pool. Yet outside those walls, headlines warn of droughts, of communities rationing water, of rivers reduced to trickles. The act of bathing becomes a paradox, comfort tinged with shame, pleasure wrapped in awareness. Many people confess to counting minutes in the shower, torn between the desire for relief and the fear of waste. The guilt that clings to bathing today is not medieval fear of sin, but ecological responsibility, a new morality defined not by priests, but by activists, scientists, and conscience. This silent tension makes every drop feel heavier than it once did. Technology promises salvation, but brings its own complexities. Smart showers track consumption, report carbon footprints, and suggest more sustainable routines. Some recycle water instantly, purifying it on the spot, while others use mist to clean with minimal liquid. The efficiency is remarkable, but the intimacy shifts. The bathroom no longer feels like a sanctuary, but like a monitored workspace, where every action is measured, optimized, and logged. Imagine a shower that thanks you for saving water, but also reminds you of yesterday's overuse. The line between ritual and responsibility blurs, and the sanctuary begins to echo with the voice of accountability. What was once freedom becomes another sphere of data and discipline. At the same time, the wellness industry elevates bathing into ritualized therapy. Cold plunges explode in popularity, hailed as gateways to resilience, discipline, and spiritual awakening. Warm soaks, infused with lavender or magnesium, are marketed as antidotes to burnout, a cure for the relentless fatigue of digital life. The bathroom becomes a temple, candles flickering, playlists curated, oils carefully chosen. Yet even these sanctuaries are not immune from commercialization. Every ritual is captured on social media, every product branded as essential, every act repackaged as content. Bathing thus teeters between authenticity and performance, caught between the body's need for relief and the market's hunger for attention. Global traditions continue to weave into this tapestry. Japanese onsens, Nordic saunas, and Turkish hammams inspire spas worldwide, offering urban dwellers curated experiences of cultural authenticity. But these rituals, once deeply communal and spiritual, risk becoming spectacles stripped of context. A steam room in Manhattan may mimic a hammam's tiles, but it cannot replicate its history of conversation, prayer, and community. Yet the popularity of these imports speaks to a longing for something older and deeper, proof that even in a fractured world, people still yearn to root their rituals in continuity. The danger lies in reducing them to exotic flavors of consumption rather than practices of belonging. Psychology adds another dimension. Showers are not only about hygiene, but about mental clarity. They become confessionals, rehearsal stages, and creative laboratories. People admit to singing, crying, or planning entire life changes under the spray of water. Studies confirm that immersion alters brain chemistry, sparking creativity and calming nerves. Cold immersion, meanwhile, has been reframed as a test of willpower, a badge of toughness. To endure icy water is no longer just about cleansing, it is about identity, proof of resilience in a world that demands constant strength. Thus, bathing has become less about removing dirt and more about sculpting the self, one ritual at a time. Yet the shadow of inequality makes these rituals fragile. For while some experiment with scented oils and VR immersion baths, others still struggle for access to clean water. Families ration buckets, children bathe in polluted streams, and sanitation remains a dream for billions. The contrast is painful. For some, bathing is indulgence. For others, it is survival. The global history of baths cannot be separated from this divide, for it reveals that progress is not shared equally. To speak of luxury tubs without acknowledging scarcity is to tell only half the truth. Bathing is as much about privilege as it is about ritual. Culture, too, transforms bathing into performance. Social media floods with bath rituals, shower thoughts, and choreographed self-care routines. The private act becomes public spectacle, curated for likes and validation. But beneath the glowing images lies a quiet insecurity. Are we bathing for ourselves or for the gaze of others? The bathroom, paradoxically, becomes both sanctuary and stage, a place of solitude invaded by an audience we cannot see but always imagine. This tension between privacy and performance defines much of modern life, and bathing is no exception. What makes this 27th chapter so fascinating is its sheer multiplicity. Bathing is indulgence and restraint, solitude and spectacle, wellness and waste, privilege and deprivation. It contains within it the contradictions of modern humanity, showing us not only how we live, but how we struggle to justify the way we live. To immerse oneself in water today is to touch not only the skin, but the conscience, to feel both relief and unease. And so the question grows sharper. Can bathing survive as a sanctuary in a world where every action is watched, measured, and weighed? Or will it fracture into extremes, ritual for the privileged, ration for the poor, simulation for the masses, until its essence dissolves? The story of bathing has never been just about water. It has always been about meaning. And as this stage closes, one truth becomes clear. The meaning of the bath is not fixed, but forever flowing, like the water itself, carrying us toward the uncertain chapters that lie ahead. Imagine this 28th stage of the story, where bathing no longer feels like an act we inherited passively from tradition, but something humanity is actively reinventing every single day. The shower or bath of the present is layered with centuries of memory, yet also shaped by new pressures that our ancestors could scarcely imagine. Water has become more than a physical element. It is a cultural mirror reflecting our anxieties, our ambitions, and our contradictions. And in this moment, bathing emerges as a ritual that is both intensely personal and undeniably political. One of the most striking features of this stage is the way bathing collides with sustainability. Climate reports fill the news with warnings about droughts, disappearing aquifers, and water wars looming on the horizon. Against this backdrop, the morning shower takes on a weight it never carried before. A 10-minute indulgence feels like both a blessing and a betrayal, a moment of comfort shadowed by awareness of scarcity. Governments begin promoting rationing policies, while companies push devices that recycle or drastically reduce water. Some innovators even propose dry baths, systems using sonic vibrations or antimicrobial sprays to cleanse without a drop wasted. But these futuristic solutions raise a deeper question. Can ritual survive if its most essential ingredient, water, is minimized or removed? The answer remains uncertain, and that uncertainty lingers with every twist of the faucet. Technology steps in as both savior and intruder. Bathrooms evolve into wellness pods, equipped with biometric sensors, AI-driven water allocation, and climate-adaptive settings. Imagine a mirror that tracks hydration levels, sleep patterns, and even stress markers, adjusting the shower's pressure and temperature accordingly. For some, this is liberation, transforming the bathroom into a personalized health sanctuary. For others, it feels like surveillance colonizing the last refuge of privacy. The act of bathing, once defined by solitude, becomes intertwined with data, algorithms, and optimization. A question whispers beneath the surface: if even our most intimate rituals are measured and managed, what space remains for spontaneity, for freedom, for the simple act of feeling water on the skin without judgment? Meanwhile, the cultural weight of bathing continues to expand. No longer confined to the body, it has become a ritual of identity and belonging. Cold plunges dominate wellness culture, framed as acts of resilience and spiritual awakening. Warm baths infused with oils and minerals are marketed as antidotes to anxiety, burnout, and digital fatigue. The bathroom becomes a stage where the self is sculpted not only for health, but for performance. Hashtags like self-care, ritual, or shower thoughts transform solitude into spectacle. as curated images of candlelit tubs or icy plunges circulate endlessly online. The contradiction is striking. A ritual once rooted in privacy is now one of the most shared performances of modern identity. And yet, beneath the filters and captions lies a universal truth. People still long for renewal, for that quiet pause where the world feels washed away. Global traditions further enrich and complicate this landscape. Japanese onsens inspire geothermal spas in Europe. Nordic sauna culture resurfaces in urban wellness hubs. Indigenous sweat lodges are reinterpreted for climate-conscious audiences. Each carries echoes of history, community, and spirituality, yet often arrives stripped of context, commodified for consumption. Still, their popularity speaks to a deep hunger for connection, for rituals that feel older and more meaningful than the hurried routines of modern life. The risk, of course, is that in borrowing these traditions, we transform them into products rather than practices, leaving their essence behind. The question becomes, are we truly seeking wisdom, or simply packaging ancient rituals for fleeting comfort? Inequality, however, cuts through all these experiments. For while some enjoy spa-like bathrooms with mood lighting and chromotherapy jets, billions still lack access to basic sanitation. In rural areas, families ration a few liters of water for the week, while in refugee camps, children bathe in contaminated streams. The contrast is unbearable. For some, bathing is indulgence. For others, survival. And this disparity is not hidden. It is broadcast daily through global media, reminding us that progress is uneven and privilege defines even the most basic rituals. Clean water, once taken for granted in some regions, now feels like a fragile treasure, and bathing exposes the fracture lines of a divided world. The psychology of bathing only deepens this divide. Showers and baths are not just physical resets, they are mental sanctuaries. People confess to crying under running water, to rehearsing conversations, to imagining new futures. Neuroscience confirms that immersion triggers creativity, reduces cortisol, and restores emotional balance. In this sense, bathing becomes medicine, not prescribed by doctors, but sought instinctively by those who need relief. Cold plunges, conversely, are framed as disciplines of endurance, adopted by athletes, entrepreneurs, and wellness seekers as badges of toughness. The contrast between hot and cold mirrors the broader contradictions of modern life. Indulgence versus resilience, comfort versus challenge, softness versus steel. And in both cases, the bath is no longer just about dirt. It is about shaping the self. Yet, as bathing becomes more layered with meaning, it also grows more fragile. The weight of expectation, be sustainable, be efficient, be mindful, be optimized, threatens to erode the very relief that bathing once guaranteed. What began as a natural pause risks becoming another obligation, another item on the endless checklist of modern life. People chase the perfect ritual, the perfect product, the perfect moment of renewal, and in doing so, they may lose sight of the simple joy of water touching skin. The irony is sharp. In trying to perfect the ritual, we risk destroying its essence. And so this 28th chapter leaves us with a profound tension. Bathing today is indulgence and guilt, spectacle and sanctuary, tradition and innovation, privilege and deprivation. It reflects the contradictions of our world more clearly than any polished mirror. To immerse oneself is no longer only to cleanse the body. It is to step into a current of meanings shaped by history, technology, culture, and conscience. The lingering question is as unsettling as it is inevitable. Can bathing remain a sanctuary of renewal in a world where every drop is contested, every ritual is commodified, and every private act is shared? Or will the bath dissolve into fragments, luxury for some, simulation for others, scarcity for many, until the meaning itself is lost? The answer, like the water itself, continues to flow, shaping the chapters yet to come. Imagine this 29th stage of the story, when bathing no longer stands only as a reflection of cultural habits, but as a battleground for identity, ethics, and the survival of a shrinking world. Humanity has carried water across centuries of superstition, innovation, and indulgence, yet here it becomes something even more complicated. A substance both celebrated and feared, a ritual both necessary and contested. To bathe now is not simply to cleanse the body, but to negotiate with history, technology, climate, and conscience. And with each negotiation, the act gains new meanings that stretch far beyond the bathroom door. One of the most compelling features of this stage is the way bathing becomes entangled with activism. No longer is it simply an individual routine, it becomes a statement of values. Environmental campaigns encourage one-song showers, urging people to bathe quickly by timing themselves with music. Communities promote bucket baths as alternatives to wasteful immersion, framing simplicity as responsibility. Activists even stage performances where they bathe in public fountains or rivers, not for hygiene, but to protest water scarcity or pollution. In these moments, the bath is no longer private. It is a political theater, a reminder that the right to cleanse is tied to the right to survive. The shift is profound. Bathing, once feared for spreading disease, is now used as a symbol in the fight to preserve the planet. Technology adds another layer of complexity. Smart showers and AI-driven systems increasingly dominate, promising sustainability and convenience while monitoring every detail of usage. Some systems even gamify bathing, awarding points for efficient showers and ranking households in community dashboards. Imagine neighbors comparing scores on how little water they used, turning a private act into a competitive sport. For some, this fosters awareness. For others, it feels like intrusion, the bathroom transformed into a place of surveillance. The irony is sharp. The more we try to optimize the ritual, the more it risks losing the freedom that once defined it. Bathing ceases to be a sanctuary and becomes instead a performance for invisible audiences, algorithms, corporations, and governments. Meanwhile, the wellness industry continues to expand its influence. Cold plunges are marketed as biohacks that promise not just resilience but longer lifespans. Luxurious bath rituals infused with Himalayan salts or CBD oils are framed as acts of emotional healing. The bathroom becomes an altar of self-care, complete with curated playlists, scented diffusers, and guided meditations. Yet, beneath the glow of candles and the fizz of bath bombs lies a contradiction. These rituals are often sold to people desperate for relief from the very pressures modern life creates. The bath becomes both cure and symptom, a cycle where people seek renewal in the very system that exhausts them. And still, they return to the water believing that within it lies a promise of balance, however fleeting. Global traditions continue to echo through this stage, though often distorted by consumerism. Indigenous sweat lodges, Japanese onsens, and Scandinavian saunas are reimagined for spas and wellness centers, stripped of context yet still carrying fragments of their sacredness. Some communities resist this commodification, fighting to preserve rituals as living practices rather than luxury trends. Others embrace the global fusion, blending traditions into hybrid experiences that attract tourists and wellness seekers alike. This exchange reveals both humanity's hunger for meaning and its tendency to reduce meaning into products. The bath, once local and communal, becomes global and commercial, caught between reverence and exploitation. Inequality deepens the contradictions. In some households, digital showers recycle water instantly, while in others, families rely on polluted rivers or ration taps. Reports of water apartheid describe cities where wealthy districts enjoy fountains while poor neighborhoods endure shortages. Bathing becomes not only a private ritual but a marker of privilege, a visible reminder of who belongs and who does not. For a child bathing with soap and clear water, the act may feel mundane. For another child forced to wash in contaminated streams, it is both survival and risk. The same ritual, across the world, carries radically different meanings, and these differences expose the fault lines of justice in a fragile century. The psychological dimension of bathing grows even more profound in this era. Studies confirm what people have always sensed. Immersion in warm water lowers stress, while cold exposure sharpens focus and resilience. But beyond the science, there is the symbolism. People describe showers as places where they rehearse conversations, replay regrets, or find unexpected clarity. Shower thoughts become shorthand for flashes of creativity born in solitude. In this way, the bath becomes less about dirt and more about narrative, a stage where the self is rewritten daily, where the body is renewed, but so is the mind's story. Yet commercialization again steps in, selling products that claim to amplify creativity or induce emotional catharsis, turning even vulnerability into a commodity. And through all of this, the essence of bathing persists, whether in luxury spas or makeshift buckets, whether monitored by algorithms or shielded in solitude. People still seek that moment of transformation when water divides time into before and after. Yes, and it is not only the cleansing of the body, but the cleansing of the day, the burdens, the hidden weight of existence. That need explains why the ritual endures across scarcity, inequality, and commercialization. It fulfills something universal, something older than culture itself. This 29th stage reveals bathing as more than a ritual. It is a mirror of civilization's contradictions. It shows our ingenuity in conserving water and our excess in wasting it. It shows our craving for authenticity and our tendency to package it. It shows our longing for solitude and our surrender to performance. To bathe is no longer only to wash away sweat, but to navigate a tangle of meanings, values, and expectations. And as this chapter closes, one question lingers with new urgency. If water itself becomes the most contested resource of the coming age, will bathing remain a sanctuary of renewal, or will it fracture into privilege for some, simulation for others, and scarcity for many? The answer has not yet been written, but the story continues to flow, as restless and unpredictable as the water it seeks to describe. Imagine reaching the 30th chapter of this long journey, where bathing, once a practice rooted in superstition, once a privilege of emperors, once a matter of civic duty, now becomes a ritual, layered with more meanings than ever before. To bathe in this stage is not just to cleanse the body, it is to participate in a negotiation between comfort and conscience, indulgence and restraint, privacy and performance. Every drop of water becomes symbolic, carrying with it the weight of history and the urgency of the future. And so, what seems like a simple ritual stretches into a mirror of everything humanity has become: creative, anxious, indulgent, and forever in search of renewal. The first defining feature of this stage is the intensification of ecological awareness. As water scarcity grows more acute, the act of filling a tub or lingering in a hot shower becomes tinged with a sense of moral dilemma. Entire cities issue warnings, urging citizens to ration their minutes under the spray. Companies design mist showers that cleanse with minimal liquid, while others explore gray water recycling systems that reroute used water into gardens or toilets. Yet even with these innovations, guilt lingers. To stand under steaming water too long feels like stealing from the planet, a kind of indulgence that cannot be justified in a warming world. And yet, despite the guilt, people cling to their rituals, unable to surrender the comfort that water alone provides. This tension between knowledge and desire defines the ecological face of bathing today. Technology deepens this paradox. Smart bathrooms become mainstream, equipped with sensors that not only measure water consumption, but monitor skin hydration, body temperature, even stress levels. The mirror now greets the user with data. Your skin is dehydrated, your shower yesterday exceeded your target by 3 minutes, your stress index suggests lavender aromatherapy. For some, this is progress, turning the bathroom into a personalized health lab. For others, it is intrusion, reducing a sanctuary of solitude into a space of surveillance. Imagine a moment where even your most private rituals are translated into graphs and statistics, where spontaneity dissolves into optimization. The question arises, can one truly feel free in a place where even water is monitored? Meanwhile, the wellness movement transforms bathing into both therapy and performance. Cold plunges gain cult-like status, framed as paths to resilience, clarity, and mental toughness. Warm soaks, infused with exotic oils or CBD salts, promise detoxification and deep rest. Social media amplifies these rituals, flooding feeds with curated images of candlelit baths or ice tubs surrounded by motivational quotes. The bathroom becomes not just a place of renewal, but a stage for identity, where people broadcast their rituals as evidence of discipline, luxury, or serenity. But beneath the filters lies a truth as old as bathing itself. People still seek the same moment of transformation, and the same pause where burdens are lifted and a new self emerges. The difference is that now the ritual is not only felt, it is displayed, shared, and judged. Global traditions add new layers of meaning. Japanese onsen practices, Nordic saunas, and indigenous purification rituals continue to inspire urban wellness centers worldwide. Some honor these traditions with respect, seeking authenticity. Others strip them of context, transforming them into exotic commodities for consumption. The blending of cultures in this way reveals both admiration and exploitation. Admiration for their depth, exploitation in their reduction to marketing. Yet their popularity points to something deeper, a longing for continuity, for rituals that feel older and more sacred than the noise of modern life. The bath becomes, once again, a spiritual act, but now refracted through the lens of globalization and consumerism. Inequality, however, remains the shadow haunting every version of the bath. In affluent neighborhoods, people design spa-like bathrooms with mood lighting, sound systems, and digital controls. In impoverished regions, families still share a single bucket of water, or worse, bathe in polluted rivers that carry disease. Reports describe children who walk miles daily just to fetch water for their households, contrasting painfully with the image of infinity pools in luxury resorts. Bathing, in this stage, is as much a symbol of privilege as it is of renewal. It shows, more clearly than almost any other ritual, the fracture lines of the world. Abundance for some, scarcity for many, survival for all. The psychological role of bathing grows even more pronounced. Showers are described as sanctuaries where people rehearse difficult conversations, grieve in silence, or find flashes of creativity. Neuroscience confirms that immersion stimulates brain activity, reduces stress hormones, and enhances memory consolidation. Cold immersion, meanwhile, is linked to a release of dopamine, creating a surge of alertness that devotees describe as euphoric. Bathing thus becomes medicine, not prescribed by doctors, but discovered by instinct, sought by those desperate for balance in a chaotic age. Yet even here, commercialization intrudes, with products that promise to unlock creativity or enhance emotional release, monetizing even the private psychology of water. And then comes the paradox of performance. Social media celebrates the bath as both indulgence and virtue. To show yourself in a luxurious soak is to display success. To post about a quick, sustainable shower is to signal responsibility. Bathing, once unseen, now becomes content, caught between spectacle and sincerity. The bathroom, paradoxically, is both the most private and the most public of spaces. This transformation forces us to ask, if every ritual is displayed for others, can it still remain a sanctuary for the self? Or has the meaning of bathing shifted irrevocably into a performance for the digital crowd? What makes this 30th stage so compelling is its sheer multiplicity. Bathing is indulgence and guilt, therapy and surveillance, authenticity and commodification, privilege and deprivation. It reveals, perhaps more clearly than any other ritual, the contradictions of the human condition. To immerse oneself in water today is to participate in a current that flows through history, culture, technology, and conscience. And yet, even with all these tensions, one truth endures: the longing for renewal. No matter how it is packaged, rationed, or displayed, the bath continues to offer that primal pause, that division of time into before and after. It is why the ritual has survived plagues, wars, scarcity, and abundance. And as we step further into an uncertain century, the question becomes sharper: will future generations inherit the bath as sanctuary or as simulation, an echo of a ritual that once defined what it meant to feel human? The answer, like water itself, is still in motion, carrying us toward the next chapter that is yet to unfold. Imagine arriving at the 31st stage of this long history, where bathing, instead of being a simple ritual tied only to water and soap, has become a complex expression of identity, technology, and collective anxiety. Humanity has carried this act across centuries of dirt, superstition, medicine, and luxury, but now the ritual stands at a new threshold. The bath is no longer only a pause between work and sleep. It is a negotiation with climate, culture, and conscience. To immerse oneself in water today is to enter a space that is part sanctuary, part laboratory, and part theater, each layer pressing new meanings onto the body and mind. The ecological weight grows heavier than ever. Climate scientists warn that water scarcity may become one of the defining crises of this century, with megacities rationing supplies and rural regions suffering desertification. In such a world, every shower carries more symbolism than it once did. Taking a long, steaming bath may feel like a guilty pleasure, a private indulgence in the face of collective struggle. Some communities introduce legislation limiting water usage per household, while others develop dry bathing technologies that rely on foams, gels, or sonic vibrations. Yet, despite these innovations, people resist abandoning the comfort of hot water cascading over the skin. This persistence shows that the bath is more than habit. It is emotional survival, a ritual too deeply rooted in the psyche to disappear without resistance, and this clash between necessity and desire grows sharper as the crisis deepens. Technology, always eager to bridge the gap between indulgence and responsibility, transforms the bathroom into a hub of optimization. Smart showers measure every drop, adjusting pressure and temperature with uncanny precision. Mirrors display biometric data, reminding users of hydration levels, stress patterns, even the quality of their last night's sleep. Entire ecosystems of devices sync together, turning a simple shower into a performance of efficiency and personalization. But with this precision comes unease, the feeling that one is no longer bathing for oneself, but for the system watching, tracking, and recording. Imagine finishing your morning routine only to receive a notification congratulating you for saving 3 liters of water, or worse, scolding you for exceeding your limit. The sanctuary becomes an arena of accountability, where even the act of cleansing is observed and judged. And yet, against this backdrop of surveillance and scarcity, the wellness movement reframes bathing as salvation. Cold immersion, once dismissed as eccentric, now dominates health culture. People plunge into icy waters at dawn, believing the shock will build resilience and sharpen clarity. Influencers broadcast their trembling bodies rising from frozen lakes, preaching the virtues of discomfort. At the other extreme, warm soaks infused with minerals, oils, or CBD are sold as therapies for burnout and stress, marketed with the promise of healing in a world drowning in exhaustion. The irony is striking. One culture sells ice as a cure for fragility, while another sells warmth as a balm for fatigue. Both prove that water, in its extremes, has become medicine for the modern soul, though packaged, branded, and consumed in profoundly commercial ways. Global traditions continue to echo across this landscape, their voices sometimes reverent, sometimes distorted. Japanese onsen culture inspires geothermal resorts abroad. Finnish saunas reappear in luxury apartments. Indigenous sweat lodges are imitated by wellness centers seeking authenticity. These borrowings reveal a hunger for rituals older than modern consumerism, yet they also reveal our tendency to strip these practices of depth, reshaping them into consumable experiences. A hammam in Istanbul may be a centuries-old communal practice of cleansing and connection, but in a Manhattan spa it becomes a 45-minute package with optional aromatherapy add-ons. The tension is clear. People crave authenticity but consume it as spectacle, leaving the bath caught between reverence and commodification. Inequality sharpens this divide further. In one corner of the world, people enjoy AI-controlled bathtubs with mood lighting and curated soundscapes. In another, families ration buckets, bathing children in polluted rivers. The same act, washing, carries radically different meanings depending on where it unfolds. For the privileged, it is wellness. For the poor, it is survival. Global reports describe billions still without access to safe sanitation, even as billionaires construct bathrooms resembling temples of luxury. The contrast makes bathing a symbol of division. The most ordinary of rituals, for some, remains an impossible luxury for others. To talk about bathing, then, is not only to explore culture, but to confront injustice. The psychological dimension deepens the narrative. Showers and baths have long been described as sanctuaries where emotions are released and creativity is sparked. Studies confirm that immersion stimulates the brain's default mode network, the system that fosters imagination and problem solving. Entire novels, business plans, and confessions have been rehearsed under running water. Cold plunges, conversely, trigger dopamine surges that leave practitioners euphoric, convinced they have tapped into hidden reserves of strength. These effects explain why bathing, no matter the form, remains irresistible. It is not only about hygiene, but about recalibrating the mind. Yet even the sanctuary is not free from commercialization, with companies promising to unlock creativity through scented gels or to amplify resilience with specialized salts. The line between ritual and marketing grows thinner with each passing year, and then comes the question of performance. Social media has turned the bath into both sanctuary and spectacle, a ritual curated for others as much as for oneself. Candlelit tubs, ice baths, and carefully captioned routines circulate endlessly, transforming the private into content. But the paradox is unsettling. The more we share our rituals, the more they risk losing the intimacy that gives them power. If every bath is performed for an audience, can it still remain a sanctuary of renewal? Or does it become another stage where identity is constructed, judged, and consumed? What makes this 31st stage so haunting is its duality. Bathing is at once indulgent and guilty, solitary and performative, ancient and futuristic, universal and unequal. It embodies the contradictions of modern humanity with striking clarity, showing how survival, conscience, and comfort collide in a ritual as old as civilization itself. And, as this stage draws to a close, one question presses harder than ever. Will bathing adapt to remain a refuge of renewal, or will it dissolve under the weight of surveillance, scarcity, and spectacle? The story, like water itself, refuses to settle. It flows restlessly forward, carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter in humanity's eternal quest to wash away not only dirt, but the burdens of existence itself. Imagine stepping into the 32nd stage of this long narrative where bathing, so seemingly ordinary, so deceptively simple, becomes one of the most vivid mirrors of how humanity navigates survival, identity, and meaning in a fractured age. At this point, the bath is no longer just a matter of comfort or hygiene. It is entangled with global anxieties, personal reinventions, and the strange balance between indulgence and responsibility. What happens behind the bathroom door now resonates far beyond it, stretching into politics, culture, economics, and even philosophy. To bathe in this stage is to engage in a ritual that feels both fragile and powerful, carrying echoes of the past while whispering warnings about the future. One of the strongest undercurrents here is the growing moral weight of bathing. Climate change has shifted the perception of water from abundance to scarcity, making every drop feel precious. In drought-stricken regions, families adapt by adopting 2 bucket baths, carefully rationing water to wash themselves and their clothes. Meanwhile, in wealthy cities, hotel chains advertise spa suites with pools and showers large enough to fit entire families. The contrast provokes unease and even guilt for those aware of the global water crisis. Yet people still seek the comfort of their daily rituals, even when accompanied by a sense of complicity. The bath becomes a site of moral negotiation. Do we reduce, conserve, and ration, or do we indulge, comforted by denial? This tension is not easily resolved, and it lingers in the steam rising from modern bathrooms. Technology continues to reshape this moral landscape. With the rise of eco-conscious innovation, showers now come with water recycling systems that purify used liquid in real time. Some futuristic homes boast closed-loop bathrooms where every droplet is reused, turning guilt into relief. Others offer dry or sonic cleansing chambers where sound waves and vapor sanitize the body without water at all. And yet, despite the brilliance of these inventions, people confess that something feels missing. They long for the sensation of water flowing freely, for the elemental connection that no machine can replicate. This exposes a deeper truth. Bathing is not only about cleanliness, but about sensory and emotional satisfaction. The fear grows that in saving the resource, we may lose the essence of the ritual itself. Culturally, bathing continues to expand into a theater of identity and performance. The rise of social media ensures that even private rituals are transformed into shareable moments. Influencers broadcast cold plunges at sunrise, complete with motivational captions about strength and resilience. Others curate images of candlelit tubs filled with rose petals, framed as symbols of luxury and self-care. The bathroom, paradoxically, becomes one of the most public stages in the digital age. But this constant display introduces new pressures. People feel compelled not only to bathe, but to bathe correctly, efficiently, beautifully, mindfully. A ritual meant to bring relief becomes another source of anxiety, shaped by comparison and judgment. This paradox reveals how modern culture struggles to preserve intimacy in an age where nothing remains unseen. Global traditions, however, resist complete commodification. In Japan, the practice of bathing in onsens still emphasizes respect for nature, silence, and community. In Finland, saunas continue to serve as places of family bonding and deep conversation. In indigenous cultures, purification rituals remain tied to land, spirituality, and storytelling. These practices remind us that bathing has always been more than hygiene. It has been connection, ritual, and meaning. Yet, when these traditions are borrowed and packaged for global consumption, their depth risks being lost. A steam room in a luxury spa may borrow the appearance of a hammam, but without its communal spirit, it becomes only a shadow of its origin. The persistence of these traditions, however, proves that bathing is not easily stripped of meaning, even when commodified. Psychology continues to shape the bath into a space of mental refuge. Showers are described as confessionals, where people process grief, rehearse conversations, or spark new ideas. Neuroscientists explain that immersion relaxes the brain, allowing creativity to emerge in surprising ways. Cold water immersion, meanwhile, is linked to dopamine surges, resilience training, and heightened alertness. These scientific confirmations validate what people have always felt instinctively. Water changes not only the body, but the mind. The bath is a reset button for human existence, one pressed daily to survive the emotional chaos of modern life. But this insight also opens the door for commercialization, with companies selling creativity-enhancing shampoos or resilience-building salts, eager to monetize even the invisible benefits of immersion. The issue of inequality, however, remains impossible to ignore. Reports highlight that billions still lack access to safe sanitation, while others luxuriate in infinity pools and digital bathtubs. In refugee camps, children wash in polluted rivers, risking disease, while marketing campaigns in wealthy nations sell the bath as a symbol of spiritual renewal. This disparity forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Bathing, so often framed as universal, is in fact one of the clearest markers of privilege. To soak, to linger, to enjoy, these are not rights shared by all but luxuries accessible to few. And yet, despite these divides, the longing to feel clean, safe, and renewed remains universal, proving that bathing unites humanity even as it exposes inequality. Perhaps the most intriguing feature of this stage is the growing symbolic power of bathing as an act of resistance. To conserve water becomes a form of activism. To share traditional rituals becomes a way of preserving cultural memory. To reclaim solitude in the bathroom becomes a stand against digital intrusion. Bathing, in this sense, transforms from a passive habit into an active statement. Each choice, to linger, to rush, to conserve, to display, says something about who we are and what we value. The bath is no longer just about hygiene. It is about ethics, identity, and survival. And so, the 32nd stage ends with a lingering tension. Bathing is indulgence and guilt, intimacy and spectacle, privilege and protest. It embodies the contradictions of an age defined by both abundance and scarcity, both connection and alienation. To step into water now is to feel the weight of history pressing down and the uncertainty of the future rising ahead. The ritual survives, but its meaning shifts constantly, as fluid and restless as the water itself. The question that emerges, more urgent than ever, is this: will the bath remain a sanctuary of renewal in the years to come? Or will it fracture under the pressures of climate, culture, and technology until only its shadow remains? The story does not end here. It flows forward, carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter where humanity must once again decide how to balance its deepest needs with its heaviest burdens. Imagine stepping into the 33rd stage of this long exploration, where bathing has become more than a daily habit. It is now an intersection of science, culture, psychology, and power. What was once merely an act of rinsing away dirt has transformed into one of the most symbolic rituals of our age, revealing how humanity negotiates survival, dignity, and desire. To lower oneself into a tub or stand beneath a shower in this era is to enter into a dialogue with history, technology, and the planet itself. Every splash, every drop, is charged with meaning, reflecting not only the state of the individual, but the state of the world. One of the most defining aspects of this chapter is the way bathing embodies the paradox of abundance and scarcity. On one side, we find luxurious bathrooms with rainfall showers, whirlpool tubs, and hydrotherapy jets designed to mimic waterfalls or tropical storms. On the other, there are entire regions where families ration a few liters of water to last an entire week. In California, campaigns urge citizens to shower in under 5 minutes. While in Cape Town, the specter of Day Zero still lingers in memory, a time when the city nearly ran out of water entirely. This juxtaposition makes bathing not only a ritual of cleansing, but also a mirror of inequality, where the same act symbolizes comfort for some and survival for others. The tension between these realities forces us to ask, how long can indulgence continue while scarcity grows sharper? Technology, as always, promises solutions. But with them comes unease. The rise of closed-loop bathing systems offers the ability to shower indefinitely with recycled and purified water. Companies develop sonic or ultraviolet cleansing devices that promise to clean the skin without water at all. On paper, these innovations resolve the ecological dilemma, but in practice, they raise new questions. Can a sonic shower replicate the sensory relief of hot water cascading down one's back? Will people embrace sterile efficiency, or will they cling to the sensuality of water? This conflict reveals a deeper truth. Bathing has never been only about hygiene. It has always been about sensation, about feeling, about renewal. To strip it of water may preserve the planet, but it risks losing the essence of the ritual. Meanwhile, wellness culture elevates bathing into an act of self-discovery and transformation. Cold plunges dominate Instagram feeds, framed as tests of discipline and resilience. Warm soaks with Himalayan salts or essential oils are marketed as antidotes to the relentless pressures of digital life. Some people treat their showers as meditation sessions, practicing mindfulness with every droplet, while others transform bathtubs into miniature spas complete with playlists, candles, and herbal teas. Bathing becomes not just about removing dirt, but about curating identity, about who we are and how we want to be seen. Yet commercialization always lurks nearby, selling serenity in bottles and resilience in tubs. What people seek in water is authenticity, but what they often find is another marketplace. This leaves a lingering unease. Are we truly caring for ourselves, or are we consuming care as a product? Global traditions remind us that bathing has always been about more than the body. In Japan, onsens continue to symbolize a connection with the earth and community. In Finland, saunas remain places not only for heat and cleansing, but also for conversation and reflection. In indigenous cultures, sweat lodges continue to embody purification, storytelling, and spiritual renewal. These practices reveal that bathing, at its core, has always been a ritual of belonging. Yet, when borrowed by global markets, they risk being stripped of meaning, reduced to spa packages or trendy hashtags. The survival of these traditions depends on whether they can be preserved as living practices rather than exotic commodities. And this struggle reveals much about humanity's broader relationship with culture in the age of consumption. The psychological dimension of bathing grows even more central. Neuroscientists confirm what people have always known. Immersion changes the brain. Warm water reduces cortisol, calming the nervous system. Cold immersion floods the brain with dopamine, leaving practitioners alert and euphoric. These effects explain why so many describe showers as confessionals, places where tears fall unseen, or why shower thoughts have become shorthand for sudden flashes of creativity. Bathing is more than hygiene. It is a reset button for the human psyche, pressed daily to survive the pressures of modern life. Yet, even this refuge is not immune to intrusion. Companies market shampoos as creativity enhancers, salts as emotional stabilizers, and oils as tools for mindfulness. What was once instinctive is now packaged, reminding us that even the most intimate rituals can be monetized. Inequality, however, refuses to be washed away. In refugee camps, children bathe in contaminated rivers, risking illness with every immersion. In rural villages, women walk miles to fetch water for a single bucket. Meanwhile, in luxury resorts, guests soak in infinity pools designed to overlook oceans. The disparity is painful and undeniable. Bathing, so often described as universal, is in fact one of the clearest markers of privilege. To enjoy daily immersion in clean water is not a right, but a luxury. This truth forces us to reconsider the narrative of progress, for it reveals that even the simplest rituals remain inaccessible to billions. The bath, therefore, is not only a story of comfort, but also a story of justice. And through all these layers, ecology, technology, culture, psychology, inequality, the essence of bathing persists. It remains a ritual of renewal, a line dividing before and after, a moment when burdens are rinsed away and the self is remade. People cling to this ritual not only for cleanliness, but for survival of the spirit. That persistence explains why bathing has endured through plagues, wars, scarcity, and abundance. It is not easily surrendered, because it satisfies something primal, the need to begin again. This 33rd chapter shows us that bathing is no longer just about hygiene. It is about ethics, identity, and resilience. It is about the struggle to preserve comfort while facing scarcity, the effort to find authenticity in a world of performance, and the longing to preserve ritual even as technology reshapes it. And yet, as the water flows, an unsettling question lingers. Can the bath survive the pressures of climate crisis, commercialization, and inequality without losing its essence? Or will it fracture into extremes, privilege for some, scarcity for others, simulation for many, until it becomes a memory of what once was? The answer has not yet arrived, but the ritual, restless as ever, carries us forward into the next uncertain chapter. Imagine arriving at the 34th stage of this narrative, where bathing becomes less about the mechanics of hygiene and more about the symbols we attach to it. Here, the bath is no longer just a basin of water or quick shower before work. It is a battlefield of meaning, a ritual heavy with expectation and a fragile sanctuary in a restless world. The act carries so many layers that each drop seems to hold a story of survival, of privilege, of performance, of longing. To step into water today is to enter a ritual that is as much about the self as it is about the society surrounding it. And one of the most striking elements of this chapter is the rise of bathing as a form of personal protest. In communities where water scarcity is a looming threat, some individuals deliberately reduce their bathing routines as a statement of solidarity with those who have none. Echo showers lasting 90 seconds are promoted not only as conservation, but as moral alignment with the planet. Social campaigns encourage citizens to measure water by songs, turning routines into conscious acts of activism. At the same time, however, others double down on indulgence, framing long, luxurious soaks as their deserved right in an exhausting world. These opposing approaches reveal how bathing has split into two symbolic directions: restraint as virtue, indulgence as rebellion. This tension raises a powerful question. When every act of bathing feels political, can the ritual still remain a space of innocence? Technology pushes the paradox even further. Smart bathtubs now adjust mineral levels based on biometric scans, promising to balance stress hormones or correct skin pH. Virtual reality immersion pods simulate waterfalls or ocean waves, offering the sensation of bathing in nature without leaving the house or using much water at all. On paper, these innovations represent progress, sustainable, personalized, efficient. Yet, users often confess that the sterile perfection of such experiences lacks the raw comfort of an ordinary shower. This dissonance reminds us that bathing is not only about optimization, it is about surrender. It is about the unpredictability of steam rising, droplets rolling down the skin, the intangible sensation of being human in water. When technology sterilizes the ritual into efficiency, something vital risks being lost. Culturally, the bath continues to function as performance. Entire online communities are devoted to bath rituals, showcasing elaborate setups with candles, oils, or ice buckets. A ritual once hidden in silence is now broadcast to strangers, curated for likes and validation. This transformation reflects a broader paradox of our era, the desire for privacy coexisting with the compulsion to perform. The bathroom becomes both stage and sanctuary, a place where people seek to reclaim themselves but also to display the version of self they want the world to see. The question lingers, if the ritual is constantly performed for others, can it still serve the inner renewal it once promised? Global traditions add yet another layer of complexity. In some parts of the world, bathing remains profoundly communal. Japanese onsens, where silence binds strangers together, Turkish hammams, where generations gather, or indigenous sweat lodges, where cleansing is inseparable from storytelling and prayer. In contrast, modern urban bathrooms emphasize solitude and control, isolating the ritual from community. This divergence reveals a cultural shift. Where bathing once brought people together, it now often reflects individualism. And yet, the revival of communal spas in cities shows that people still long for shared ritual, for the chance to connect through water rather than isolate. Could the future see a return to collective bathing spaces, adapted for modern values of privacy and sustainability? Psychologically, bathing has never been more central. Neuroscientists describe showers as incubators of creativity, where the brain's wandering state fosters insight. Cold plunges are studied for their neurological effects, with dopamine surges lasting hours, leading participants to describe feelings of euphoria and resilience. These scientific validations confirm what humans have always felt instinctively. Water alters not only the body, but also the mind. Yet commercialization rushes in, selling products that promise to amplify these benefits. Creativity shampoos, resilience salts, mindfulness oils. The irony is painful. What was once instinctive and free is now packaged as a purchasable upgrade. Still, people return to the ritual, because beneath the layers of marketing, the truth remains: water heals in ways science can measure but never fully explain. Inequality, however, continues to haunt the narrative. For billions, access to safe water remains a distant dream. Reports tell of children walking miles to fetch a single bucket, of families forced to choose between drinking and washing, of refugee camps where bathing is an act of risk as much as renewal. Meanwhile, in affluent cities, bathtubs are carved from rare stone, showers boast customizable lighting, and spa resorts advertise hydrotherapy packages costing more than an average monthly wage. Bathing, in this sense, becomes one of the starkest symbols of privilege in the modern world. The same act that is marketed as self-care in one place remains a matter of dignity and survival in another. This disparity forces us to confront the uncomfortable reality that bathing is not universal. It is a luxury unevenly distributed, and yet, despite these contradictions, the essence of the ritual endures. To step into water, whether in a river, a tub, or a shower, is to enact a transformation. It is the symbolic shedding of burdens, the drawing of a line between past and present, the belief, however fleeting, that renewal is possible. This universality explains why the ritual has persisted through centuries of superstition, science, scarcity, and abundance. No matter how it is packaged, performed, or politicized, the bath remains one of the few rituals that humans cannot relinquish, because it speaks to something primal, the desire to begin again. This 34th chapter reveals bathing as a paradoxical ritual, innocent yet political, solitary yet performative, ancient yet futuristic, universal yet unequal. It contains within it the contradictions of modern humanity, reflecting our ingenuity, our excess, our fears, and our longings. And as this stage closes, the unresolved question flows forward. Can bathing continue to serve as sanctuary when it is burdened with so many meanings, or will it fracture into fragments of privilege, performance, and protest until its essence dissolves? The answer, like water itself, is still moving, carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter where humanity must once again redefine what it means to wash away not only dirt, but the weight of existence. Imagine stepping into the 35th stage of this long chronicle where bathing becomes more than a ritual. It becomes a mirror of humanity's paradoxes in the 21st century. At this point, the bath is no longer just about cleansing the body. It is about negotiating identity, confronting ecological responsibility, and wrestling with the pressures of a hyper-connected world. To immerse oneself in water today is to participate in a ritual that is deeply personal, yet unavoidably global, a small act that carries the weight of culture, technology, and conscience. The ecological crisis frames the ritual with a sense of unease. In parts of the world, long baths and steaming showers are still celebrated as luxuries, while elsewhere, water scarcity transforms them into acts of privilege bordering on guilt. Families in drought-stricken regions adopt strict routines, 2-minute showers, bucket bathing, or even no-wash days reserved only for emergencies. Meanwhile, travel brochures in wealthy cities advertise hydrotherapy escapes, promising hours of indulgence in mineral pools and waterfall showers. The dissonance is almost unbearable, an indulgent pleasure in one context, a survival calculation in another. This contradiction forces us to see bathing not as a neutral habit, but as a global ethical question, one where comfort collides with conservation. Technology intensifies the debate. Smart bathrooms no longer simply provide convenience, they regulate, monitor, and advise. A shower that adjusts water flow based on body heat may feel futuristic, but it also measures consumption, sometimes even sending reports to local utilities. Mirrors scan skin, offering recommendations for hydration or products tailored to one's biometric profile. For some, this integration transforms the bathroom into a sanctuary of precision, a private clinic where health and hygiene converge. For others, it feels like surveillance infiltrating the last bastion of solitude. Imagine finishing a shower only to receive a notification. Your water use today exceeded the eco-limit by 3 liters. The ritual once defined by freedom and release now becomes another domain of accountability. Meanwhile, the bath reemerges as a central stage of wellness culture. Cold plunges are framed as challenges to discipline the body and strengthen the mind, while warm aromatherapy baths are prescribed as antidotes to stress, insomnia, and burnout. Influencers film themselves emerging from ice barrels at sunrise or sinking into tubs filled with rose petals, broadcasting their rituals as evidence of resilience, serenity, or luxury. The bathroom becomes both temple and theater, where private acts are curated for public consumption. Yet beneath the filters and captions lies something universal, the longing for water as healer, as reset, as sanctuary. This longing explains why, despite commercialization, the ritual endures with such intensity. Global traditions highlight the multiplicity of meaning. In Japanese onsen towns, silence and stillness define communal immersion. In Finnish saunas, heat and conversation merge into a shared experience that binds generations. In indigenous sweat lodges, purification is inseparable from storytelling, spirituality, and community healing. These traditions remind us that bathing has always been about more than soap and skin. It has been about belonging, about reconnecting with nature, and about passing rituals across centuries. Yet, when borrowed into global markets, these practices risk being flattened into consumable packages, 45-minute spa experiences devoid of their cultural depth. The survival of their essence depends on whether modern society chooses to honor them or merely consume them. Psychology continues to elevate bathing into a practice of renewal. Showers are confessionals where people rehearse arguments, release grief, or experience flashes of creativity. Neuroscientific studies confirm that immersion in warm water relaxes the nervous system, while cold water triggers dopamine surges that sharpen focus and build resilience. Bathing becomes less about hygiene and more about mental recalibration, a ritual that resets both body and mind. Yet commercialization quickly capitalizes on this knowledge, offering creativity-boosting gels or dopamine-enhancing salts, selling the illusion of bottled transformation. Even so, people cling to the ritual because beneath the noise of marketing, water delivers what no product can truly replicate, the sensation of being renewed from the inside out. Inequality, however, remains the fault line cutting through all these layers. Billions of people still live without reliable access to safe water. Children in refugee camps wash in rivers clouded with disease, while hotels across the globe fill infinity pools with thousands of liters. The very word bath carries radically different meanings depending on geography: indulgence, survival, or even unattainable dream. To tell the story of a bathing honestly is to confront this disparity head on, acknowledging that for many, the ritual remains not a choice, but a struggle. It forces us to ask, can humanity speak of self-care in one corner while ignoring survival in another? Perhaps the most fascinating development in this stage is how bathing itself becomes a metaphor for resistance. Choosing a 90-second shower is framed as activism. Refusing to post one's ritual online is framed as reclaiming privacy. Sharing communal traditions in urban spas becomes a statement against isolation. Bathing is no longer a passive act. It is an active choice, loaded with meaning. Every decision, to linger, to conserve, to broadcast, to conceal, signals something about who we are and how we wish to live in a fractured age. And so, the 35th stage closes with a paradox. Bathing is indulgence and guilt, spectacle and solitude, survival and luxury, activism and escapism. It is one of the clearest mirrors of the contradictions that define our time, showing how comfort, identity, and morality are all bound together in a ritual that feels as ancient as it is urgent. Yet, as the water flows and drains away, one question remains unresolved. Will the bath of tomorrow continue to serve as a sanctuary of renewal, or will it fracture under the weight of scarcity, surveillance, and spectacle until its essence fades into memory? Like water itself, the meaning of the ritual refuses to stay still. It keeps moving, carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter. Imagine stepping into the 36th stage of this unfolding narrative where bathing, after centuries of evolving meaning, now stands at the edge of a deeper transformation. What was once an act of necessity has become a theater of contradictions. Indulgence versus restraint, solitude versus spectacle, ancient ritual versus futuristic simulation. At this point in history, the bath carries so many layers that it can no longer be seen as simply about soap and water. Instead, it reveals humanity's struggle with conscience, technology, inequality, and the timeless desire for renewal. To enter the bath in this era is to step into a current that carries both history and destiny, flowing restlessly toward an uncertain future. The ecological burden weighs heavier with each passing year. In regions like India, Brazil, and sub-Saharan Africa, entire communities wrestle daily with water scarcity, while in drought-prone Western cities, governments campaign for water discipline. The once private act of bathing becomes public through regulation, restrictions on shower times, penalties for excess, even communal guidelines urging citizens to use recycled water. Meanwhile, luxury spas in Dubai or Los Angeles still advertise endless cascades of imported mineral water, marketed as healing abundance. The dissonance between indulgence and survival grows louder, forcing society to confront whether bathing can continue in its traditional form, or whether the ritual must be radically redefined for a world of scarcity. Technology offers solutions, but also threatens to sterilize the ritual into something unrecognizable. Startups promote dry showers that use ultrasonic waves to clean skin, while others develop nanosprays that kill bacteria without water. Closed-loop systems recycle every drop, promising efficiency, but robbing the user of the sensory freedom of waste. Some embrace virtual immersion, where VR headsets simulate waterfalls and oceans while vibrating panels mimic the feeling of flowing water. These inventions conserve resources, but raise uncomfortable questions. If the essence of bathing is reduced to simulation, does the ritual lose its soul? Can a holographic waterfall truly replace the sensation of droplets on skin? Or is the longing for real water something technology cannot replicate? At the same time, wellness culture reclaims bathing as a medicine for the mind. Cold plunges are elevated into daily rituals of resilience, with entire communities gathering around frozen lakes at dawn. Warm mineral soaks, infused with lavender or magnesium, are prescribed by therapists as antidotes to insomnia and stress. Influencers stream their rituals as though each bath were a performance of identity, proof of discipline, of serenity, of belonging to a tribe of seekers. And yet, beneath the hashtags and products, something older is revealed: the primal human instinct to find healing in water, to believe that immersion can wash away more than dirt, that it can cleanse despair itself. This instinct explains why, even in an age of scarcity, people cling stubbornly to their rituals. Global traditions add a chorus of voices to this stage. In Japan, onsens continue to embody silence, patience, and connection to the earth. In Turkey, hammams remain places where cleansing is inseparable from community. In Finland, saunas still serve as spaces of honesty, where conversations unfold in the glow of heat and steam. These practices survive because they offer something deeper than comfort. They remind people that bathing is also belonging. Yet, when exported into global markets, these traditions risk being reduced to exotic packages. A hammam reimagined as a spa treatment loses the generational memory it carries. The question emerges, Can these traditions survive commercialization without losing their essence? Or will their meaning dissolve as they are stripped of context? Psychology pushes the ritual further into the realm of the inner life. Showers and baths have long been described as confessionals, spaces where the brain relaxes enough to generate unexpected insights. Neuroscience confirms this. Warm immersion activates the brain's default mode network, sparking creativity, while cold plunges trigger dopamine surges that sharpen alertness for hours. People describe showers as their only true moments of solitude, where tears fall unnoticed and burdens feel temporarily washed away. But here, too, commercialization intrudes. Companies sell bath products branded as creativity enhancers or dopamine activators, promising to manufacture what water already provides freely. The irony is almost comical. In trying to bottle water's mysteries, the market risks cheapening them. Inequality remains the most persistent shadow. Billions still live without safe sanitation, while billions more enjoy hydrotherapy jets and infinity pools. Children in refugee camps wash in contaminated rivers, while hotels in the world's richest cities design bathrooms larger than some entire homes. Bathing, then, is not only a reflection of privilege, but a reminder of how privilege is maintained through resources unevenly distributed, through systems that allow abundance in one place and scarcity in another. The bath reveals these fractures more clearly than most rituals, because it exposes the disparity between survival and indulgence in the starkest of terms. Perhaps the most fascinating transformation of this stage is how bathing becomes a metaphor for resistance. To take a quick shower is an act of environmental solidarity. To refuse to record one's ritual for social media is an act of reclaiming privacy. To share communal spaces is a rejection of isolation. Bathing becomes a choice loaded with meaning, a small but powerful signal of values in a fractured age. Every action, lingering, conserving, hiding, or displaying, becomes a statement. The bath no longer belongs only to the body. It belongs to the conscience. And so, the 36th chapter leaves us with an unsettling paradox. Bathing is still indulgence and necessity, still sanctuary and spectacle, still healer and commodity. It holds within it the contradictions of modern humanity, our creativity, our excess, our guilt, and our hope. It shows us how far we have come and how uncertain our future remains. Yet the question that ripples beneath this chapter feels sharper than ever. Can the ritual of bathing remain a sanctuary of renewal when it is weighed down with so many meanings, so many contradictions? Or will it fracture under the pressures of scarcity, surveillance, and simulation until only its shadow survives? Like water itself, the ritual refuses to stay still. It continues to flow, carrying us into the next chapter where humanity will once again have to decide how to cleanse not just its skin, but its conscience. Imagine entering the 37th stage of this long journey, where bathing, after centuries of shifting meaning, stands at the edge of becoming something almost unrecognizable. The bath is no longer a simple basin, no longer a quiet shower before work. It has grown into a ritual tangled with politics, psychology, ecology, and identity. At this point, to bathe is to negotiate with forces larger than oneself. The scarcity of resources, the demands of technology, the pressures of culture, and the eternal human longing for renewal. What was once an instinctive act has become an act charged with symbolism. And it is within this tension that bathing reveals the contradictions of our age. The ecological backdrop dominates everything. Water, once so abundant that it poured endlessly from taps, now feels like liquid gold. In drought-prone areas, residents track their showers by timers, while governments fine households that exceed daily limits. Whole neighborhoods install communal recycling systems, where shower runoff is collected and purified for reuse. And yet, at the same time, global elites advertise luxury retreats boasting 20 pool resorts where guests can immerse in abundance. The dissonance is almost unbearable. The same resource that forces some into rationing becomes a spectacle of waste elsewhere. Bathing in this sense becomes a moral dilemma. Each drop is both comfort and controversy, and it forces the question, can ritual survive when every indulgence feels like theft from the future? Technology accelerates the paradox. Closed-loop showers recycle water in real time, allowing hour-long immersions with only a handful of liters. Ultrasonic, dry baths promise cleanliness without a drop of liquid. Virtual reality immersion pods simulate waterfalls, complete with scent, vibration, and surround sound, designed to trick the senses into believing water is present when it is not. These innovations, remarkable as they are, provoke unease. They preserve resources, but they risk eroding the essence of the ritual. Can a sonic pulse replace the feeling of droplets cascading down the back? Can a holographic waterfall offer the same relief as the cold bite of a mountain stream? The answers are unclear, but one truth lingers. Bathing is as much about sensation as sanitation, and technology struggles to capture the intangible soul of water. Culturally, the ritual has split into extremes. In some places, bathing remains deeply communal. Hammams in North Africa, onsens in Japan, and saunas in Finland still bind people together through shared immersion. These spaces offer not only cleansing, but also continuity, carrying centuries of memory into the present. In contrast, urban bathrooms in wealthy cities become fortresses of isolation, optimized for individual efficiency, stripped of conversation and community. Yet even here, a hunger for shared ritual resurfaces. Communal spas reappear in cities like Berlin and New York, reimagined not as necessities, but as antidotes to loneliness. This split between solitude and connection shows how bathing reflects broader cultural anxieties. We crave privacy, but we also long for belonging, and water remains one of the few mediums that can hold both desires at once. The psychological role of bathing grows even more pronounced in this stage. Studies confirm that immersion regulates emotions, reduces stress, and triggers creativity. People describe their showers as therapy sessions, as places where they grieve, confess, or imagine new futures. Cold plunges are framed as discipline, resilience, even proof of toughness, while warm soaks are prescribed as healing for anxiety, depression, or exhaustion. The bath thus becomes a laboratory for the self, a space where identity is shaped as much as cleansed. But commercialization creeps in, offering products that claim to unlock shower creativity or enhance resilience through minerals, packaging even the invisible benefits of water into marketable goods. Still, beneath the marketing, the truth endures. Water works on the mind as powerfully as it does on the skin. Inequality, however, remains the fault line running through the entire ritual. Billions still live without safe water access, while others construct bathrooms that resemble sanctuaries of wealth. Reports describe refugee camps where families queue for hours at communal taps, rationing a few liters for the week. Meanwhile, luxury hotels, in the same world-designed suites with marble tubs the size of small pools. This contradiction is impossible to ignore. Bathing, often framed as universal, is in reality one of the clearest markers of privilege. It forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth, that what some take for granted remains a daily struggle, even a dream for many others. The bath is not just a ritual of comfort, it is a symbol of global disparity. Perhaps the most fascinating transformation of this stage is the way bathing begins to act as a form of resistance. To conserve water becomes an act of activism, a personal rebellion against waste. To refuse to broadcast one's ritual online is to reclaim privacy in an age of constant surveillance. To gather in communal baths is to resist isolation and rediscover collective identity. Bathing thus transforms into more than hygiene or wellness, becomes a quiet but potent form of protest, a way for individuals to signal values through the most intimate of routines. Each choice, to linger, to rush, to share, to conceal, becomes a statement of who we are and what we believe. And through all these contradictions, the essence of the ritual persists. The bath remains a sanctuary of renewal, a place where time divides into before and after. It is the pause that allows burdens to be rinsed away, the reset that makes tomorrow possible. This persistence explains why bathing has survived plagues, scarcity, superstition, and commercialization. It endures because it satisfies something elemental, the need to begin again. This 37th chapter shows us that bathing is no longer a neutral habit, but a ritual heavy with meaning. It is indulgence and guilt, solitude and spectacle, privilege and protest. It reveals humanity's greatest contradictions with startling clarity, reminding us that even in water, we are never free of the tensions of our time. And yet, as the water drains away, a sharper question lingers. Will future generations inherit bathing as a sanctuary of renewal, or will they inherit only its simulations? Efficient, optimized, but soulless? Like water itself, the ritual keeps flowing, restless and unresolved, carrying us toward the next chapter where humanity must once again decide whether bathing is merely survival or something sacred. Imagine entering the 38th stage of this journey, where bathing has evolved into a ritual so layered with meanings that it no longer belongs exclusively to the bathroom. It spills into politics, economics, culture, spirituality, and even the digital sphere, becoming a prism through which the contradictions of our age are refracted. To bathe in this moment is not simply to wash, it is to make a statement, to carry the weight of history, to participate in a drama where the body is the stage and water is the script. Every drop carries memory, desire, guilt, and resistance, and to step into water is to engage with all of them at once. The ecological burden is sharper than ever. Cities around the globe struggle with shrinking reservoirs, polluted rivers, and aquifers that dry faster than they can refill. In Cape Town, residents once queued for their daily ration of water, forced to measure every liter with military precision. In California, campaigns now urge households to save the shower for later, reframing bathing as something negotiable rather than routine. Yet, at the very same time, luxury resorts continue to advertise infinite immersion experiences, where cascading fountains, oversized tubs, and heated pools promise guests the sensation of excess in a world of scarcity. This contradiction makes every bath an ethical crossroads. Are we cleansing our bodies, or revealing our complicity in a system that consumes more than it preserves? Technology continues to offer dazzling alternatives, but each comes with its own unease. The rise of virtual baths allows users to don headsets and step into simulated waterfalls, with air jets mimicking spray and speakers reproducing the sound of rushing streams. Ultrasonic cleansing pods remove dirt without a drop of water, promising a new age of hygiene in a resource-starved world. Smart systems recycle and purify the same water endlessly, turning a 30-minute shower into an act that consumes less than a single liter. Yet despite their brilliance, these innovations leave many unsatisfied. People confess that the clinical perfection of pods and pulses cannot replace the sensual unpredictability of real water. This exposes a truth that science struggles to quantify. Bathing is as much about sensation and memory as it is about hygiene. Without the emotional dimension, the ritual risks becoming hollow. Meanwhile, bathing's cultural symbolism grows stronger. Across the world, people share their rituals on platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Videos of cold plunges framed as journeys of resilience, or slow-motion clips of candlelit baths curated for serenity, flood digital feeds. Bathing, once intensely private, is now staged as proof of identity. To plunge into ice is to belong to the tribe of discipline. To recline in rose petals is to embody the language of luxury. But this shift from intimacy to performance raises an unsettling question. Are people still bathing for themselves or for the audience watching through their screens? The bathroom becomes paradoxically the most private and the most public space of all. Global traditions, however, resist easy commodification. In Japan, the onsen remains tied to volcanic landscapes, silence, and reverence. In indigenous sweat lodges, immersion continues to be about purification and storytelling, a space where ancestral memory is kept alive. In Nordic countries, the sauna still represents not indulgence, but honesty, a space where conversation flows as freely as steam. These practices remind us that bathing has always been about more than hygiene. It has been about belonging, memory, and connection. Yet, when borrowed by the global wellness industry, they often lose their soul. A hammam, reimagined as a spa treatment in New York, may carry the surface, but not the spirit. Whether these rituals can survive globalization intact remains an open question. Psychologically, bathing intensifies its role as sanctuary. Neuroscience shows that immersion in warm water reduces stress and helps regulate sleep, while cold exposure stimulates dopamine and sharpens focus. People describe their showers as the only moments where they can cry unseen, rehearse future conversations, or think freely without interruption. The term shower thoughts has become shorthand for creativity born in solitude, a cultural acknowledgement that water fosters reflection. Yet even here, the marketplace intrudes, selling gels that promise to unlock imagination or salts marketed as dopamine boosters. The irony is striking. What water provides instinctively is now something companies claim to sell, commodifying even the invisible power of the ritual. Inequality remains the unshakable shadow. Billions still lack access to safe sanitation, bathing not in tiled bathrooms but in rivers polluted with industrial waste. Families in refugee camps ration buckets, where bathing is not ritual but risk. Meanwhile, at the other end of the spectrum, hotels carve tubs from rare stone, filling them with imported mineral waters. This divide forces us to see bathing as a marker of privilege, a ritual that exposes injustice with startling clarity. To soak in comfort while others cannot wash at all is to inhabit a world where cleansing is no longer universal, but stratified, divided along the sharpest lines of wealth and geography. Perhaps the most intriguing transformation in this stage is bathing's role as resistance. In some circles, refusing to post bathing rituals online becomes an act of reclaiming privacy in a hyper-exposed age. In others, adopting minimal bathing routines is framed as solidarity with those facing scarcity. Communal baths are revived not just for wellness, but as acts of defiance against isolation, reminding participants that water is also about connection. Every choice to indulge, to conserve, to display, to hide becomes a quiet but powerful signal of values. Bathing, once an unquestioned routine, now operates as a kind of daily referendum on who we are and what we stand for. And yet, through all these contradictions, the essence of the ritual persists. Bathing continues to divide time into before and after, to offer the promise of renewal when the world outside feels overwhelming. This persistence explains why bathing has endured through centuries of plague, war, scarcity, and abundance. It survives because it satisfies something primal, the need to feel cleansed not only in body but in spirit. This 38th chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, spectacle and sanctuary, privilege and protest. It reveals the contradictions of humanity with more clarity than almost any other act, reminding us that water is never just water. It is history, identity, and power. And as this stage ends, a question emerges like steam rising from a cooling bath. Will the ritual endure as a sanctuary of renewal, Or will it fracture into fragments of simulation, scarcity, and spectacle until its meaning is washed away? The story, restless as ever, keeps flowing forward, carrying us toward the next chapter where humanity must once again decide whether water remains sacred, or merely another resource to be consumed. Imagine entering the 39th stage of this long and restless journey, where bathing is no longer a simple rhythm of daily life, but a ritual layered with contradictions, expectations, and profound symbolism. At this point, water is more than a physical element. It is a cultural mirror, a political statement, and an emotional refuge. To bathe now is to navigate tensions between indulgence and guilt, solitude and performance, scarcity and abundance. Each drop that touches the skin carries with it centuries of memory and the weight of choices about the future. The ritual persists, but it does so under a pressure unlike any it has ever faced before. The ecological context casts its longest shadow yet. Across the globe, water is increasingly seen as both necessity and luxury. In California, citizens are urged to cut showers down to a mere few minutes, while in Jordan, entire neighborhoods survive on deliveries from water trucks once a week. At the very same time, luxury hotels in Dubai or Las Vegas design bathrooms with multiple rainfall showers and infinity tubs that recycle nothing, advertising immersion without limit. This stark divide transforms bathing into an ethical question. Is the pleasure of indulgence a form of denial, or is it a stubborn insistence on humanity in an age of crisis? The contradiction forces us to see bathing not as neutral, but as a ritual charged with moral consequence. Technology seeks to relieve that tension, but it also complicates it. Closed-loop showers allow for seemingly endless immersion with only a fraction of the water. Sonic cleansing pods clean the skin without liquid at all, while virtual reality headsets simulate waterfalls and oceans so realistically that some users swear they feel wet. These solutions conserve resources, but they risk stripping the ritual of its sensory depth. A holographic ocean cannot replicate the scent of salt in the air, nor can ultrasonic vibrations replicate the way droplets run across the skin. Bathing, after all, is not simply about hygiene. It is about memory, emotion, and touch. This is why many people, though impressed by the technology, quietly confess that it leaves them unsatisfied, as though the ritual has been emptied of its soul. Culturally, bathing has grown into both sanctuary and spectacle. On social media, the bathroom becomes a stage. Influencers broadcast their cold plunges as proof of discipline and resilience, while others curate images of candlelit tubs filled with petals and oils, promising serenity and luxury. What was once hidden in privacy is now performed for strangers, reshaping the bath into a currency of identity. Yet this shift also produces quiet rebellion. Some refuse to share, protecting their ritual as a rare fragment of privacy. The divide exposes the paradox of our age, the need to be seen and validated, and the simultaneous hunger to hide and preserve a space untouched by judgment. Bathing reflects both impulses, becoming the most intimate and the most public of acts at once. Global traditions continue to echo across this stage, adding complexity and continuity. In Finland, the sauna remains a place of honesty, where generations gather, not only to sweat, but to speak openly. In Japan, onsens are still tied to landscapes, where the mineral-rich waters connect bathers to the earth itself. Indigenous sweat lodges remain rituals of purification and storytelling, preserving memory through heat and steam. These practices prove that bathing has always been more than cleansing. It has been about belonging, about anchoring oneself in community and tradition. Yet, when borrowed into global wellness markets, they often lose their depth, reduced to 30-minute experiences packaged for consumption. The tension here is whether such traditions can maintain their meaning in a world that constantly seeks to commercialize them. Psychologically, bathing intensifies its role as sanctuary of the mind. Neuroscience shows that immersion reduces stress, resets the nervous system, and enhances creativity. Showers are described as places where tears flow unnoticed, where problems are rehearsed and solutions imagined. Cold plunges trigger dopamine surges that leave practitioners euphoric, convinced they have tapped into hidden reserves of strength. These effects explain why people cling so fiercely to their rituals, even when resources grow scarce. Bathing is not only a matter of hygiene, it is a form of survival for the psyche. Yet here too, the marketplace intervenes, offering products branded as dopamine boosters or creativity enhancers, attempting to bottle what water already provides. The irony is that in selling these promises, the mystery of water risks being reduced to mere marketing. Inequality makes this stage all the more striking. For billions, bathing is not wellness or spectacle, but a dangerous gamble. Families in refugee camps wash in rivers that carry disease. Children in rural villages walk miles for a bucket that must serve an entire household. The very word bath means something entirely different depending on geography. Indulgence in one place, survival in another. This disparity transforms bathing into a litmus test of justice. It reminds us that even as some debate the ethics of long showers, others cannot dream of water at all. In this way, the bath is not only a private ritual, but also a public reckoning, exposing the deepest fractures of the global order. Perhaps the most fascinating transformation of this chapter is bathing as resistance. To conserve water deliberately becomes an act of protest. To revive communal baths in urban centers becomes a stand against isolation. To refuse to broadcast rituals online becomes an act of reclaiming privacy in an age of exposure. Bathing, once thought of as passive, now becomes active. Every choice a signal of values. Every immersion a quiet statement about who we are. The ritual has shifted from neutral routine to a form of daily expression, layered with intention, whether we realize it or not. And still, despite all these layers, scarcity, technology, culture, psychology, inequality, the essence of the ritual endures. To bathe is to cross a line between before and after, to shed burdens, to believe in renewal. This persistence explains why bathing has survived plagues, droughts, wars, and commercialization. It remains because it satisfies something fundamental, something older than history itself, the longing to begin again. The 39th chapter shows us that bathing is no longer simply about cleanliness. It is about conscience, identity, and survival. It embodies the paradoxes of our time with stunning clarity: indulgence and restraint, spectacle and solitude, privilege and protest. And yet, as the steam fades and the water drains, a sharper question arises. Will the ritual endure as sanctuary in the future? Or will it dissolve into fragments, efficient, simulated, unequal, until only its shadow remains? The answer is not yet clear, but like water itself, the story continues to flow, carrying us forward into the next uncertain chapter. Imagine stepping into the 40th stage of this narrative, where bathing, once the simplest of human acts, has grown into one of the clearest mirrors of civilization itself. At this point, it no longer belongs solely to the realm of hygiene. It has become a ritual, burdened with memory, layered with contradiction, and loaded with questions about survival, dignity, and the meaning of renewal. To bathe here is to carry centuries of history into a single moment, to embody the paradox of being human in a world where comfort and crisis exist side by side. The ecological backdrop presses with relentless weight. Across the globe, scientists warn of shrinking aquifers, polluted rivers, and coastal cities where seawater intrudes into freshwater reserves. In Sao Paulo, residents once counted their showers in seconds during a severe drought. In Chennai, water was delivered by trucks, with entire neighborhoods relying on a few barrels to last a week. Yet in luxury resorts only a few hundred miles away, infinity pools glimmered, filled to their edges, promising guests abundance without limit. This stark contrast reveals how bathing has become not only a private act, but a public indictment. Every shower becomes a silent vote. Will we indulge in comfort, or will we restrain ourselves for the sake of the planet? And beneath that question lingers another. Can restraint alone preserve a ritual that has always been tied to indulgence? Technology races forward to answer. Engineers design closed-loop systems where water is instantly filtered and reused, allowing showers of any length without waste. Sonic cleansing pods promise dirt-free skin without a drop of liquid. Virtual reality immersion suites simulate waterfalls and hot springs so convincingly that users describe phantom sensations of droplets rolling down their backs. These innovations, dazzling as they are, provoke unease. A simulation may trick the senses, but can it ever replace the weight of real water flowing across the skin? A sterilized pod may clean, but can it heal? The fear arises that in saving water, humanity might lose the essence of bathing, the sensual, unpredictable, elemental experience that has bound us to rivers, springs, and oceans for millennia. Culturally, the bath becomes both private sanctuary and public theater. Online, millions broadcast their rituals under hashtags that promise resilience, luxury, or authenticity. Cold plunges at sunrise become performances of discipline, while candlelit tubs overflowing with oils and petals become curated portraits of serenity. The bathroom, once the most secret of rooms, transforms into a stage where identity is rehearsed and displayed. Yet this shift provokes rebellion. Some preserve their rituals in silence, refusing to expose them to algorithms. The divide reveals the paradox of our age, the hunger to be seen and validated and the equal hunger to remain unseen. Bathing, in this context, embodies both impulses, reminding us that the human need for privacy is as strong as the need for belonging. Global traditions continue to echo across this chapter, grounding modern rituals in ancient memory. In Finland, the sauna remains a place where heat and honesty merge, where silence is as meaningful as speech. In Japan, onsens tie bathers to volcanic earth, reminding them that water is also landscape. In indigenous sweat lodges, the ritual continues to cleanse not only the body but also the spirit, binding participants to ancestry and story. These practices endure because they are rooted in something deeper than trend. They carry meaning across generations. Yet, as they are exported into global markets, they risk being stripped of their soul, sold as 30-minute experiences with optional aromatherapy upgrades. The question emerges, can such traditions remain intact when consumed by the logic of commerce, or will they become little more than shadows of their origins? The psychological significance of bathing intensifies in this era. Neuroscientific studies show how immersion regulates the nervous system, reduces stress hormones, and enhances creativity. Showers become confessionals, spaces where tears fall unnoticed and ideas emerge unfiltered. Cold plunges trigger dopamine surges that leave practitioners euphoric, convinced they have unlocked hidden reserves of resilience. This explains why, even when rationed or politicized, people cling fiercely to the ritual. It is not only about hygiene, but about survival of the spirit. Yet here too, the market intervenes, offering products branded as dopamine boosters or creativity enhancers, attempting to package what water has always given freely. The irony is almost comical. In trying to monetize water's mysteries, we risk cheapening them. Inequality remains the most visible scar. Billions of people still lack access to safe water, bathing not in private sanctuaries but in polluted streams and makeshift buckets. In refugee camps, washing is as dangerous as it is necessary, exposing children to contaminated water that spreads disease. Meanwhile, in wealthy districts, bathtubs carved from marble or filled with imported mineral water stand as symbols of privilege. The same act, immersing oneself, carries radically different meanings depending on geography. Indulgence in one place, survival in another. Bathing thus exposes the fractures of a world divided, reminding us that progress is not shared equally. Perhaps the most fascinating transformation of this stage is bathing as resistance. In some circles, short showers are framed as activism, acts of solidarity with communities in crisis. In others, communal spas are revived as rejections of isolation, proof that bathing can still bind people together in a fragmented world. And for many, the decision not to share one's ritual online becomes a statement of privacy in a culture obsessed with exposure. Bathing, once passive, now becomes active. Every choice layered with intention, every immersion a declaration of values. And yet, through all these contradictions, the essence persists. To bathe is still to draw a line between before and after, to shed burdens, to believe in renewal. That moment of transformation explains why bathing has endured through famine, plague, superstition, and scarcity. It remains because it satisfies something elemental, the need to begin again. This 40th chapter reveals bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and sanctuary, as privilege and protest. It embodies the contradictions of our time with startling clarity, reminding us that water is never only water. It is identity, memory, and power. And as the chapter closes, one haunting question lingers. Will the bath survive into the future as a sanctuary of renewal, or will it dissolve into fragments of simulation, scarcity, and spectacle until only its shadow remains? The answer, as always, lies in the flow of water itself, restless, unpredictable, and carrying us inexorably into the next chapter. Imagine entering the 41st stage of this journey, where bathing, after centuries of being shaped by superstition, medicine, luxury, and survival, now emerges as one of the clearest mirrors of human identity in the modern world. At this point, the bath is no longer only a place to cleanse the skin. It has become a ritual of belonging, a stage for performance, a site of protest, and a vessel for memory. To immerse oneself today is to step into a current of contradictions, where every drop carries with it not just the sensation of water, but the weight of history and the anxiety of tomorrow. The ecological crisis continues to press its weight onto the ritual. In many parts of the world, long, indulgent showers are framed as reckless, almost taboo. Governments launch campaigns urging citizens to shorten their bathing routines, equating wasted water with stolen resources from future generations. In contrast, advertisements for luxury resorts still boast infinite immersion experiences, inviting guests to revel in abundance even as drought-stricken regions nearby impose rations. This sharp dissonance makes every bath a moral act, a negotiation between private comfort and collective survival. The ritual, once defined by innocence, now drips with guilt, and this guilt only intensifies as the crisis deepens. But guilt, as history shows, is rarely enough to stop desire, and it is this tension that ensures bathing will never be abandoned so easily. Technology, always eager to intervene, redefines what bathing means in an age of scarcity. Closed-loop systems allow users to shower for half an hour while consuming less than a single liter. Sonic cleansing pods and UV disinfection booths promise hygiene without a drop of water. Virtual immersion suites simulate the experience of waterfalls, waves, and rain, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Yet for many, these innovations feel incomplete, even hollow. Water is not only about removing dirt, it is about sensation, about the memory of rivers and oceans, about the primal comfort of droplets falling against skin. Can technology ever truly capture that essence? Or will future generations inherit only simulations, believing in the idea of bathing but never experiencing its substance? The cultural role of bathing expands into paradoxical directions. On social media, it becomes performance. Cold plunges filmed at sunrise, tubs filled with flower petals lit by candles, showers broadcast as reset rituals. The bathroom, once the most private of spaces, is now one of the most public. Identity itself seems to drip with water, curated and displayed for the gaze of strangers. But alongside this exposure grows resistance. For many, the refusal to share becomes an act of defiance, a declaration that some spaces must remain untouched by the world's constant hunger for visibility. Bathing thus embodies the cultural contradiction of our age, the desperate need to be seen and the equally desperate need to hide. Global traditions provide both continuity and contrast. In Finland, saunas remain a space where conversation and silence coexist, where heat strips away not just sweat but social barriers. In Japan, onsens tie participants to the volcanic landscape, their minerals believed to heal the body and the spirit. In indigenous sweat lodges, the ritual of heat and steam continues to carry ancestral stories and communal purification. These practices survive because they offer more than comfort. They root people in history, community, and nature. Yet, when imported into the global wellness industry, they risk being reduced to packages or spa treatments, stripped of their spiritual depth. The question becomes whether these traditions can resist commodification or whether they will dissolve into consumable imitations. Psychologically, bathing remains one of humanity's most intimate sanctuaries. Neuroscience confirms what people have always felt. Warm water reduces cortisol, quiets the nervous system, and fosters creativity. Cold immersion, by contrast, triggers dopamine surges and heightened alertness, leading practitioners to describe feelings of euphoria that last for hours. Showers become confessionals, where tears fall unseen, where arguments are rehearsed, where solutions surface unexpectedly. In these ways, bathing is less about hygiene and more about recalibration, a reset button for body and mind alike. And yet, even here, commercialization intrudes, with products marketed as dopamine boosters or creativity enhancers, attempting to monetize what water itself already provides. The irony is that in trying to bottle the mystery of bathing, the marketplace risks stripping it of the very authenticity people seek. The scar of inequality, however, cuts through all of this. For billions, bathing is not wellness or spectacle, but survival. In refugee camps, families queue for access to communal taps, rationing a few liters to wash, cook, and drink. In rural villages, children bathe in rivers clouded with pollution, risking illness each time they enter. Meanwhile, in the world's wealthiest cities, entire bathrooms are designed as sanctuaries of abundance, with tubs carved from stone, showers the size of small rooms, and water imported at staggering costs. The same act, immersing in water, thus carries radically different meanings depending on geography. Indulgence in one place, risk in another. Bathing becomes one of the clearest symbols of privilege in the modern world, exposing fractures too sharp to ignore. Perhaps the most compelling transformation of this stage is bathing as resistance. Some treat short showers as acts of environmental solidarity. Others revive communal bathing as rebellion against isolation, seeking in shared rituals a counterweight to the loneliness of digital life. Still others refuse to broadcast their rituals, reclaiming privacy as an act of defiance against exposure. Bathing becomes active rather than passive, intentional rather than instinctive. Each choice, lingering or rushing, conserving or indulging, sharing or hiding, becomes a signal of values. The ritual once defined by habit is now charged with meaning, whether its practitioners recognize it or not. And through it all, the essence persists. To bathe is still to draw a line between before and after, to shed burdens, to feel transformed. It is why the ritual has survived centuries of plague, war, scarcity, and commercialization. It endures because it satisfies something elemental, something older than civilization itself, the longing to begin again. This 41st chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and sanctuary, as privilege and protest. It encapsulates the contradictions of our age, reminding us that water is never only water. It is identity, memory, and meaning. And as this stage closes, one question rises like steam from the surface. Will future generations inherit bathing as a sanctuary of renewal? Or will they inherit only its hollow simulations, efficient but soulless? The answer, like water itself, refuses to stay still. It flows forward, carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter in humanity's unending quest to wash away not only dirt, but the weight of existence. Imagine entering the 42nd stage of this story, where bathing, so long considered a mundane routine, emerges as one of the clearest metaphors for humanity's struggle to define itself in an unstable age. At this point, water is more than liquid. It is memory, morality, technology, identity, and even resistance. To bathe is no longer just to cleanse the body. It is to step into a ritual where the self collides with the weight of society, where every droplet echoes with questions that stretch far beyond the bathroom walls. The ecological stage remains the most pressing. Around the globe, water crises intensify, lakes shrink, rivers vanish, and aquifers collapse under the pressure of overuse. In some cities, regulations force households to share communal showers, where minutes are rationed and timers beep insistently when time is up. Yet across the world, private villas still market waterfall bathrooms. where cascades run endlessly for those who can afford the illusion of abundance. This stark contrast exposes the moral tension of the era. When water becomes contested, indulgence feels like rebellion, but also like denial. People wrestle with this contradiction every time they turn the handle of a tap. And yet, the ritual endures, because comfort resists logic far more stubbornly than guilt ever can. Technology rushes in to provide alternatives, promising salvation but provoking unease. Ultrasonic cleansing pods vibrate dirt away, leaving skin sterile but strangely untouched. Virtual immersion suites transport users to digital rivers and seas, where holographic droplets land with uncanny realism but evaporate instantly into air. AI-driven bathrooms regulate usage to the milliliter, congratulating users for their efficiency, sometimes even issuing warnings when they exceed a daily quota. For some, this level of precision feels liberating, turning the bathroom into a space of control and optimization. For others, it feels like the death of spontaneity, the loss of a ritual that once belonged only to the body and the senses. A question rises like steam. Can a ritual survive when it is monitored into obedience, or does it need freedom, even waste, to retain its soul? Culturally, bathing becomes even more contradictory. On one hand, it is celebrated as performance. Influencers broadcast their plunges into frozen lakes, wrapping themselves in the language of resilience and toughness. Others stage their bathtubs as shrines of wellness, curated with oils, flowers, and carefully placed candles. On the other hand, a quiet rebellion grows, people who deliberately conceal their rituals, refusing to participate in the endless cycle of exhibition. For them, privacy itself becomes resistance, a way of reclaiming a piece of life from the algorithms that monetize every gesture. The bathroom, paradoxically, is both the most exposed and the most secretive of spaces, reflecting the tension between the hunger to be seen and the yearning to remain hidden. Global traditions continue to shape the present with echoes of the past. In Nordic countries, the sauna remains a communal ritual, tied not to luxury but to honesty and endurance. In Japan, onsens still serve as spaces of reverence for the earth, their minerals believed to heal the body and the spirit. In indigenous sweat lodges, heat and steam remain inseparable from storytelling, where the body is cleansed alongside memory and community. These traditions prove that bathing has always been more than hygiene. It has been identity, spirituality, and continuity. Yet in the hands of the global wellness industry, they are often stripped of their essence, sold as exotic packages detached from the cultures that birthed them. Will these practices endure as living rituals, or will they be consumed into mere products, drained of meaning like water slipping down a drain? Psychologically, bathing reveals itself as one of the last strongholds of solitude. Neuroscientific research continues to confirm what people feel intuitively. Warm immersion calms the nervous system, while cold immersion releases dopamine in surges that sharpen focus and build resilience. Showers become confessionals, places where grief is released in private or where creative insights appear unexpectedly. This explains why, even under scarcity, people resist surrendering the ritual. To strip away bathing is not just to remove cleanliness, but to remove a daily ritual of recalibration. Yet, even here, commercialization presses in, selling soaps labeled as creativity enhancers, or bath oils branded as dopamine catalysts. The absurdity is clear. What water gives freely, the marketplace insists on charging for. The shadow of inequality looms large over this stage. For billions, bathing remains a dream deferred. In refugee camps, washing is rationed by buckets, sometimes polluted, sometimes dangerous. In drought-stricken villages, women walk miles to fetch a few liters, carrying both weight and responsibility on their shoulders. Meanwhile, in luxury hotels, bathrooms are designed as temples, with tubs carved from rare stone filled with imported spring water. This disparity makes bathing one of the most potent symbols of privilege in the modern world, exposing fractures that no amount of wellness marketing can hide. The same act that represents indulgence in one place represents survival in another, and that contrast reveals how unevenly progress is shared. But perhaps the most fascinating shift of this stage is the way bathing becomes a language of resistance. To conserve water deliberately becomes an act of protest. To bathe communally in cities becomes a rejection of isolation. To keep one's rituals private becomes a refusal to surrender everything to the gaze of the world. Bathing, once automatic, now carries the possibility of intention. Every decision, to linger, to rush, to display, to conceal, says something about the values we carry. It is no longer only about soap and skin. It is about choice, ethics, and survival. And still, despite everything, the essence of the ritual persists. To bathe is to divide time into before and after, to shed weight and emerge renewed. That moment of transformation explains why bathing has survived famine, plague, drought, and commercialization. It endures because it satisfies something primal, something that cannot be replaced by simulation or marketing, the human need to begin again. This 40-second chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, spectacle and solitude, privilege and protest. It reveals humanity's contradictions with piercing clarity, showing that water is never just water. It is culture, conscience, and continuity. And, as this chapter closes, one unresolved question flows onward. Will the bath of the future survive as a sanctuary of renewal, or will it fracture into fragments of simulation, scarcity, and spectacle until only its shadow remains? The answer, as always, will flow like water, restless, elusive, and carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter. Imagine stepping into the 43rd stage of this long unfolding narrative where bathing, once regarded as a mere functional act, has now become one of the most complex metaphors of human existence. It is no longer just about soap, water, or time. It is about memory, morality, spectacle, and survival. Every moment spent beneath droplets or immersed in a pool reflects the contradictions of an age torn between abundance and scarcity, privacy and exposure, intimacy and performance. To bathe at this stage is to engage in a ritual that is no longer invisible. It is charged with meaning, each act a subtle statement of values, identity, and desire. The ecological crisis continues to weigh heavily on the ritual. Across the world, climate reports tell of parched landscapes, vanishing rivers, and communities struggling to survive with dwindling water supplies. In Cape Town, memories of Day Zero, the day the city nearly ran out of water, still haunt its citizens. Families ration water, turning showers into quick bursts of necessity rather than indulgence. In parts of Australia, households collect rainwater in tanks, their bathing rituals dictated by the skies. Yet, in stark contrast, advertisements in affluent districts promise endless waterfalls cascading from designer fixtures. This dissonance makes bathing one of the most visible symbols of inequality. The same act, soaking in water, represents guilt for some and unashamed luxury for others. And, in this clash, a haunting question arises. How long can indulgence survive when scarcity becomes the shared reality? Technology continues its march forward, reshaping the bathroom into something that feels equal parts laboratory and sanctuary. Closed-loop showers recycle water in real time, producing the illusion of endless abundance with almost no waste. VR immersion pods offer multisensory simulations of natural springs, complete with the sound of rushing streams, the smell of minerals, even vibrations mimicking droplets against the skin. AI-driven assistants whisper recommendations. Your hydration levels are low, increase water temperature to optimize skin balance. These innovations dazzle, but they also unsettle. A ritual that once belonged to the senses now belongs to algorithms, raising the question, are we still bathing, or are we being bathed by the machine? The difference is subtle but profound, and it forces us to wonder whether technology enhances the ritual, or hollow it out into something sterile. Culturally, bathing splits further into spectacle and secrecy. On social platforms, influencers display their rituals with careful staging, ice baths framed as courage, candlelit tubs framed as tranquility, showers narrated as productivity hacks. Millions watch, like, and imitate, transforming the bathroom into a theater of selfhood. Yet this overexposure sparks a backlash. Many reclaim bathing as one of the last bastions of privacy, a sacred space away from screens, a ritual untouched by digital intrusion. For them, to bathe quietly, without documentation, becomes an act of rebellion. Bathing thus becomes paradoxical. It is both the most performed and the most hidden of rituals, embodying our cultural obsession with visibility and our simultaneous longing for invisibility. Global traditions continue to anchor the ritual in something older than the modern age. In Japan, the onsen retains its link to volcanic earth, its minerals believed to heal and restore. In Finland, saunas remain communal sanctuaries where honesty thrives in heat and silence. In indigenous sweat lodges, steam is not only purification but storytelling, a way to pass ancestral knowledge through ritual. These practices reveal that bathing has always been about more than hygiene. It has been about identity, continuity, and belonging. Yet globalization threatens their essence, packaging them as spa experiences marketed to tourists. A sweat lodge, stripped of story, a sauna sold as luxury rather than necessity, these transformations beg the question, can ancient rituals survive in a world that constantly seeks to consume and commodify them? Psychologically, bathing remains one of the most powerful sanctuaries of the human mind. Neuroscience confirms that warm immersion reduces cortisol and promotes relaxation, while cold immersion floods the brain with dopamine and adrenaline, creating euphoria. Showers become confessionals where grief finds release, where hidden fears dissolve into steam, where ideas surface unbidden. Shower thoughts are not a cliché, but a testament to water's ability to unlock creativity in solitude. Yet even this sanctuary is encroached upon by commercialization. Gels marketed as creativity catalysts, oils branded as dopamine enhancers. The irony is painful, as if companies are trying to sell what water has always provided freely. Still, people cling to the ritual because its true power cannot be reduced to labels or price tags. Inequality, however, cuts through every layer of this story. In refugee camps, families line up at communal taps, rationing buckets of water for both cooking and washing. In rural areas, children bathe in rivers tainted with pollution. risking illness in every immersion. Meanwhile, in the world's wealthiest neighborhoods, bathrooms resemble temples of excess, with rainfall showers, heated floors, and tubs carved from rare stone. This disparity is brutal, exposing how unevenly progress is shared. Bathing is framed as universal, yet in truth it reveals the world's most painful fracture lines: survival for some, indulgence for others. Perhaps the most intriguing development of this stage is bathing as activism. To cut shower times to 90 seconds becomes a gesture of solidarity. To revive communal baths in cities becomes resistance against isolation. To refuse to display rituals online becomes an act of reclaiming privacy. Bathing, once thought automatic and unthinking, now carries meaning with every decision. Each act, lingering, conserving, concealing, displaying, signals values, carving identity in subtle yet profound ways. In this sense, bathing has become a language without words, spoken in water, understood by instinct. And yet, through all these tensions, the essence of the ritual survives. To bathe is still to draw a line between before and after, to cast off burdens, to step renewed into the world. That transformation explains why bathing has endured wars, plagues, droughts, and even commodification. It persists because it satisfies something elemental, something that cannot be replaced by algorithms, products, or simulations. The human need to begin again. This 43rd chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and secrecy, as privilege and protest. It reflects humanity's contradictions more clearly than almost any other act, reminding us that water is not only a physical element, but a mirror of who we are. And as the steam fades, one haunting question rises. Will the bath of the future remain a sanctuary of renewal, or will it dissolve into fragments, efficient, optimized, but soulless, until only its shadow remains? The answer, like the water itself, continues to flow, restless, elusive, and always carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter. Imagine entering the 44th stage of this journey, where bathing, so ancient, so primal, so endlessly reinvented, becomes one of the sharpest mirrors of human contradiction. At this point, the ritual cannot be reduced to soap, water, or even comfort. It has grown into something far more layered: a political act, a cultural performance, a psychological refuge, and a spiritual echo of traditions that stretch back thousands of years. To bathe now is to participate in a practice that feels both deeply personal and unavoidably public, both timeless and precariously bound to the challenges of the present age. The ecological crisis frames bathing as an act of tension rather than ease. In regions scarred by drought, every shower feels like an act of theft from the collective well. In California, public service announcements urge citizens to sing a single verse of a song as a timer, encouraging them to finish before the chorus. In Cape Town, Day Zero drills taught people to survive on 2-minute rinses, transforming the bathroom into a space of discipline rather than indulgence. Yet elsewhere, the spectacle of abundance continues. Hotels promise endless cascade showers and tubs refilled daily with mineral water imported from distant springs. This disparity exposes the cruel paradox of modern life. Indulgence survives beside scarcity, and the very act of bathing reveals inequality in ways few rituals can. The question hangs heavy: when survival collides with comfort, which instinct will prevail? Technology, as always, promises to bridge the gap. Engineers create closed-loop showers that filter and reuse water instantly, allowing an hour-long immersion with less than a liter consumed. VR immersion suites simulate natural springs, complete with the smell of pine forests and the roar of waterfalls, convincing the senses while saving resources. Smart mirrors connect to biometric sensors, suggesting ideal water temperatures to balance stress or improve circulation. These innovations dazzle with possibility, but they also unsettle. Can an artificial stream replace the memory of swimming in a river? Can an algorithm replicate the intimate chaos of droplets on the skin? The fear arises that in optimizing the ritual, we might sterilize it, saving water but sacrificing soul. Culturally, bathing splits into two extremes: exposure and concealment. Social media turns bathrooms into stages, with millions broadcasting their cold plunges, floral baths, or reset rituals under carefully chosen hashtags. To film oneself, shivering in icy water becomes proof of resilience. To soak in rose petals becomes proof of serenity. The bathroom is no longer the most private of spaces, but one of the most curated, yet rebellion brews quietly. For many, to bathe without documenting is a way of reclaiming intimacy, a refusal to let every corner of life become content. This paradox defines the age: the hunger to be seen, and the simultaneous craving to disappear. Bathing embodies both impulses, making it perhaps the most paradoxical of rituals today. Global traditions provide both continuity and warning. In Japan, onsens tie humans to volcanic landscapes, reminding bathers of Earth's healing powers. In Finland, saunas remain tied to honesty, where conversation flows freely alongside sweat. In indigenous sweat lodges, the ritual of steam continues to cleanse body and memory together, preserving ancestral continuity. These traditions endure because they are rooted in something deeper than consumption. They are tied to story, to place, to meaning. Yet when they are exported into global markets, they risk becoming hollow. A sweat lodge stripped of its stories, a sauna sold as luxury, an onsen reduced to a tourist checklist, all lose their essence. The pressing question becomes, can sacred rituals survive the hunger of commodification? Or will they dissolve into mere imitations of their former selves? Psychologically, bathing grows into one of the last sanctuaries of solitude. Neuroscientific studies show how immersion activates the brain's default mode network, unlocking creativity and reflection. This explains why people report their most unexpected insights while standing under the spray of water, why shower thoughts have become a cultural shorthand for flashes of imagination. Cold immersion, on the other hand, floods the brain with dopamine, sharpening focus, and lifting mood long after the body dries. These effects prove that bathing is less about hygiene and more about psychological survival. Yet here, too, commercialization intrudes. Shampoos are marketed as creativity catalysts, salts as dopamine enhancers, oils as stress eliminators. The irony is almost painful. What water already provides freely, the marketplace insists on selling. Still, people cling to the ritual because its true essence cannot be bottled. Inequality carves through the ritual like a scar. For billions, bathing is not a curated ritual of luxury, but a matter of survival. In refugee camps, families line up at communal taps, rationing buckets of water for days. In rural villages, polluted rivers double as both bath and drinking source, forcing children to risk illness in every immersion. Meanwhile, in penthouses and villas, bathtubs carved from marble overflow with imported spring water, marketed as healing luxury. The same act, immersing in water, becomes a symbol of privilege in one place and of desperation in another. Bathing, often framed as universal, reveals itself instead as one of the clearest markers of global inequality. Perhaps the most compelling transformation of this stage is bathing as resistance. To shorten one's shower becomes an act of environmental solidarity. To revive communal baths in urban areas becomes defiance against loneliness, a declaration that water can still bring people together. To refuse to film or share one's rituals becomes an act of privacy in a culture that demands exposure. Bathing transforms from passive routine into deliberate statement with every choice, lingering, conserving, concealing, displaying, carrying moral and cultural weight. It is no longer neutral, it is intentional. And yet, despite all the contradictions, scarcity and excess, tradition and commodification, spectacle and secrecy, the essence of the ritual endures. To bathe is still to step into a liminal space where burdens are rinsed away and time divides into before and after. That is why bathing has survived famine, plague, war, and commercialization. It endures because it satisfies something primal, the need to shed, the need to renew, the need to begin again. This 44th chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and sanctuary, as privilege and protest. It reveals, perhaps more than any other ritual, the contradictions of modern humanity. Water, in this stage, is not only resource but metaphor, not only liquid but mirror. And as this chapter closes, a question lingers like steam in a cooling room. Will the baths of tomorrow remain sanctuaries of renewal, or will they collapse into fragments of efficiency, simulation, and spectacle until their essence evaporates? The answer, like water itself, cannot be contained. It flows onward, carrying us into the next uncertain chapter. Imagine entering the 45th stage of this long exploration, where bathing has become less about rinsing away dirt and more about grappling with the questions that define our time. Here, the ritual stands as a metaphor for survival, an emblem of privilege, and a vessel for longing. To bathe is to do far more than cleanse the body. It is to step into a moment where history, technology, culture, and conscience collide. Each act of immersion becomes a negotiation between comfort and responsibility, between tradition and reinvention, between the desire to be free and the pressure to conform. The ecological pressure grows more suffocating in this stage. Reports of rivers running dry and aquifers collapsing appear daily, forcing entire cities to rethink what bathing even means. In Barcelona, households are urged to shower in pairs to save water. In São Paulo, water delivery by truck becomes routine, transforming the bathroom into a place of rationing rather than relaxation. Yet, only a few hours away, luxury hotels still market marble tubs filled daily with imported mineral water. This juxtaposition is jarring, an everyday family reduced to timing showers against a stopwatch while another bathes in excess. The bath itself becomes an ethical battlefield, one where guilt seeps into every droplet, yet the craving for comfort refuses to be extinguished. And so each shower feels like a confession, an act both indulgent and incriminating. Technology deepens this paradox, promising solutions that both save and unsettle. Closed-loop showers recycle water instantly, boasting near-zero waste. Pods equipped with ultrasonic pulses cleanse without liquid at all, while VR immersion chambers simulate rainforests and oceans, convincing the senses with sound, scent, and vibration. These inventions dazzle, but they leave a strange emptiness in their wake. Users confess that the precision of recycling feels sterile, that the vibration of pods feels clinical, that the holographic waterfall can never replace the memory of salt spray on the skin. This reveals an essential truth. Bathing is not merely about function. It is about surrender, about chaos, about something primal that no algorithm can replicate. If the ritual is stripped of sensation, does it survive as bathing, or does it become something altogether different, something hollow? Culturally, the ritual is stretched further into the realm of performance. Social media continues to magnify bathing into spectacle. Cold plunges are filmed as trials of courage, captioned with motivational phrases about resilience. Bathtubs filled with flowers and candles are staged as shrines of serenity, curated for likes as much as for personal relief. The bathroom, once the ultimate sanctuary, is now the most curated of stages. Yet alongside this performance grows a counter-movement. Some deliberately refuse to share their rituals, seeing privacy itself as rebellion. Bathing becomes a declaration of values. To expose is to embrace spectacle, to hide is to embrace authenticity. This duality reveals our fractured cultural psyche, caught between the hunger for visibility and the need for concealment. Global traditions echo louder than ever in this stage, carrying reminders of what bathing once was. Japanese onsens remain tied to volcanic landscapes, their minerals believed to restore balance not only to the body but to the soul. Finnish saunas remain communal spaces of honesty, where silence and conversation merge in the heat. Indigenous sweat lodges continue to embody purification, storytelling, and connection to ancestors. These practices prove that bathing has always been more than hygiene. It has been meaning, memory, and belonging. Yet when they are packaged for global consumption, they risk losing their essence. A sauna sold as luxury loses its honesty. A sweat lodge repurposed as a spa treatment loses its ancestral weight. The survival of these rituals depends on whether people can still see them as living practices rather than as products. Psychologically, bathing remains the last fortress of solitude. Neuroscientists explain how immersion regulates stress, restores mental clarity, and fosters creativity. This explains why so many report their most profound ideas emerging under the spray of water, why showers become confessionals where fears dissolve into steam. Cold plunges, by contrast, flood the brain with dopamine, leaving practitioners euphoric and alert for hours. These effects show why bathing is indispensable even in times of scarcity. It is not simply about hygiene, but about recalibration, about surviving the chaos of daily life. Yet here, too, commercialization intrudes. Shampoos labeled creativity enhancers, oils marketed as dopamine activators, salts branded as mindfulness catalysts, all attempt to monetize what water itself provides freely. Still, people return to the ritual because its authenticity cannot be bought. It lies in the touch of droplets against skin, in the intangible renewal that no product can replicate. Inequality remains the most unforgiving backdrop. In refugee camps, families share communal buckets, washing quickly before water runs out. In drought-stricken villages, polluted rivers serve as both drinking source and bath, exposing children to illness with each immersion. Meanwhile, in penthouses overlooking the same regions, infinity pools overflow into the horizon, their water spilling a spectacle. Bathing thus becomes one of the clearest indicators of privilege, dividing humanity into those who bathe for wellness and those who bathe for survival. This disparity forces us to confront the cruelty of a world where the same act carries such radically different meanings. Perhaps the most fascinating transformation of this chapter is bathing as quiet protest. To shorten a shower becomes a declaration of solidarity with the planet. To revive communal baths in urban centers becomes resistance against the isolation of digital life. To keep one's ritual private, away from cameras and audiences, becomes defiance against a culture of surveillance. Bathing is no longer passive, it is intentional. Every decision, lingering, conserving, hiding, or displaying, carries weight. It becomes a language of values, spoken not in words, but in water. And yet, despite all these contradictions, the essence of bathing persists. To step into water is still to divide time into before and after, to shed burdens, to emerge renewed. That transformation explains why bathing has endured famine, war, plague, and commercialization. It remains because it answers something ancient, something that cannot be replaced by algorithms or products. The human longing to begin again. This 45th chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and solitude, as privilege and protest. It reflects the contradictions of our age with startling clarity, reminding us that water is not only resource but mirror, not only liquid but memory. And as this stage closes, the question rises once more. Will future generations inherit bathing as sanctuary? Or will they inherit only its simulations, efficient, optimized, but soulless? The answer, elusive as steam itself, flows onward, carrying us toward the next uncertain chapter in humanity's unending search for renewal. Imagine stepping into the 46th stage of this story, where bathing no longer feels like a private and innocent ritual, but rather a charged act, tangled with moral dilemmas, cultural reinventions, and psychological depth. At this point, water is not only a tool of cleansing, but also a medium of conflict, a symbol of privilege, and a canvas upon which humanity projects its deepest anxieties and aspirations. To bathe now is to participate in a ritual that speaks volumes beyond the bathroom walls, echoing debates about survival, justice, and identity. Every splash carries meaning, every drop resonates with history, and every pause in steam feels like a reflection on what it means to live in this fragile age. The ecological crisis sits at the center of this stage, growing more urgent and undeniable. In Mexico City, families often face days without running water, turning the act of bathing into a negotiation between necessity and sacrifice. In Cape Town, people still recall lining up with plastic jugs during the near collapse of municipal supplies. At the same time, in Dubai or Singapore, luxury hotels still boast endless rain showers and infinity tubs, advertising abundance as though scarcity did not exist. The paradox is sharp. In one part of the world, showers are rationed with timers, while elsewhere, indulgence is marketed as a lifestyle. Bathing thus becomes a moral stage where every choice is weighed, where guilt and desire intermingle in ways that feel both personal and political. And it is within this tension that the ritual becomes even harder to abandon, because the more restricted it becomes, the more precious it feels. Technology, as expected, rushes in with promises of redemption, but its solutions reveal as much unease as relief. Closed-loop showers recycle every droplet, creating the illusion of endless water while consuming almost none. Ultrasonic cleansing pods claim to clean the body without water at all, while VR immersion chambers simulate oceans, waterfalls, and springs so vividly that participants describe phantom sensations of droplets on their skin. AI-driven mirrors calculate hydration levels and suggest optimal bath duration tailored to stress or energy levels. These inventions seem miraculous, yet something is always missing. A holographic waterfall lacks the scent of moss, the unpredictable spray of wind, the tiny imperfections that make water real. If bathing becomes a perfectly efficient, perfectly simulated act, does it lose the very essence that made it sacred? The question lingers, unresolved, as the hum of machines replaces the sound of falling water. Culturally, bathing continues to fracture into spectacle and secrecy. On one hand, social media magnifies it into performance, with influencers staging elaborate rituals for an audience hungry to consume authenticity. Ice baths become public challenges of endurance, while tubs filled with petals and oils become curated symbols of luxury. On the other hand, a countercurrent grows. People who preserve the ritual as one of their last hidden spaces, refusing to transform it into content. Privacy itself becomes a form of rebellion, a refusal to yield every intimate detail to the gaze of strangers. The bathroom thus becomes paradoxical, both one of the most broadcasted and one of the most fiercely protected spaces in modern life. And this contradiction only deepens, because the more visible bathing becomes, the more people crave its invisibility. Global traditions remind us that bathing has always been more than utility. It has been story, spirituality, and connection. Japanese onsens, with their volcanic minerals, are tied to the earth's healing power. Finnish saunas embody honesty, where silence and sweat strip away pretense. Indigenous sweat lodges carry ancestral stories, where heat and steam cleanse memory as much as body. These practices endure because they anchor humans to meaning older than consumer culture. Yet globalization threatens their depth, commodifying them into spa packages stripped of context. A sauna that once symbolized truth becomes a luxury add-on. A sweat lodge becomes a tourist attraction. The danger is not that these traditions will vanish, but that they will survive as hollow shells, disconnected from the values that once sustained them. Psychologically, bathing is revealed as one of humanity's last sanctuaries of solitude. Neuroscience explains how immersion activates the brain's default mode network, fostering imagination, reflection, and problem-solving. This is why shower thoughts have become a cultural shorthand for sudden insight, why tears so often fall unseen in the steam, why burdens seem lighter when washed away with water. Cold plunges, conversely, flood the brain with dopamine, sharpening focus and creating euphoria that lingers for hours. These effects show that bathing is not only about cleansing, it is about recalibration, about healing the mind as much as the body. And yet, commercialization intrudes once again, selling dopamine salts and creativity shampoos, as though packaging could replace the intangible power of water itself. Still, people cling to the ritual, because its authenticity remains untouchable, something no label can truly imitate. Inequality sharpens every contradiction. For billions, bathing is not wellness or spectacle, but survival. In refugee camps, families bathe with shared buckets of rationed water. In rural areas, polluted rivers serve as both bath and drinking source, exposing children to disease with each immersion. Meanwhile, in penthouses and villas, water cascades endlessly from luxury fixtures, designed to create an atmosphere of abundance. The same ritual, submerging the body, thus symbolizes privilege in one place and desperation in another. This disparity cannot be ignored. Bathing, so often assumed to be universal, is instead a measure of division, one of the clearest markers of who has access to comfort and who must struggle for survival. Perhaps the most compelling transformation of this stage is bathing as protest. Some frame shorter showers as acts of environmental activism, personal gestures of solidarity with those who suffer scarcity. Others revive communal baths as resistance to isolation, reminders that water has always been about connection as well as cleansing. Still others choose silence, refusing to broadcast their rituals online, insisting that privacy itself is a radical act in a culture of exposure. Bathing becomes intentional, no longer passive, with every decision, from lingering to rationing, from displaying to hiding, becoming a statement of values. It becomes a language spoken not in words but in water. And through all these shifts, the essence of the ritual remains. To bathe is still to step across an invisible threshold, dividing time into before and after. It is to wash away not only dirt but heaviness, to emerge lighter, renewed, prepared to face what comes next. This is why bathing has survived famine, plague, superstition, and war. It persists because it speaks to something ancient, something primal, something that no scarcity, no simulation, no commercialization can erase. The human need to begin again. This 46th chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and solitude, as privilege and protest. It reflects the contradictions of our time with unflinching clarity, reminding us that water is not just a resource, but a mirror of who we are and what we value. And as this chapter closes, another question begins to ripple. Will the bath of tomorrow survive as a true sanctuary of renewal, or will it become a fractured ritual, efficient, optimized, simulated, until its meaning evaporates? Like water itself, the answer refuses to stand still. It flows onward, carrying us into the next uncertain chapter of humanity's eternal search for cleansing and rebirth. Imagine entering the 47th stage of this unfolding narrative where bathing has evolved into one of the clearest metaphors for how humanity struggles with change, survival, and meaning. At this point, water is not only a physical substance, but also a mirror of our contradictions. To bathe here is to step into a ritual that speaks of indulgence and guilt, solitude and performance, abundance and scarcity. It is no longer simply about cleansing the body. It is about navigating the complex forces of culture, technology, psychology, and inequality that shape every drop. The ecological crisis dominates this stage with unrelenting urgency. In California, fines are imposed on households that exceed water limits, while in parts of Africa, entire villages live on the equivalent of a single long shower per day. In India, groundwater reserves are collapsing, leading families to ration buckets for bathing once or twice a week. Yet, in wealthy corners of the globe, hotels and spas continue to market endless cascade showers and tubs that fill themselves with the push of a button. This contrast reveals a painful truth. Bathing is no longer universal, but deeply divided. For some, it is a guilty indulgence. For others, it is an unattainable dream. And in this split, the ritual itself begins to feel unstable, as though its very future hangs in the balance. Technology steps in with dazzling innovations, but its answers feel as troubling as they are impressive. Closed-loop showers filter and reuse water instantly, creating the illusion of infinite abundance with almost no waste. Sonic cleansing pods vibrate dirt away, promising hygiene without water. Virtual reality baths simulate rivers, oceans, and waterfalls, engaging all the senses with sound, vibration, and scent. On the surface, these are solutions to crisis, but deep down, they reveal a haunting question. If water becomes simulated, is bathing still bathing? People confess that while VR rivers look breathtaking, they lack the raw unpredictability of real currents, the sting of cold droplets, the smell of algae on rocks. It becomes clear that bathing is not only about cleansing, it is about immersion in chaos, about surrender to something alive. Technology may preserve the function, but can it ever replicate the soul? Culturally, bathing in this stage is torn between exposure and concealment. On one hand, it is curated for audiences online. Videos of icy plunges in frozen lakes, captioned with motivational mantras, circulate endlessly. Luxurious tubs filled with flowers and salts are photographed and shared as emblems of peace and abundance. On the other hand, more people retreat from this visibility, reclaiming their rituals as sacred and unshareable. For them, to bathe unseen is an act of defiance against a world obsessed with performance. Bathing becomes a battleground of values. To show is to participate in the spectacle of modern life. To hide is to defend the last fragments of privacy. And somewhere between the two lies a deeper truth, that the ritual reflects both our hunger for validation and our desperation for refuge. Global traditions provide a compass, though they too are under threat. In Japan, onsens remain tied to volcanic landscapes, their mineral waters carrying healing not only for the body but for the spirit. In Finland, saunas persist as spaces of communal honesty, where generations sweat and speak in the same rhythm. In indigenous sweat lodges, Purification is inseparable from storytelling, carrying ancestral voices into the present. These rituals endure because they are rooted in meaning older than consumerism, offering continuity across centuries. Yet they are increasingly commodified, repackaged for global audiences as spa experiences. A sweat lodge, stripped of its stories, becomes hollow. An onsen marketed as luxury loses its spiritual connection to the earth. The challenge ahead is whether these traditions can survive the pressure of consumption, or whether they will become empty imitations of themselves. Psychologically, bathing continues to function as a sanctuary of the mind. Warm immersion lowers cortisol and calms the nervous system, while cold plunges flood the brain with dopamine, heightening focus and leaving practitioners euphoric. Showers, in their ordinariness, still serve as confessionals, places where grief can be released unseen and creativity emerges without effort. Neuroscience validates what people instinctively feel. Bathing resets the self. Yet commercialization intrudes here as well, with companies selling products that promise to unlock creativity or amplify dopamine. The irony is almost unbearable. What water gives naturally is packaged and sold as though it could be bottled. Still, people cling to their rituals, because deep down they know that no product can replicate the authenticity of water's touch. The shadow of inequality grows darker with each chapter. Billions live without reliable access to safe water, forced to bathe in polluted streams or ration every drop from communal wells. In refugee camps, washing becomes a dangerous act, as contaminated water spreads disease. Meanwhile, in luxury homes, marble bathtubs overflow daily with imported mineral water, marketed as healing. The same ritual, submersion in water, becomes survival in one place and decadence in another. This divide is one of the clearest reminders that progress is not evenly shared. Bathing, often framed as universal, is instead one of the most visible markers of privilege. Perhaps the most striking feature of this stage is bathing as activism. To shorten a shower becomes an act of solidarity with a planet in crisis. To revive communal baths in cities becomes a declaration against loneliness, a reminder that water can still bring people together. To keep rituals private becomes an act of resistance against a culture that demands exposure. Bathing shifts from instinct to intention, from neutrality to meaning. Every decision, to conserve, to indulge, to display, or to hide, becomes a statement of identity. It is no longer only about water. It is about what we choose to value in a fractured world. And yet, despite scarcity, despite technology, despite inequality, the ritual endures. To bathe is still to step into transformation, to divide life into before and after, to emerge renewed and ready to begin again. This persistence explains why bathing has survived war, famine, superstition, and commercialization. It endures because it answers something fundamental, something older than history, the human need to wash away the weight of existence and return, even briefly, to a state of renewal. This 47th chapter reveals bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and secrecy, as privilege and protest. It embodies the contradictions of our age with startling clarity, showing that water is never just water. It is story, memory, and meaning. And, as the steam fades, one question lingers like condensation on glass. Will future generations inherit the bath as a sanctuary of renewal, or will they inherit only its efficient, simulated shell? The answer remains fluid, shifting, flowing like the water itself, carrying us inevitably into the next uncertain chapter. Imagine stepping into the 48th stage of this exploration, where bathing is no longer merely about cleansing the skin, but has become one of the clearest reflections of how humanity defines itself in the 21st century. At this point, the ritual embodies not just water and soap, but layers of morality, technology, psychology, inequality, and cultural performance. To bathe is to step into a conversation with history and with the future, a moment where private comfort collides with global crisis, and where every drop seems to carry more weight than ever before. The ecological reality presses harder with each passing year. In regions like South Africa, citizens still remember when government warnings of day zero made water feel like a countdown to survival. In California, new ordinances demand that residents restrict showers to 3 minutes, transforming what was once indulgence into a carefully measured act. Meanwhile, in affluent enclaves of Europe or the Middle East, luxury spas still advertise waterfall showers and pools that cascade endlessly, designed to communicate abundance rather than necessity. This stark divide reveals how bathing itself has become a global fault line, indulgence in one place, rationing in another. The contradiction begs an unsettling question. Can such a universal ritual survive when access to water is anything but universal? Technology, as always, intervenes with dazzling promises. Closed-loop showers recycle and purify water in real time, creating the illusion of endless flow while consuming only a few liters. Dry cleaning pods use ultrasonic vibrations and charged air to scrub the body without liquid at all. Virtual reality immersion chambers transport users into holographic rainforests, complete with mist and birdsong, where no real drop is wasted. For some, these innovations feel miraculous, proof that humanity can outwit scarcity. Yet others describe them as soulless, missing the unpredictability of real droplets or the scent of earth carried in a natural spring. Can technology truly preserve the ritual, or will it sterilize it into something unrecognizable? The answer feels slippery, as though caught between promise and loss. Culturally, bathing is torn between exhibition and secrecy. On social platforms, millions share their cold plunges, framed as performances of resilience, or their candlelit tubs, staged as testaments to serenity. The bathroom has become one of the most curated stages of modern life, where identity itself is bathed, rinsed, and revealed to the audience. Yet simultaneously, a counter-movement grows. People who guard their rituals fiercely, refusing to turn them into content. For them, to bathe unseen is to preserve a final sanctuary in a world consumed by performance. This paradox, between exposure and concealment, defines the cultural meaning of bathing in this age. And it raises the haunting question: if a ritual, once so private, becomes performance, can it still serve as renewal? Global traditions continue to echo, carrying wisdom older than the crises of today. In Japan, onsens remain tied to volcanic landscapes, where minerals are believed to restore not only the body but also the spirit. In Finland, saunas are still shared across generations, where heat strips away social barriers as surely as sweat. Among indigenous peoples, sweat lodges endure as places of purification and storytelling, connecting participants to ancestors through steam. These traditions prove that bathing has always been more than utility. It has been memory, continuity, and belonging. Yet globalization reshapes them, often flattening sacred rituals into consumable spa treatments. A sauna, marketed as luxury, loses its honesty. A sweat lodge offered to tourists loses its story. The question is not whether these traditions will survive, but in what form, and whether they will carry their essence intact or fade into hollow imitations. Psychologically, bathing is revealed as one of humanity's last sanctuaries of solitude. Neuroscientific studies confirm what instinct has always known. Immersion regulates stress, boosts creativity, and restores emotional balance. This explains why shower thoughts have become shorthand for unexpected insights, why tears so often fall unseen in the steam, why immersion feels like hitting a reset button on the mind. Cold plunges, conversely, flood the brain with dopamine, leaving practitioners euphoric and alert long after the water dries. These effects show why people cling so fiercely to their rituals, even when scarcity demands sacrifice. Bathing is not just hygiene, it is survival for the psyche. And yet, commercialization attempts to monetize even this, offering products that promise to unlock creativity or amplify dopamine. The irony is sharp. What water freely gives, the marketplace insists on selling. Still, water wins, because its authenticity cannot be imitated. Inequality, however, makes the ritual one of the clearest markers of privilege. For billions, bathing is not wellness or spectacle, but a struggle. In refugee camps, families queue for hours at communal taps, rationing a few liters for both cooking and washing. In drought-stricken villages, polluted rivers double as baths and drinking sources, forcing children to risk illness with every immersion. Meanwhile, in penthouses and resorts, marble tubs overflow with imported mineral water, designed to signal abundance rather than necessity. The same act, immersing in water, becomes survival in one place and indulgence in another. Bathing, often imagined as universal, instead reveals the fractures of a deeply divided world. Perhaps the most fascinating transformation in this chapter is bathing as activism. Short showers become framed as acts of solidarity with the planet. Reviving communal baths in urban spaces becomes resistance against isolation, a reminder that water has always been about connection as much as cleansing. Choosing silence, refusing to share rituals online, becomes defiance in a culture obsessed with visibility. Bathing ceases to be passive. It becomes intentional. Every act, lingering, conserving, concealing, or displaying, becomes a statement of values, a way to signal identity without uttering a word. In this way, bathing becomes a new kind of language, spoken not in syllables but in droplets. And yet, despite scarcity, despite surveillance, despite commercialization, the ritual endures. To bathe is still to cross a threshold, to divide time into before and after, to emerge lighter, renewed, prepared to face the world again. This persistence explains why bathing has survived famine, war, plague, and industrialization. It remains because it answers something primal: the need to shed, the need to be cleansed, the need to begin again. This 48th chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and sanctuary, as privilege and protest. It embodies the contradictions of our age with startling clarity, reminding us that water is never just water. It is memory, identity, and power. And as the steam fades, a question remains like mist clinging to glass. Will the bath of tomorrow still be a sanctuary of renewal? Or will it dissolve into fragments, efficient, simulated, commodified, until only its shadow survives? The answer, like the water itself, keeps flowing forward, carrying us into the next uncertain chapter. Imagine stepping into the 49th stage of this narrative, where bathing no longer exists in a vacuum of private routine, but has expanded into one of the most potent metaphors for how humanity confronts its own contradictions. At this point, to bathe is not only to cleanse the body, but to wrestle with questions of justice, identity, performance, and survival. The ritual has survived plague, superstition, luxury, and scarcity, but in this era, it is pressed more urgently than ever to prove its place in a fractured, restless world. Every drop feels heavier now, every choice in the bathroom speaks louder, and every immersion whispers stories about who we are and what we value. The ecological context becomes unavoidable. Cities like Los Angeles impose fines for overuse, while villages in India ration baths to once or twice a week, not out of preference but necessity. Satellite images reveal rivers shrinking year by year, and aquifers depleting at rates faster than they can recover. And yet, across the globe, advertisements for spas boast infinite rainfall showers and bottomless plunge pools, using excess as a selling point. This glaring contradiction forces us to look at bathing not as neutral, but as an act tied to privilege, guilt, and sometimes defiance. It leads to an uncomfortable realization. Water, once a symbol of life, is also a measure of inequality. And if bathing mirrors inequality, can it also mirror the potential for change? Technology presents itself as savior, yet its answers raise as many questions as they resolve. Sonic cleansing pods clean without water, relying on vibration and air. Virtual immersion rooms simulate oceans, complete with salt mist and rolling waves, offering a convincing illusion while using none of the resource. AI-integrated bathrooms monitor hydration, track usage, and issue recommendations as though bathing were another medical metric to be optimized. These solutions conserve resources and satisfy efficiency, but they also make the ritual feel clinical, almost alien. People report that the precision strips bathing of spontaneity. After all, what makes a river unforgettable is not its efficiency, but its unpredictability. The spray of a wave, the shock of unexpected cold. If bathing is reduced to sterile simulation, does it lose the chaotic, elemental beauty that has always given it power? Culturally, bathing stands at the intersection of spectacle and secrecy. On social media, cold plunges are choreographed as spectacles of discipline, while candlelit baths are framed as evidence of serenity and success. The bathroom has become a curated stage where water flows not only over the body, but also across the gaze of millions of strangers. Yet this hypervisibility produces its opposite, a longing for concealment. Many people fiercely protect their rituals, treating the bathroom as one of the last untouched sanctuaries. To refuse to share becomes, paradoxically, a louder statement than exposure. This paradox reveals something essential about our time. The bathroom is simultaneously the most hidden and the most performed of spaces, reflecting both our hunger to be seen and our desperation to remain unseen. Global traditions add texture and depth, reminding us that bathing has always been more than hygiene. In Japan, onsens remain tied to volcanic landscapes and to silence, their waters infused with minerals believed to heal both body and spirit. In Turkey, hammams still embody communal cleansing, blending steam with social ritual. In indigenous sweat lodges, steam continues to connect generations through storytelling, serving as purification for both the individual and the community. These traditions survive because they are anchored in meaning older than modernity, but their survival is not guaranteed. When repackaged as spa experiences, they risk losing their spirit, reduced to shallow imitations of what once carried ancestral weight. The question emerges, will these rituals continue as living traditions, or will they be consumed entirely by global markets? Psychologically, bathing is revealed as one of humanity's last sanctuaries for reflection. Warm immersion reduces cortisol and resets the nervous system, while cold plunges flood the brain with dopamine, sharpening focus and delivering bursts of euphoria. Showers become confessionals where grief dissolves into steam, where arguments are rehearsed, where ideas surface, uninvited but welcome. Neuroscience confirms what instinct has always known. Water frees the mind to wander. Yet even here, commercialization intrudes, offering creativity-enhancing shampoos or dopamine-charged bath salts. The irony is almost comic, trying to sell what water already gives freely. And still, people return to the ritual because its essence remains unreplicable, lying not in the products, but in the act itself. Inequality remains the sharpest wound of all. Billions live without reliable sanitation, forced to bathe in polluted streams, or ration every drop from communal pumps. In refugee camps, washing is both dangerous and inadequate, as contaminated water spreads disease. Meanwhile, in penthouses and villas, marble bathtubs overflow with imported spring water, advertised as luxury healing. This brutal contrast makes bathing not a universal act, but a privilege. It reveals fractures in the global order that no wellness trend can conceal. To speak honestly about bathing is to confront this disparity head-on. And this confrontation forces the unsettling realization that a ritual so basic, so seemingly equal, is in fact one of the clearest measures of global injustice. Yet within this fractured landscape emerges perhaps the most fascinating evolution. bathing as activism. To conserve water is framed as solidarity with the planet. To revive communal baths is seen as a rebellion against isolation, proof that humans still crave connection in an atomized world. To preserve privacy in the face of surveillance becomes defiance, a refusal to surrender intimacy to algorithms. Each choice, whether to linger, to ration, to hide, or to share, becomes a political act, a statement of values made without words. Bathing has become a language of droplets, and in that language, people signal not just who they are, but who they want to be. And still, despite scarcity, commercialization, inequality, and surveillance, the essence of the ritual persists. To bathe remains to cross a threshold, to step into a space where burdens are shed and time divides into before and after. It is a return to renewal, a rehearsal of rebirth, a reminder that no matter how fractured the world becomes, the human longing to be cleansed and begin again cannot be extinguished. This 49th chapter shows bathing as indulgence and guilt, spectacle and secrecy, privilege and protest. It reveals with piercing clarity that water is not only a resource, but also a mirror, reflecting the contradictions and aspirations of the human spirit. And as this stage closes, a new question lingers like mist refusing to dissipate. Will the bath of the future remain a true sanctuary of renewal, or will it dissolve into fragments, optimized, simulated, commodified, until only the memory of its essence survives? The answer, elusive and shifting, flows forward with the current, carrying us toward the final chapter, where humanity must confront whether water can remain sacred in a world that increasingly treats it as expendable. Imagine arriving at the 50th stage of this journey, the culmination of centuries of rituals, innovations, contradictions, and transformations that bathing has carried on its back. At this point, the act of cleansing no longer belongs solely to the realm of habit or necessity. It has become a theater of human identity, a stage on which questions of morality, technology, privilege, and hope all converge. To bathe is not only to wash the body, but to step into a ritual that reveals how far humanity has come and how fragile its balance remains. Every drop of water now feels like history condensed, every act of immersion like a rehearsal for the choices the future will demand. The ecological weight here is inescapable. Around the globe, reports of water scarcity define the headlines. In drought-prone cities like Cape Town and São Paulo, citizens have grown accustomed to rationing showers, counting seconds instead of minutes, measuring comfort against survival. In contrast, luxury spas in places like Dubai or Las Vegas still market themselves with infinite cascades, where fountains and baths overflow endlessly, designed to symbolize abundance in the face of a world learning to live with scarcity. The contradiction is brutal. In one home, families share a bucket of water for bathing. In another, a tub the size of a small pool is filled twice daily without thought. The ritual becomes less about cleansing and more about conscience, a choice that forces us to see water as both salvation and indictment. And beneath the guilt runs a haunting truth. Scarcity sharpens desire, and the rarer the resource becomes, the more sacred the ritual feels. Technology reaches its peak in this stage, offering solutions that are as futuristic as they are unsettling. Ultrasonic cleansing pods, which can sterilize skin without a single drop, promise a world where hygiene is entirely divorced from immersion. Virtual reality bathing chambers simulate waterfalls, hot springs, and oceans so convincingly that users swear they feel droplets trailing down their backs, even though no liquid touches them. AI-regulated bathrooms monitor hydration, hormone levels, and stress, tailoring every bath to optimize performance. These marvels conserve resources and dazzle the imagination, but they provoke an unease that cannot be ignored. What happens to a ritual when it is sterilized into perfection? If the unpredictability of a cold splash or the smell of damp stone in a river is erased, does the bath lose its meaning? People long for efficiency, but what they crave even more is the imperfection of water, its chaos, its memory, its soul. Culturally, bathing in this final chapter is both hypervisible and fiercely guarded. On one side, social media amplifies the ritual into global performance. Ice plunges staged as proof of discipline, baths and flower petals staged as shrines of wellness, showers filmed as morning productivity hacks. The bathroom becomes a theater where identity is shaped, packaged, and consumed. On the other side, a rebellion thrives. For some, bathing is the last fragment of true privacy, fiercely protected from the hunger of the algorithm. To step into water unseen becomes an act of defiance, a refusal to yield intimacy to an audience. The paradox defines the age. Bathing is both the most exposed and the most hidden of rituals, reflecting humanity's desperate need to be seen and its equally desperate need to disappear. Global traditions continue to echo in powerful ways, reminding us of meanings older than any crisis or invention. In Japan, onsens remain tied to volcanic earth, connecting bathers not only to the landscape, but also to silence. In Finland, saunas remain spaces of honesty, where generations still sit together, sweating truth into the air. In indigenous sweat lodges, heat and steam continue to weave together purification and memory, carrying ancestral voices into the present. These rituals prove that bathing has always been more than utility. It has been continuity, identity, belonging. But their survival is fragile. As they are commodified into spa experiences, they risk losing their depth, reduced to hollow imitations of practices meant to be sacred. The future of these traditions depends on whether they are preserved as living culture or consumed as temporary novelty. Psychologically, bathing remains one of the last sanctuaries of solitude, even in an age of constant connectivity. Neuroscience confirms what people intuitively know. Warm immersion regulates stress, reduces cortisol, and unlocks creativity. Cold plunges flood the brain with dopamine, heightening focus and resilience long after the body has dried. Showers become spaces where people cry unseen, rehearse conversations, or solve problems that refuse to budge in the noise of the day. Bathing is less about hygiene than about rebirth of the self, about recalibrating the mind to face what lies ahead. And yet, even this is under siege from commercialization. Products marketed as dopamine enhancers or creativity unlockers attempt to sell what water has always offered freely. The irony is stark, but the resilience of the ritual is stronger. People continue to return to water because its essence cannot be sold, only experienced. Inequality, however, remains the darkest shadow. Billions of people still live without reliable sanitation, forced to bathe in polluted rivers or ration every drop from communal wells. Refugee camps rely on contaminated buckets, where washing can be more dangerous than going unclean. Meanwhile, in elite neighborhoods, bathrooms expand into private sanctuaries the size of small apartments, designed to signal abundance through marble, stone, and endless flow. The same act, submerging in water, becomes survival in one place and indulgence in another. Bathing, often imagined as universal, instead reveals the fracture lines of privilege more clearly than almost any other ritual, and it leaves us with the uncomfortable realization that what we call a basic necessity remains unattainable for many. Yet even in this fractured, divided world, bathing transforms into something extraordinary: activism. To conserve becomes a signal of solidarity with the planet. To revive communal baths becomes resistance against a culture of isolation. To preserve privacy in the face of digital spectacle becomes a declaration of freedom. Bathing, once passive, is now intentional. Every decision to linger, to ration, to display, to conceal becomes a quiet but powerful statement about values. The ritual is no longer only about water. It is about choice, about who we are and who we want to be. And through all of this, scarcity, surveillance, commodification, inequality, the essence persists. To bathe is still to draw a line between before and after, to shed burdens, to step into renewal. It is the pause that allows us to continue, the ritual that affirms our longing not just to survive, but to begin again. This is why bathing has endured through war, famine, plague, and abundance. It remains because it answers a need more primal than any invention can erase: the human desire to be cleansed not only in body, but in spirit. This 50th chapter reveals bathing as indulgence and guilt, as spectacle and sanctuary, as privilege and protest. It gathers together every contradiction of our age and shows us that water is never just water. It is memory, identity, power, and hope. And as the steam of this final chapter rises and fades, one question remains suspended in the air. Will the baths of tomorrow remain sanctuaries of renewal, or will they fracture into fragments, efficient, simulated, optimized, until only their shadow survives? The answer, as ever, flows like water itself, restless, elusive, and carrying humanity toward the next unknown chapter beyond this journey.